wondering.
Yeah, no.
Welcome in for your speech.
You're not coming next Wednesday, which this will be your last meeting then.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm trying to make different arrangements for that.
Could walk it on and not the house.
Yeah, no. You're gonna get a dough. You'd probably be better not to be here.
No, exactly. How you gonna It's on the FEIS, it's not on the project.
Assembly line. Oh, what a pretty dress.
All right, are we all ready? Can everybody turn their cell phone ringers off so we're not disturbed, particularly during our upcoming moment of silence? All right. Charles, you ready over there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting of the Southampton Town Board to order on this 21st day of December 2023. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and join with us for a brief moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and abroad each day. With them in mind, let's join together in silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Present.
Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Present.
Councilman Schiavone.
Present.
Oh, nice.
Always.
So, everybody is present, and we can begin. If you plan on speaking today, we ask that you fill out a card located outside. This is a hybrid meeting, so after we've exhausted the audience, we will go to our online audience as well for public hearings and public portion as well. We have a busy day ahead. We'll try to get through it as quickly as possible. This is the last of the regular town board meetings for my service as well as John's and Rick's. So it's all right, so the first order of business, I'd like to take a moment to recognize one of our long-standing town employees, Diane Carpenter. I'm just going to read very briefly from this, and then I will present it. We have a group of Diane's fans here, so we'll let them be able to exit. Public servant for 36 years, long been dedicated to her East End constituents, currently one of the town's longest-serving employees. Worked 1.5 years with the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office. The East Quogue resident was hired by the town of Southampton as a senior account clerk typist on February 8th, 1989. Began in the town clerk's office and quickly became one of the most recognizable faces in town hall. January 1 of 1990 was appointed deputy registrar of vital statistics, served in that capacity for the next 24 years. Known affectionately as the supervisor of the first floor, Diane was a favorite among residents and visitors alike, handling everything from marriage licenses to FOIL requests, from handicap parking permits to gambling licenses. On June 28th of 2014, she was named Deputy Receiver of Taxes, where she served as the department's records management officer, supervised cashiers in the collection of property tax payments, oversaw clerical staff, assisted with accounting services, and responded to taxpayer inquiries. Then joined the town attorney's office in November 16th of 2016, where she relentlessly tracked financial disclosure forms for the ethics board, hunted down colleagues, and prepared the files for the justice court calendars. As fire warden, she supervised the second floor of town hall, where employees found her holiday decorations as reliable as her bottomless trough of candy. In a fitting tribute, colleagues have chosen to honor Diane with celebratory festivities and to publicly thank her for her dedication, professionalism, and friendship over the years. After nearly 4 decades of service, she will be much missed, but this milestone occasion offers not only more time with her husband Robert, but also with their 3 sons, BJ, Michael, and Kevin. Also filling the void will be the plethora of pursuits such as specialty cooking, trolling the aisles of Hobby Lobby, and camping out at the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at Universal Studios. Things I didn't know. So Therefore, be it resolved that the town board of the town of Southampton hereby declares this day to be Diane Carpenter Day throughout the town of Southampton. And in doing so, we extend our congratulations, thanks, and best wishes. She's a woman truly worthy of the day's honor, and may she enjoy much health and happiness in the years to come. We got a Kodak moment here. Anybody have a camera?
Now we need decorations for Diane Carpenter Day.
Thank you for everybody for, thank you for every, in these words. This has been my home for 36 years, and it really is. And serving the residents of the town of Southampton has been my true blessing, and serving for each of you has been my true blessing as well. As I've said before, you know, I've served for 3 town clerks, 9 supervisors, some repeat offenders, as I said, and 34 different town council, some repeat offenders as well. But it is truly, truly my blessing, and I'm going to miss my home a lot. Thank you.
That is what public service is all about. And that is what community is all about.
I'm such a hugger. I guess I take this one.
Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Katie's got it. So Frank, you want to go next? Or you want to go next? All right, so next I would like to recognize Deputy Supervisor Frank Sapone.
Thank you, Supervisor Schneiderman. I have the opportunity today to say publicly to our 3 departing board members some recognition from their fellow board members, from the staff in Town Hall, and also from the community at large. So if you will indulge me for a few minutes, I'd like to read through the proclamations that the town has prepared for each of you. Whereas service to one's community is central to the American character and a fundamental expression of responsible citizenship, every day our town is enriched by the efforts of special people who labor together for the public good. Recognizing this, the town of Southampton has a sincere interest in expressing its gratitude for the efforts of the town councilman and Hampton Bays resident Rick Martell. Whereas throughout his personal and professional life, Councilman Martell has repeatedly demonstrated a strong commitment to his community, beginning his term of office in January 2020, on the doorstep of COVID, I might add. The councilman collaborated with various organizations to ensure food and medicine were readily available to those in need during the COVID epidemic. With the sudden influx of visitors to the East End and the accompanying spike in beachgoers, Councilman Martell worked with multiple town departments to implement parking restrictions at road beach endings to minimize the impact on local residents. Whereas in his capacity as liaison to Hampton Bays, Councilman Martell sponsored the creation of an advisory committee regarding the future of property formerly known as the Bel Air Motel. This in turn helped future proposals to convert the land into a public park. More recently, in response to community input, he also put forward legislation to prohibit peddling and solicitation activities along highly traveled local roadways. Councilman Martell has also served as liaison to town departments and divisions such as Parks and Recreation, Youth Services, the Highway Department, and the Hampton Bays Water District. In addition to Hampton Bays, he similarly served as liaison to the hamlets of Flanders, Riverside, Northampton, Sagaponack, and Watermill. And whereas in recognition of his time as an elected official, colleagues have chosen to honor Councilman Martell with a heartfelt farewell at his final town board meeting and to publicly thank him for his contribution and friendship over the years. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the undersigned members of the Town Board of Town of Southampton, hereby join with an appreciative community in presenting this proclamation to the Honorable Rick Martell, and in so doing, extend to him our many thanks and warmest wishes. May he enjoy much health, happiness, as well as an abundance of time with his family and friends in the new year and beyond. In witness hereof, we hereunto set our names and cause the seal of the Town of Southampton to be affixed for the 21st day of December 2023.
Thank you to the town board. It's been a pleasure serving along all of you. You know, there's no greater gift you can give back to your community than to serve those people that you grew up with and you really admire. So it's been a pleasure, and you know, thank you to everybody, the hundreds of letters, the hundreds of emails, and everybody who stops you on the street. You know, we'll continue to do that. We'll stay engaged, and thank you everybody for everything.
The abridged version.
Oh, gee, I've got too many pages here. Whereas service to one's community is central to the American character and the fundamental expression of responsible citizenship, every day our town is enriched by the efforts of special people who labor together for the public good. Recognizing this, the town of Southampton has a sincere interest in expressing its gratitude for the efforts of the town councilman and Rensenburg resident, Mr. John Bouvier. Whereas, stepping into public service, he took the oath of office as Southampton Town Council in January 2016. Throughout his 2 terms, he has been a leader in promoting water quality, sustainability, and clean energy in the town. He worked to create a rigorous process to implement effective water quality projects and amend the Community Preservation Fund to include a rebate program to replace old septic systems with innovative and alternative septic systems to reduce effluent chemical contributions to our groundwater. Councilman Bouvier, also established a marine education center in conjunction with Cornell Cooperative Extension and worked to find a space for the community center in West Hampton that will offer diverse programming for seniors and young people in the western hamlets and villages of the town of Southampton. Whereas Councilman Bouvier has also served as liaison to multiple town departments, divisions, and initiatives, including the Sustainability Committee, Affirmative Action Task Force, Anti-Bias Task Force, Community Preservation, Waste Management, Land Management, Parks and Recreation, and the hamlets of West Hampton, Queog, Spionk-Remsenburg, and Eastport. Whereas in recognition of his time as an elected official, colleagues have chosen to honor Councilman Bouvier with a heartfelt farewell at his final town board meeting and to publicly thank him for his contributions and friendship over the years. And now, therefore be it resolved that we, the undersigned members of the town board of the town of Southampton, hereby join with an appreciative community in representing this proclamation to the Honorable John Bouvier, and in doing so, extend to him our many thanks and warmest wishes. May he enjoy much health and happiness, as well as an abundance of time with family and friends in the new year and beyond.
It's been a really humbling day today. We had, just before the public meeting, we had a meeting with staff to say goodbye and to, I've realized that it's staff that I'm going to miss the most in this job. People that work here are unbelievably professional and unbelievably good people with good hearts and determination. It was a joy to work with you. That's the sad part. The happy part is that I hope that we've left the town in better shape than we found it. We've done a lot of initiatives, and you can't do that alone. You do that with everyone. And what a great staff is here in this town. The town of Southampton, the people here should feel lucky that they have people like this working for our community. So thank you so much, all of you, and I'm very emotional. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now finally, the abbreviated version you were asking for.
Thank you.
The town of Southampton exists as one of the finest communities in the United States due to the efforts of hardworking and conscientious citizens. Every day our community is enriched by the efforts of special people who labor together for the public good. And whereas among these individuals is Southampton resident and town supervisor Jay Schneiderman. In 1991, he became a member of the East Hampton Zoning Board of Appeals and was appointed as its chairman in 1996. He served in that capacity until 1999, when he was elected to the first of 2 terms as East Hampton Town Supervisor. During his 4 years in office, Supervisor Schneiderman's highly effective management style delivered 4 consecutive tax cuts, improved employee morale, and garnered the highest municipal bond rating in the state of New York. From 2000 to 2004, he led the fight to preserve over 1,000 acres of East Hampton open space and worked closely with fellow board members to draft long-range plans for affordable housing and drinking water protection. Whereas in November of 2003, Supervisor Schneiderman was elected to represent the South Fork in the Suffolk County Legislature, he was returned to office 5 times between 2005 and 2013, and served as the Legislative Deputy Presiding Officer from 2014 until the end of his term in December 2015. Throughout his 12 years of tenure, Legislator Schneiderman distinguished himself through his independent, innovative, and his independence and innovation, and the ability to facilitate positive outcomes for community issues. Chief among them were creating better affordable housing opportunities, preserving open space, reducing traffic congestion, keeping our communities and neighborhoods safe, and working to help seniors and local families deal with the rising cost of living. And whereas his streak of public service success continued with his election as Southampton Town Supervisor in November 2015. Over the course of 4 years, Supervisor Schneiderman, over the course of 4 terms, Supervisor Schneiderman has sought to apply his experience in both government and business to the most challenging needs of Southampton residents. Along with the town's maintenance of a AAA bond rating, the past 8 years have also seen major town-led revitalization proposals throughout the region. These include substantial renovations of town-owned facilities, such as Town Hall, numerous historic buildings, and the Hampton Bays Community Center. Preservation of the town's natural and cultural resources has also continued to progress under Supervisor Schneiderman. To further these goals, he has been the sponsor of numerous initiatives to improve the quality of life on the East End, making our home a better place to live, work, and visit. Whereas in recognition of his more than 3 decades of public service, colleagues have chosen to honor Supervisor Schneiderman with a heartfelt farewell at his final town board meeting and to publicly thank him for his contribution and friendship over the years. Therefore, Be it resolved that we, the undersigned members of the Town Board of the Town of Southampton, hereby join an appreciative community in presenting this proclamation to the Honorable John H. Schneiderman.
John? Do we change my name? Is this
Well-
what it says, John?
No, it does. It says J. My apologies. But I'm glad you were paying attention.
I think Ryan just had a heart attack.
My apologies. J.H.
You forgot my name already. I'm not even gone yet.
And in doing so, without the editorial commentary, extend to him and many other thanks for and warmest wishes. May he enjoy much health and happiness, as well as an abundance of time with family and friends in the new year and beyond. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, everybody. I'm not normally at a loss for words. I've given out hundreds of these things. I haven't gotten very many. Thank you. That's very kind, Frank. So yeah, this is concluding 31 years of public service, but it's really been a joy. They say the supervisor job is the hardest job and probably the most thankless job. It's not thankless at all. I could tell you everywhere I go, people come up and say, we really appreciate your service. This community is an amazing community, and every minute has been a joy to serve. We don't always agree, and that's okay. It's not about not always agreeing. It's about how we disagree, that we listen to each other like we'll do today, that we respect each other's opinion, that we know that those opinions are coming from a heartfelt place. It's what we believe, place of a good conscience. And it's a sad transition for me in a sense, because I love what I do so much. I love working with my colleagues on the board, some who are leaving with me as well, and some who are staying. We've gotten a lot of great things done together, and we've had wise counsel from Jim Burke throughout, and Sunday, you've been amazing. Jackie Fenlon and CPF. A lot of what we do is land preservation. I'm going to miss doing that. Ryan over there, Murphy, who's head of our public safety division. We're in a technical state of emergency right now, it's about to expire from that storm that we just had. We've been through a lot of hurricanes and even a pandemic. Unbelievable. There's no book on the shelf of how to handle a pandemic. So we had we all learned, right? As a community, we all figured it out, and we worked really hard around the clock, 24/7, to make sure people had what they needed. So, and of course, my office staff, Frank, who just read the proclamation, but also Jackie, who's been with me for forever. Here's Jackie O'Neill, who's been phenomenal in terms of constituent service. There's nobody better. And I'm blessed to have Jackie by my side. Janice Wilson in my office as well, and Connie upstairs. I'm also working with Paula over in the council office. The team here is extraordinary. We have dedicated public service servants who give everything to make sure that this community is safe, this community has what it needs, and they're responsive to all those needs. So parting is such sweet sorrow, Shakespeare said, but I will miss this, but I won't be a stranger. Still gonna live in this community, I'll still be a taxpayer, and I'll still keep an eye on, and hopefully come to Town Hall and visit with my colleagues once in a while too. So thank you all, it's been a pleasure serving you. We still have a little bit more to go, and we're gonna have one more meeting, though today is the last regular meeting. There will be a special meeting next Wednesday, just on the Liberty Gardens FEIS issue, if anybody's interested. That will be next Wednesday at 1 o'clock. But thank you all.
Just if I may add a final word of a personal note, obviously there's a formality associated with these proclamations. When you listen to them being read and when you read them, you can hear that certain phrases and certain terms are repeated. several times, and that's as a formal proclamation should be. But sometimes that formality belies the personal sentiment attached and associated with those words. So for me, to add a personal note, if I may, it's been a pleasure and very gratifying to work with you, Rick, with you, Jay, and with you, John. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
You the guy from the back of the room.
Julie, what do you say?
I wanted to say goodbye.
Oh.
Bye, Jay.
Can we all say hello to
Hello,
former
Julie.
Councilwoman Julie Lofstad? We miss you, Julie. Nice to see you here.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your service.
Merry
Thank
Christmas
you.
to
I
you.
love you guys.
Yeah. So, and let me take this opportunity too to wish everybody, a safe and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I'll say it again at the end of the meeting, but while you're all here, I regret that I didn't say that when I was up there, but it is a special time of the year. Well, thank you, and thanks for your
Jay,
patience.
before we move on, I just would like to thank you all. Before we get it to the meeting, I've worked with John and Jay now for 6 years, Rick for 4 years, and real briefly, as much as it is a privilege to be sitting in these seats, I was happy to work with people who really take it seriously, consummate professionals, and really did the seats justice, and they served you all and the town with honor. So I want to thank you all for that, and I just wanted to make sure that was said before we started the meeting.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
I'm excited about the new board coming on. I am sad to not be working with you in the future years.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll do fine.
We will,
Years
yes.
ahead. All right.
Vice versa. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the regular town board meeting of December 12th, 2023. Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is approved, and we'll move on to communications. I'll ask our town clerk, Cindy Schermeyer, to read the communications.
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the New York State Office of Cannabis Management, notification to municipality from the listed establishments, from Town of Southold to local law adoptions, Village of Sagaponack, local law adoptions as well. Emails, letters, and land use applications have been received regarding the following: the Best Facilities change of zone application entitled Liberty Garden, CR 39 Southampton, Chapter 330 Commercial Vessels in Residential Zones, Climate Action Plan, Community Housing Fund. We received a zoning board of appeals application for 33A Seabreeze Avenue in West Hampton. Bid and request for proposals have been received regarding the following: on December 13th, furnish and deliver assorted oils, lubricants, and grease. West Hampton Community Center, general construction. And that concludes our communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Okay, so next up, we will go to public hearings. And I'm sorry?
Except the walk-ons.
We have
Oh,
5
yeah.
walk-ons.
All right, we can have the walk-ons, thank you. All right, so there's 5 resolutions that are being requested to be added on. They're mostly minor in nature here. The 45008 appoints Charlotte Dickinson to office assistant position and trustees. 45179 appoints Brendan Morris to environment technician position land management. 45185 appoints Martin Pretorius to senior office assistant position municipal works. 45187 is our 24th warrant, and Rick is sponsoring 45184, award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for tilting roller trailers with All Island Equipment Corporation. So I'll make a motion to walk those 5 resolutions on.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. This requires 4 out of 5. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it was unanimous, and all those will be added on. Okay. So, to public hearings. First, I know most of you did not show up today to say goodbye to me and the other town board members, but we appreciate you coming to our farewell party here. A lot of you are here for public hearing number 1. I'd say that's most of you. That's Councilman Schiavone's hearing, I believe, on commercial vessels, which it was noticed for today, so we have to have the hearing, and the intention is to close it and then withdraw it, I believe.
That's correct, yeah.
So it's going to be, I think Councilman Scone is going to be working with the industry and trying to figure out what makes sense, what works, in terms of, the balancing act between neighbors and these commercial marinas in these residential neighborhoods. So it doesn't mean you can't speak. You're here. If you want to speak, we're going to give you your 3 minutes. But knowing that this is going to be closed, there's no resolution to adopt, the whole thing is going to get withdrawn. And back to, the drawing board here. So I don't want to take away your time to speak, and you've been listening to all kinds of other speeches, so you're welcome to. But with that in mind, maybe some of you will, hold your comments, maybe work with Councilman Scivone over the months, and then if there is a new resolution, that'll be a more appropriate time to speak. Councilman, do you want to say anything on this?
Sure. Janice, were you planning on coming?
Need to call the public hearing first before you continue?
I always just wanted to say this as a preface, so.
Okay.
Yeah, this was designed for the residential marinas. There are 41 marinas in the town of Southampton. 18 of them are in residential zones. Most of the people that I talked to about this had very little to do with their operations. Of the residential marinas, 2 of them are ours, so it's really 16 marinas. Now, in Southampton town, we have residential marinas, and then we have resort water business marinas, which is a very permissive type of marina. Most of you are from those kinds of marinas. The residential marinas were originally designed to service subdivisions, right? You put a subdivision in a waterfront community, you want a marina so that people in the community can have a boat, and we are seeing more intense use in those marinas. So, but with this particular piece of legislation, the co-sponsor and I have discussed this. We are withdrawing this, and we are going to be working on this over the wintertime and into the springtime. We're actually looking towards perhaps like new classifications of marinas in Southampton town. We want these marinas to stay. We want people to have access to the resource out here. It's important. It's who we are. So that's where we stand with this. We had to have the public hearing today because it was noticed, and so here we are. But like I said, and like the supervisor said, it's going to be withdrawn. So I do believe we do have to call the public hearing and have
Technically,
the
we
hearing.
do.
Yeah.
And, again, you can pass when I call your name. Or if you want to speak, we won't deny you that opportunity. I do want to underscore, too, that this board did, when I got here, these residential marinas were all non-conforming uses, which sends a signal that the town wants them to go away. We changed them all to conforming uses. They all today are conforming uses. They are permitted if you're a pre-existing marina in a residential zone. So the town isn't trying to make you go away. We want to see you succeed. We want to see business survive as well. So with that, let me ask our clerk to read the public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 1, to amend Town Code, Chapter 330-5 definitions and 330-10 Table of Use Regulations to restrict the operation of commercial vessels in residential zones.
All right, and I'll call upon Janice Shearer, our Town Planning and Development Administrator.
Hi, well, you kind of said everything I was
Oh, okay.
planning on saying, but
That's not on the
good
record,
afternoon.
so.
Oh, so, yes, this was an amendment request to amend the definitions and the table of use regulations for operating commercial vessels in residential zones. So here are the maps of all the marinas that this would affect. As you said, it's going to be withdrawn anyway, but you may recall several months ago, and to people that don't know this, we tried to work on these like sort of residential marina zones where you can actually have something, not RWB necessarily, but something that also allows some more commercial-like uses. And I recommend, in the new session, we work on that because that's a good idea. Town of Southold does that. Mr. Jeff Strong actually was working with us on trying to figure that out some months ago. So we're interested in doing that because it keeps coming up where the main purpose for zoning is because there's some kind of perceived conflict. And when you have maybe a 63-foot boat in a very small area, assuming you can even get it in there, people start to get upset because it's too large and what's going on here. And so we had a number of complaints about larger boats in smaller areas. So it's just a matter of what are you trying to regulate, and how do you accomplish making sure there's no in-water conflicts or nuisances in a residential area, but still allowing for the industry to make a living. So if you have any questions, I'm here, happy to answer them.
RWB there's a lot of use on RWB, right? Could you go through just some of the uses that are allowed? And
Sure,
there are
all
many,
charter
like-
boat fishing, any kind of marina, boatyard. You could have, RWB is also, was a zoning category when Southampton in its heyday was really for the resort industry. So it allows all kinds of stuff. You can have a nightclub,
Restaurants,
you can
right.
have a restaurant, you can have a roller rink.
So
You
we've
can
got
have all kinds of things in
RWB, and we have residential.
Yeah, and you have nothing in
so-
between.
Right, so we have nothing in between, and that's kind of one of the things that is coming out of this conversation.
Yes, so we're interested in having like a marina light, or a residential, something that is appropriate for these small marinas, but not necessarily the level of intensity that an RWB would bring to a neighborhood. So that would be, that's the balancing act there.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get to the public. Actually, we have one elected official who wanted to be heard on this issue. Let me bring Trustee President Scott Horowitz up first, and then we'll go directly to the rest of the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Greetings, everybody, and I couldn't leave here without at least one more time standing here and addressing you. Merry Christmas to you all. First of all, I'm here to collaborate with you, and at any point in time, you can always call me if there's something that I can help with. Being the president of the trustees, having the maritime heritage of this community, in my hands, in my board's hands, a lot of these marinas are on our property. The underwater lands are owned by the trustees. I stand here today as the president of the trustees, and I see a lot of the people I know on the water, and this is a live merchant marine credential. I'm actually Captain Scott Horowitz. I've been running charter boats for a long time. I did it a lot more back in the day before I was so involved in public service and in charity service with the Hamptons Offshore Tournament, and a lot of you, and I see the club jackets and stuff like that. So, I understand we have some issues in a certain area, and I'm here to offer my assistance to try and help you. Being a licensed captain in commercial vessels and charter vessels, before you get a credential, I'm a master 100-ton with a bunch of other endorsements on there, but before you get acknowledged to be a captain, you have to demonstrate a substantial amount of sea time. You have to be medically fit. You're subject to mandatory drug testing and so on and so forth. Written exams, you really have to know your stuff. And what a lot of it is about is because you have the lives of other people, of paying passengers in your hands, it's about good decision making, okay? And generally speaking, the folks that are there that are operating, charter vessels, whether people are going fluke fishing, striper fishing, a lot of you have eaten fresh tuna that's come off of my boat straight out of the canyons, running offshore overnighters and things like that. You have people's lives in your hands, and you have to understand the rules of the road, navigation, and you have to be able to make decisions that at some point in time can be, life or death decisions. So it's serious business when you have people that are operating on a commercial basis that have licenses to do that, okay? So I really feel that, the way the law was written, and I applaud you for, pulling this thing back, and Janice, I'd be more than happy to work with you, if you need any information. I know a lot of these folks, and I know a lot about this, and some of you know I own 3 boats myself. So, I'm here to offer my assistance to try and help. I'm here trying to preserve what I think is really important for the flavor of our community, our maritime heritage, charter, commercial. It's important. We need to work together. Navigation and vessels that are too big. There's a lot of things that are rooted in Old English law, especially in the navigation. We've had these conversations in the past, and I'm here to offer my assistance to preserve what everybody does here, preserve what I think makes our town unique and great, and keep it safe, and more importantly, try and help you resolve an issue that's going on in a specific area. At any point in time, get a hold of me to get around the table, and I'll try and help you resolve this so we don't have to go in this direction, and we can keep doing what makes Southampton town great. So I'm here to offer my assistance.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Okay? Thank you very
you.
much.
All right, so folks, I have 30 cards. If everybody takes 3 minutes, we're here for an hour and a half just on this issue, which is gonna be withdrawn. So it's up to you. I'm gonna go through them, but if you wanna hold your fire to the next go-around, I'd certainly appreciate it. All right, Keith Archer is first, and then Kristen Millenhausen is second. I'm gonna say who's on deck, just so you can queue up, so we don't have to wait for people to get through the aisle. All right?
Thanks. I'm only going to take 30 seconds. My name's Keith Archer. I'm an attorney at Harris, Bloom and Archer.
Well,
I'm
you're
in
paid
Melville.
by the minute, so you can, 30 seconds, you still can get a billable hour out of that.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. And I'm here on behalf of Yacht Hampton Boating Center and Marina Properties of Sag Harbor at 51 Pine Neck Avenue. So, based upon the understanding that the proposal by Councilman Schiavone is being withdrawn, I only have one thought, and that is, in considering the reworking of this, I think we just have to keep in mind that there are significant property rights that are at stake here, and I think everybody knows that. So that there are certificates of occupancy that have been issued for probably all of these marinas, so that it makes it a little bit more of a difficult task to revise and say you should amend, to RWB or some other district. But in any event, I'm happy to lend whatever help I can be and my client can be to this effort with the councilman, with Janice, with Jim, so that we can get this done in a way that works for everybody, the public too, and of course work with the trustees. That's it. I hope it wasn't longer than a minute.
All right.
Thank you, and happy holidays to everybody, and thank you to all those that are leaving the board.
Thank you. Thanks, Keith. Okay, next up, Kristen Millenhausen, followed by Jason Carey.
Hi. I have nothing scripted, but I, read a little bit about this. My son's going for his captain's license. Salt water runs in his veins, and most of the captains probably can attest to that. When I watched the work session on this, I had some questions. I'm glad you kind of peeling back a little bit. My question was, when you talked about zone changing, would that affect taxes? The boat slips are very expensive. You pay by the foot. We have a boat. I'm not a captain, but if you start to change zoning, will that then spill into cost on the captains themselves? From a safety standpoint, I view these captains as keeping our waters safer, because if you had folks kind of doing their own thing on the water, coming out for the weekend, going fishing, going on charters, keeps our waters safer. They can navigate these waters practically with their eyes shut. I don't know if you've ever gone through the Shinnecock Canal at peak times on the weekend or the inlet. It's actually very hard to navigate, so the captains actually give us such a great service. So if there are going to be any changes, it would be kind of shameful to have that cost trickle down to the captains. They have such a short window. They have to maintain hours and hours worth of time to keep their license going, as well as liability insurance. It's a huge undertaking to be a captain, and I think restricting them in any way, we don't want unsafe situations, but restricting them, I think, is really infringing upon a township of captains. It's just my input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No bearing on captains or captains licensing or their work.
All right, so Jason Carey, followed by Daniel Giunta, if I'm saying that correctly?
Yeah, hi. I'm Captain. I work with Yacht Hampton. I run a boat for them. I have 6 kids. This is about 2/3 of my income. I've got 5 girls. That's 5 weddings I've got to pay for. So I'm a busy guy. I work about 100 hours a week. In the summer. there's a lot of other charter boat companies out here that rely on Yacht Hampton for their charters, because he has a lot of access to a lot of the incoming charters that come in, and so a lot of them are not here today either. So, this is not very well thought out. I'm also a builder. I was there at the property that he bought a long time ago with a major developer who was planning on doing something much more massive in that area, and what he's done for that neighborhood and what he's done cleaning up that area is amazing. It looks really, really nice. That town dock was in disrepair. It was very, very badly maintained, and he's taken it upon himself to fix it up. So that's all I wanted to say. Just this is not right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So is Daniel here? Yeah. Yeah, right here. Okay, and then Daniel's followed by Captain Brad Reese.
Hello, my name is Daniel Junta. I have a charter boat in Montauk, the Double D. I'm also here speaking on behalf of the Montauk Boatmen's and Captains Association. I'm glad to hear that the resolution is being withdrawn. I'm just, disconcerted on how it maybe got to this point. But anyway, I think that what Southampton Town might want to do to try to narrow their focus is better define what a charter boat is versus bareboat charters. So, like my business, I'm a licensed charter boat captain. I'm an inspected Coast Guard vessel. I have the correct insurance. I have the correct safety apparel I need. My boat gets inspected. Now, a bareboat charter is a way to circumnavigate a lot of those safety matters, and the boat just gets rented out, and then the liability falls on the person renting it, and the owner can keep his hands clean. And if you want to try to limit the shenanigans that go on the water, I see a lot of things where it's a problem with bareboat charters and not charter boats. So maybe in the future, when you're trying to revisit this, try to put your focus on what a bareboat charter is and try to eliminate those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Captain Reese followed by Mark DeCabia or DeCabia. I apologize, blanket apology for all the names I mispronounced. So, all right.
Good afternoon to the members on the board and those who are in attendance today. My name is Captain Brad Reese, and I own and operate Someday Cane Fishing Charters located in Hampton Bays. I've been in business going on 25 years now, and the last 18 years have been based in Hampton Bays. We are a small 6-pack charter boat, which is licensed and insured for up to 6 passengers. We provide a safe and a fun-filled experience for those who charter us. We offer inshore, offshore fishing trips, sunset cruises, along with several other customized trips on the water. I can tell you that the thought of my business being shut down or banned by the town in which I live and run my family-oriented business out of is disheartening, to say the least. To force small residential marinas to change their zoning to accommodate charter boat business is an overreach from this town board. I believe it is up to the marina owner and the charter boat to come to agreements as far as the size of the boat, slip size, channel depth, or safe passage and parking needed to accommodate said charter boat. In my case, the customers park in a designated area provided by the marina and to use restrooms if need be. I work hard to keep my area clean and organized to accommodate my charter guests, as well as respecting the private boat owners within that marina. We are all very accommodating, and many friendships have been created over the years amongst boat owners. What separates a marina in a residential area from a neighboring homes? A fence, a row of bushes, a yellow line in the road. If the marina doesn't want a charter boat or a commercial boat to operate from their privately owned marina, then I think it's up to the marina owner, not the neighbors or the neighborhood. I'd be very curious to see the actual size of those neighboring homes next to those marinas many years ago. How many expansions were made? How much construction was done? Did any of these marinas complain or ask for changes in legislation about that? Probably not. Let's say a private boat owner in a residential marina has 10 guests on their boat for a day on the water every weekend. What would this be, or why would this be allowed, but not a charter boat doing the same thing? I'm passionate about what I do for a living and provide for my family. Excuse me, and providing for my family is the number one priority. When someone proposes a ban on charter boats, I take that very personal, and I will fight this to the end. Thank you very much, and save the charter boats.
Mark, you're next, followed by Joseph Calandra.
Good afternoon, Town Board. Thank you for hearing all this today. My name is Captain Mark DeCavia. I've been a commercial fisherman, a full-time private boat captain, and a charter boat fisherman for my entire life. I received my captain's license when I was 18. I'm now, 40 years old. I've owned and operated many vessels. I've operated one of the biggest East Coast charter boat companies, traveling all over the East Coast, Caribbean, Central America, all over. I spent about 250 days a year offshore. When I was traveling, I was bringing a boat to Florida when I first heard about this, and my heart completely sunk, because I love where I live. There's nothing better than this town. We all work on the water. There's not one person in this room who's not affected by a maritime industry. Every single person, their other jobs, what they have, is all affected by this. Noting that we should definitely make a decision, just like Dan said, between a bareboat charter and a charter fishing boat should be, one of the first things that we decide, before even getting into the marina aspect. That should just be a separate entity, because you could eliminate at least 3/4 of the people in this room and not have their business and livelihoods taken away. But everything that all my other colleagues said is 100% correct. And whatever I can do and pushing forward to, justice, I would really appreciate that. But thank you all for your time, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, you are next, followed by another Joe, Joe LaFace, if I'm saying it right.
How you doing, guys? Joe Calandra here. It's pretty much short and sweet. Two people before me pretty much said what I was going to say. But as far as fishing, I've been fishing for 50 years, working in charter businesses for over 20. And for the last 19, it's been full-time. I can't see that it should be beat up because of, certain areas. I can understand if there is an issue with the marina, like Fred was saying, that should be between the people. Pretty much that's it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, followed by Paul Albarano.
I'm gonna pass.
All right, so hold on a second, Joe. So then, looks like, lights, Captain, tough one, Bruce, maybe? Is that somebody? It's hard to read this one. Can you read it?
Joe, thank you for coming.
Who's a captain with a B?
Toulouse?
Bruce Robertson Dick?
Yeah,
We found it? All right, good, all right, go ahead.
Okay, hello, members of the board. My name is Captain Joe LaFace. My son and I, Captain Jojo, run a fishing charter business out of Shinnecock called Joe Dean Charters. I would like to touch base on a few key points on running a charter boat business successfully. You need a captain's license to operate a fishing charter boat. You need to take captain's course, which is a very grueling course, which consists of the following. You need to learn rules of the road, deck safety, navigation general. You have to have sea time requirements, medical training experience, which includes CPR and administrating first aid. Medical exam you have to pass, which is a physical, an eye exam, drug test. When all those requirements are met, you then can apply and then purchase the following: Division of Marine Resources charter boat license, charter boat insurance, saltwater fishing registration, federal fisheries permit, purchase a charter boat, purchase a boat slip, vessel safety inspection check every year. During each charter, you must record your catch, how many you kept, how many you disregarded, and send it to the DEC, full report every month, which is called the VTRs, Vessel Trip Report. I hope I laid everything out very clear for you, so you have a better understanding as to what we do and what it takes to run a professional and safe charter boat business. This is not only a business, this is a way of life for all of us. By enforcing RWB on all marinas, you will increase the cost of an already expensive business and possibly ending this century-old maritime heritage on the East End. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Captain, what's your last name?
Bruce Robertson Dick, a marine consultant.
Oh, Bruce Robertson.
Hired by Yacht Hampton to represent them.
Got it. Oh, see, I see it.
We
Captain
feel
Bruce.
that we would like to be a good neighbor and do nothing, absolutely nothing, to harm the area. Our attitude is benign. We have photos that might be considered. We have thoughts that might be considered. And it is my understanding that the Army engineers have had some work in this area, which Attorney Burke may conclude puts it at a federal level rather than a town level. I'll leave a copy of my qualifications with the town clerk, and if you would like to take copies of these photos, we would be delighted. We feel that perhaps a working committee might be more appropriate before a decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so, thank you. All right, so next up is George Kasdan, followed by Brian Johnson.
I can't make copies.
George, you passing?
I can't make copies
All
right
right.
now. I can't
Good to
leave.
see you there. All right, so we got Brian Johnson, followed by Michael Bowes? That would be appropriate if it's Bowes, B-A-U-H-S maybe?
He was in a room next door.
Okay, so let's get Brian up.
Hello, good afternoon.
How you doing, Brian?
My name's Brian Johnston. I operate a marina in Hampton Bays. I have for 20 years, and I also have a 50-ton captain's license pending. Everything that's worth saying has been said by everybody else. Just like to reiterate, just if the town could not make what we do any harder. Being a marina operator, we have the town, we have code enforcement, we have the DEC, and the charter boat captains have the same thing, even more. Insurances, storms, things like this is things we don't need. So if this can be kept in mind in the future, it would be very helpful to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Michael, did you make it in?
We're passed.
All right. All right, so then we got Thomas Groark. Am I saying that right? Hope you guys are better captains than you are at penmanship. Thomas Groark.
Is there a Thomas?
I don't know. Nobody? Thomas somebody. Well, I'll call another name. Jeff Strong. The Thomas lives on Munchaquag Drive.
Good afternoon, Merry Christmas.
Munchog.
Munchog?
Yeah.
Munchog Drive, okay.
Thank you for having us. I will open up saying I have had a productive conversation with Councilman Schiavone. Appreciate that, appreciate the dialogue, look for forward to more of that. I'm president of our family business, Strong's Marine. We own 8 marinas around Long Island. 2 of them are in the Shinnecock and Southampton area that would be affected by this, what was a rule that is now being pulled back to look at. I would say one of our biggest concerns is that raising the yellow flag, how did it get to this point without reaching out to the affected businesses for collaborative dialogue that you're asking for now? It's not generally been the style of Southampton, so I would just raise a yellow flag on that for future purposes. As many people have said, there's people from all aspects of the industry that are very willing to sit down at a table, have productive conversations, and get to a fair resolution for all parties involved. So I am disappointed that it didn't happen that way. I'm encouraged that it's being removed and gonna happen that way in the future. I submitted an email. I have a hard copy for the town clerk, but I did just want to touch on two specific points that were of concern to us as it relates to our marinas. The way it was written was about commercial vessels. And a commercial vessel, the way it stood out, was any vessel registered in a non-private name. So in Strong's Marine's case, we have two buckets of revenue streams that we've used for over 50 years at both of these marinas. One of them is boat rentals and boat club, which are generally in our market 30 feet and down. They're registered and owned by Strong's Marine, but we attract boater or potential boaters that want an affordable way to get out on the water with their family and experience the boating lifestyle. We provide lessons, we provide orientation, we provide rules of the road etiquette. To the best of my knowledge, we have not had any complaints about any of that. The way this rule was written, those would be registered commercial and would be precluded. It didn't feel like, I don't believe that was the intention, but that would be the effect, the way it's currently written. The second big bucket for us is we actively sell boats, as many marina owners do. Again, the way this is written, we take somebody out on a sea trial, it's on a boat that's registered to Strong's Marine. The way this is written, it's a commercially registered vessel. We wouldn't even be able to sea trial somebody for a prospective purchase because it's a commercially registered vessel. Very scary. So as many people have said, you know, we look at our marinas very much like farming. It's not easy. There's a lot of regulations, a lot of hoops that we all have to go through. I know the intention is to be supportive, but the way this was written, it is anything but that. So thank you for the future consideration and for being here today.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Tom? All right, Tom, and then Liam Schultz is next.
I'm going to speak directly to the mic because downstairs there is a group that's also, he hears this on the speaker, that's a little weird. This whole issue has somehow got out of hand. I'm a resident of Pine Neck, and Mike, and the concern here is Pine Neck and Mill Creek. Since this operation started in last July, from my house you can see exactly what's going on, and I can stand here in December and tell you that next July, if something isn't changed, there is going to be problems in the Mill Creek. So I want to talk about the Mill Creek is basically a recreational water body. It was modified in 1955 by the trustees, and I was glad to hear the trustee gentleman speaking today to go to him. We have to watch what's going on. Those boats cannot navigate between the individuals on paddleboards, kayaks, floats, etc. And you can talk about all the captain's licenses. What's going on with the fishing? God bless them. That's great. But in Mill Creek, there's an accident going to happen, and I have a boat there. I've seen it this summer, and I'm glad you're pushing a redo, because this whole issue is just about the Pine Neck site, and also the recreation body of water. I appreciate your time.
Sir, could
Thank
you
you,
just
sir.
tell me your last name? I was having trouble reading it.
Groark.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we got, is Liam here, Liam Schultz? Liam Schultz? All right, maybe he's downstairs. We'll go to Linda Hine. Linda Hine, if I call you and you, are you Linda?
Yes.
Oh, perfect, okay.
I've listened to everything that everyone's had to say, and there's a lot of really good points. This whole thing came up because of Hidden Cove Marina's sale, and some of the things that transpired, like Mr. Groark said, this last summer. It was abominable. The water was churned up, the speed limits were not obeyed. The some of the people getting off the charters on the town dock were rude and horrible to little children fishing there. I was there with my grandchildren, and they were chased. The biggest concern, I think, is that small marinas in residential areas should remain small marinas, not nightclubs, not destinations, not serving alcohol and becoming a restaurant and a destination. This is a family community. Children ride their bikes, people walk to the beach, they carry their stuff. It's a very small community. It's families, and I have no problem with charter fishermen. I don't even have a problem with a charter. I have a problem with the size. The size of the boats going in and out of this tiny little canal is ridiculous. It churns up everything. It definitely is affecting the growth, the undergrowth, and the speed limits have not been respected. And any captain that's worth his weight would know, any captain that's worth anything would know what a no-wake zone is and how to achieve it without having special equipment on their boat. And thrusters are absolutely not acceptable in that area. So I appreciate the town bringing this up and taking a look at it. I don't want to hurt the fishermen and the small charters, but these big charters and these big boats that absolutely do not belong in a tiny creek are an issue, and so is the alcohol and destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me try Liam again. Is Liam here? All right, how about Courtney Roush? Courtney? All right, see, some of these people may be in other rooms watching, so if they come in, we'll bring them on. But how about John Basti? Sir, what's your name?
John Basti.
Oh, perfect. John Basti.
You were close.
Yeah,
Great.
what did I say, Bass?
Yeah.
Basti?
Basti.
Be a bass fisher.
So thank you, everyone, today. And I love captains. I love powerboat captains, and I love the chartering business. But I love balance as well. And balance in our community has been lost between service to the community and corporation. What we have in the Mill Creek area, I live in Pine Neck Avenue as well, is a corporate entity who has become self-serving to make money and has no care about the residents surrounding. They can offer food and things like that, but that doesn't do it. They're pushing people out of the marina, doubling their fees. They're just isolating that area, using the public town docks at their leisure, and overstepping their bounds. And there are a number of other issues that they have been attempting to do, and it goes to integrity of the individuals running the place. So I have reservations about that. So thank you for your time, and it's got to be an issue of balance. I'm not against any type of leasing of vessels and taking people out, but there has to be a balance of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Did we get Liam or Courtney? Any of, no? All right, then we'll go to, oh, yes?
Yes, they come up from downstairs.
No problem. And Courtney, you're going to be followed by Kathleen Mulcahy.
Thank you for hearing me. I have also submitted the letter that I have prepared to the town clerk, as well as what I'm reading today. Submitting this letter in regards to Mr. Ialachi and his marina, at 51 Pine Neck Avenue. Feel many of the complaints against Mr. Ialachi and his newly acquired Yacht Hampton Boating Club are a combination of errors stemming from a bad tenant and Mr. Ialachi being patient and trying to honor the lease that the previous owner had.
You need some water? We can try to get you some water.
I might need a little bit. Kind of ran up the stairs really quick.
Somebody.
Take a breath.
Since the end of the summer, the tenant had been removed from the premise due to multiple violations and misconduct. Many of these violations and misconduct were concerns the local residents have brought up. My family and I have a very deep history within the Pine Neck community stemming back to the 1940s. My family and I currently live at 70 Pine Neck Avenue, 5 houses down from the marina, and my cousin also docks his boat at the marina and is a current member of the boating club. Generations of my family have walked this neighborhood every summer for decades. My entire life, I have watched summers come and go. My family, being deeply rooted within the community, have seen commercial operations operating out of this marina as far back as the 1950s. In the 50s and 60s, commercial fishing and pleasure cruise charters were operated out of the marina, and after changing owners in the 70s, skiffs with small engines were chartered out of the location. Sag Harbor Sailing operates solely out of the 51 Pine Neck Avenue Marina for 20 years. Global Boarding held a lease there for 13 years, but not only used this location as a satellite office and occasional pickups and drop-offs when convenient. This summer, I was employed by Global Boarding, the water sports chartering company. The owner had been leasing for 13 years with the previous marina owners of Hidden Cove. Global Boarding had begun operating for the summer as of May, a month before Mr. Ialachi purchased the Sleepy Little Marina. This was the first year Global would be operating solely out of this location. Many changes came when the marina was purchased, and I saw firsthand the operational inefficiency of Global Boarding versus Mr. Ialachi's Yacht Hampton. Unfortunately, Global Boarding became a crumbling business, showing inefficiency with service and serving as a complete drama factory, causing the state troopers, police, and Marine Patrol to respond multiple times to keep the peace and issue tickets and citations. Global Boarding received many citations regarding intoxication on premise, driving impaired, and improper boating operations. Marine Patrol only came to Yacht Hampton Boating Club to cite Mr. Ialachi for minor infractions, such as putting bumpers on the town-owned pier on Dock Road. This was not done to only serve Mr. Ialachi's needs, but he felt that he was helping to better the location for all. I personally witnessed many of the complaints being made regarding the new marina not being a direct result of only Yacht Hampton. The increase in traffic was exacerbated by the fact that 2 chartering companies were now operating out of the same location. Global Boarding usually had charters available starting from 1 hour and increasing. Yacht Hampton's minimum time is 4 hours. Yacht Hampton's clients usually use the front parking lot by the docks where their boat charters are. The back parking lot was used for staff parking, Global customers, and overspill from the front lot when needed, which was usually on the weekends. Never had I observed any of the marina's customers parking on the street in front of residential homes. I also never saw a Yacht Hampton customer stumble, slur, or act erratically from being intoxicated. I worked there 7 days a week the entire summer.
You're gonna have to wrap up.
3 minutes.
Courtney.
Okay.
If you could finish, you can always submit your comments in writing too.
I actually already have.
Okay.
I'm just gonna,
I
I'm
really-
gonna summarize very quickly.
I'll give you like 1 or 2 more sentences, because you're at 3 minutes now, and we have a lot of people who want to still be heard.
Sure, not a problem. The conclusion to my entire letter is, I feel that Yacht Hampton and the complaints against them were not solely due to Yacht Hampton. It was due to other issues, specifically a tenant who he was trying to honor a previous lease for. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Courtney.
Have a great day.
All right, so Kathleen, good to see you. Kathleen Mulcahy, followed by Dale Phillips.
Hi, Kathleen Mulcahy. I'm the Executive Director of Fighting Chance and the former Mayor of Sag Harbor. And before I start why I'm here, I do want to say thank you for all your service to you and John and Rick. You'll all be missed.
Thank you.
Joe Ialachi, owner of Yachthampton, is a board member of Fighting Chance. Joe, by himself and his boat company, has raised over $75,000 for Fighting Chance in the past 3 years. And that is by giving us boats to do our boating program, as well as giving us boats to auction off for prizes and things like that. I've also been a guest on his boats numerous times, and to the point of many people already saying he has experienced wonderful captains that follow the rules and are so much safer than if somebody were just to be chartering a boat and taking it out by themselves, etc. I just want to say that Joe is a good guy. He bought it in the middle of summer. He moved in. He did the best he could. I do believe every year it's going to be better. And as somebody said earlier, collaboration and working together is the way to do it. And I think he's most trying to get out there, work with the neighbors, and I hope that everyone will give him a chance to keep going.
Thank you,
So,
Kathleen.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Dale Phillips, is Dale here? Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Dale Phillips from Peconic Marina. I'm also a resident of Pioneer. Sorry, I'm winded. I have been a little sick, no COVID, no flu. There's been a lot of good things said here today. There's been a lot of non-applicable things said here today. I have a prepared statement, which, in light of the fact that you're going to revise everything, I'll reserve my thoughts. I think it was Jeff Strong that talked about a working committee. If you choose to do that, I would much love to be on that committee. As a resident, my family's been there 97 years. I've seen Pine Neck evolve. I remember the first marina there probably. A lot of changes. I also own a marina that's in a residential area, so could be affected by however these regulations fall out. So I would very much love to be a part of whatever transpires. I think being in both situations as a resident and as an owner, I think I could offer something of some help, and perhaps compromise could result. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Dale. All right, still no Liam, right? Liam Schultz. How about Michael Iacilli?
He had to go back to work.
Did Michael leave?
Yes, he had to go back to work.
All right, how about Gregory Bellafare, or Bellafaro? Gregory from Noyak, we can come back. How about Kathy Pilzak? I'll keep going. Tim Norton? Tim Norton is passing. You are?
Kathy Plizak.
Okay, perfect. All right, you're, Kathy, you are up.
Thank you. Hello. I'm a resident of the Pine Neck area, Mill Creek, and I just want to reiterate what some previous people have said before me. As a lifelong resident of Mill Creek area, I have a house on the water right there. I've seen the comings and goings, and my concern is that tiny little marina and access to that town dock. This summer, boats were way too big for that little area, for the channel, and at times, access to our ramp that is there was blocked by other boats. So that's my concern is our little marina right there, our little town dock, and our ramp that I can get my 19-foot boat in whenever I need to, and my kids and their rowboats and paddle boards and things like that are not swept away by these bigger boats. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, how about Richard Violin? Richard Violin? All right, perfect.
Morning, all.
Was I close on the last name?
I'm sorry?
Was I close?
Violin.
Violin.
That's correct. I've heard a lot about captains today. I'm a master myself, 30 years. And also, and I listen to the captains, and I understand they think they're safe. Let me tell you something. I worked 40 years in the nuclear business. They wouldn't work a half a day at a nuclear power plant the way they operate. I know safety. I worked for the safety department. They couldn't do it. Any case, I'm not after the captains. Let them go fishing. I have no problem with that. Problem I have is following the rules. I just saw on the next door neighbor website where this gentleman in Noyak Creek's gonna have this beautiful little letter that they're all gonna sign, basically saying they're gonna follow the law. Well, gee, he has to have them sign a letter saying they're gonna follow the law by not speeding, by not being noisy, by being a good neighbor. What an embarrassment. I'm sorry. This is a small community. He also does things at will, like refuel his yachts illegally from the dock, not once but twice. He also changes town property by adding things that he thinks is better. Who's he to think it's better? I say it's not better. So where do we go from there? All I'm saying, I talked to this guy Joe, for hours. I told him, you're not offering the community nothing. He shook his head. You're right, I'm not. Maybe I should take him out for a ride for an hour one day. That's not what we want. I says, look at that little kid with a paddleboard. He doesn't want to get hit. I says, look, you can't even hear the noise on the beach. That's what we want. I guarantee you he's going to try to get a restaurant and serve liquor there. I know he's serving liquor because they offer me liquor already. So, he doesn't have a liquor license. How is that okay? So he does what he wants, pushes the limit until somebody says, no, stop. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next, is Joseph Flotterin here? All right, get you in, and then how about Larry, maybe Werner?
Hey guys, my name's Joseph Flotterin. Some of you know me. I run an operation of about 30 commercial boats all throughout the East End, some of which are out here, none of which are directly exposed to this, but seeing, in line with all the other, there's a lot of captains here that I feel don't really need to be here today. Like having a fisherman come in from Hampton Bays and feel like his business being threatened, I feel like we're using a wrecking ball to fix a problem that really seems to be restricted to just Pine Neck, and I just don't want to see. I mean, most of what I feel has already been said, but I don't think we need to legislate this with zoning. I think this really just needs to be a conversation between Joe and his neighbors. And going forward, I know it's been tabled, but as it's tabled, like, the reason I'm up here, I just kind of want to ask, are there any other of these marinas besides Joe's that you guys feel have been an issue? Or is it just that one marina and we're trying to legislate to fix that problem?
We're not going to comment, I don't think.
The short answer is yes.
So there's other, it's just because the people that keep coming up, the conversation keeps going back to this one guy in this one place, and this is much broader and impacting a lot of people, when like the issue that's creating all the noise, it kind of feels like it relates to that one location.
Point taken.
Yeah, so hopefully, as you guys look at it, the rest of us, everyone's said it already, but this is a tough business, it's tough enough, and we're, trying to protect it as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I think the next card is Lori Werner. Lori? All right, I'll pass for now on that one. How about Dan O'Connell? Hey, Dan.
My name is Dan O'Connell. I live at 73 Pine Neck Avenue. My property is on Mill Creek. Mill Creek's 280 feet wide. We have 62-foot boats coming in and out of that narrow waterway. At high tide, it's 10 feet in the middle. At low tide, it's about 6.5 feet in the middle. I have a 30-foot Chris Craft and a 21-foot Boston Whaler. Both the bows are touching the bottom of the bay at low tide on my float. I have children. I have grandchildren coming in July. There are plenty of families that use that waterway for kayaking, paddleboarding, swimming, floating, clamming, normal activities. That's why we bought that property. When we bought that property, we had to go before a zoning board. We had to get a health department to get us to install nitrogen depleting sanitary systems. We had a lot of hurdles to overcome, and we did them, and we built our house there, and we've lived there for 15 years. This summer was a far different summer than all the previous summers. You had 62-foot yachts coming in, literally with around people kayaking, floating, swimming, using their bow thruster just to navigate the 3 turns it took to get to the dock, kicking up the bottom every single day. The boat that was the problem were the boats over 50 feet. I think this whole thing, captains taking 6 people out fishing is not an issue in a neighborhood marina. The issue is one person can ruin a good thing for everyone. And that's what happened this summer. One person is going to ruin a good thing for everyone in the town of Southampton, because he doesn't keep the boats under a reasonable limit, because common sense that used to be in a plentiful supply in this country seems absent in this entire issue. Who would bring a 62-foot charter boat in and out of a creek that's less than 300 feet wide, 10 feet deep at its max, 4 feet deep in the middle at high tide? That's insane. That waterway is filled with children and families. The houses on there don't deserve to be blasted with music. I read the 27 East interview, which was a puff piece, the first interview Joe Ialachi gave to 27 East, and I will quote him. This is a quote. He wants to bring a Mykonos-like feel to the area. I didn't know what that meant, so I looked up Mykonos on Google, and I'd ask you all to do it now. It's a thumping music nightclub open till dawn, a party atmosphere that runs often through the night to dawn. That's what Mykonos
30
is.
seconds.
Now, maybe he didn't understand what he meant when he said he wants to bring a Mykonos-like feel to Pine Neck. But I looked it up, and that doesn't belong there. Common sense it's a difficult task for you. How are you going to legislate or regulate and impart common sense in this area? You limit the size of the boats. You limit the hours of operation. You make sure they don't play music when they come into the channel.
3 minutes.
You make sure he replaces the sanitary system on that property
So you have to
that
wrap
used to
up.
have 2 or 3 people using a restroom a day. Now he's got a booze cruise with 40 people coming in after they were boozed on the cruise.
Sir, you're past the 3
I think you
minutes.
need a new sanitary system. There's a lot of things you have to look at here.
All right, thank
You
you.
don't have to put fishermen out of business.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time and Merry Christmas.
And we're not.
All right, Lori, you're up next. Did we get Gregory or Liam? Neither? Okay.
Hi, my name is Lori Werner. We could hardly hear downstairs, but they called my name. Yeah, I didn't know anything about this. I was sitting in my bedroom watching the news, and it was on Channel 12 News. And I went, what? Nobody has heard about it. So I was speaking to everybody in Hampton Bays, because I know a lot of people, Jay. You know I'm a real do a lot in the town. And everybody that I spoke to, they said, what? What? I bartended at Captain Norman's, a commercial fishing bar, for 10 years. So I know how hard the charter boat guys work, and women, and the commercial guys. This is outrageous. That's all I can say. I mean, I also think it was pushed in too close to the end of the year. We should have known more about what's going on. I don't even know all of the nuances of it. But I mean, I am 100% what I know about against it. It's going to bring in, as it always had, it's going to bring all the people that are going to go to the delis. We need our commercial fishermen. Any of you out there that are commercial fishermen and charter boat captains, I respect you so much. And they're all a big part of this community. And to try to push something like through, it's outrageous. And I'm not stepping out of this context, but isn't that interesting that they want to outlaw charter boats in Hampton Bays in a residential area, but it's okay to put in possibly a BESS facility that could burn our whole town down. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Lori, Jay, if I could
Yeah,
just,
sure.
I mean, the word went out that Southampton Town is banning charter fishing.
You know-
And that's just not the case.
Yeah,
And
hardly
particularly,
anybody that I knew anything about it.
right, because
I came into this
that's not the
industry-
case. So I understand how people are, got
They're
fired up
pissed.
the way that it was worded, the flyer that went out and stuff. But I understand, these are specific marinas with underlying residential, not the RWB that's near your
Right,
house,
right,
not
right.
anything like that. And it's being worked on, just,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you, I appreciate all the work you will do, thank you.
Thank you, Lori. All right, so is there anyone who wanted to speak on this who didn't fill out a card, who's here? All right, then, and we didn't get William or Gregory, so we'll go then to online. If you're watching this from home or office or other remote location and you want it to be heard on public hearing number 1, which is going to be withdrawn, so it's not gonna exist much longer, but it's been a very healthy dialogue today. If you want to be heard on it, you don't have to be, but if you want to be, you click the raise hand icon found probably on the bottom of your screen. Just for this one hearing, not for any of the other hearings that we have today.
We have one person on Zoom.
We got one?
Yeah, we have one.
Okay.
What voice is that?
Yeah, who's that?
You want to bring them on?
Bring them in.
Is that Kevin?
Here it comes, Helen.
All right, sir, can you tell us your name?
Sure, my name is William Hale.
All right, perfect. I'm not a lip reader. We're gonna try to get you unmuted. Try it again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Yep.
Great. My name's Bill Hale. I'm a Pine Neck resident. My family's been there for about 80 years. I'm actually neighbors with a couple of the people who've already spoken. Just really quick, I just wanted to say that I speak for a very large number of people who live in Pine Neck to say that we strongly support our local small marinas, especially the ones that play by the rules and that continue to operate in ways that benefit their communities. I believe that that was the town's intention back in 2018 when legislation was passed regarding this issue of residential marinas. So we absolutely support them. Most of the marinas and operators that have spoken today clearly respect, support, and serve their communities and are supported by their communities. So there's no quarrel. However, we are strongly opposed to new marina operations that attempt to significantly change the scale and scope of their existing operations so that they no longer serve the communities in which they reside, but instead reject, disrupt, and even threaten them. We encourage the town to implement new legislation or enforce existing legislation which precludes such activities as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else?
Yeah, there's 2 more.
2 more? Okay.
George?
Can you hear me?
We can?
Yes.
What is your name?
Hi, I'm Genevieve Allen. I'm a resident of Pine Neck. I live on Poplar Street, and my mother lives on Pine Neck Avenue, 2 doors from Southampton. I would like to say that Southampton, the former Hidden Cove Marina, formerly at Jacobson's Place, is no longer a marina. It's being operated as a high-traffic booze cruise hub and a high-end boat club, complete with food trucks, massages, and plenty of alcohol. I'm respectful of Mr. Ialucci's need to make a living, but not at the cost of the creek's health and also the safety of the neighborhood. I have 3 small children under the age of 8 who have been almost hit numerous times by people leaving the parking lot of Southampton. There has always been a parking lot there. I've been in that neighborhood 38 years. I've ridden a bike in that neighborhood. That's where I learned how to ride a bike. My kids learned how to ride a bike. I have never had issues with traffic the way I have had this summer. And from my mother's front yard, I have seen them overserved on the boats, stumbling off the boats. These are Southampton boats. These are not operated by another company. They are over 62 feet. They have sometimes upwards of 40 people on them. They all stumble off the boats and they get into their cars. They drive down the street too fast. And I heard the captain speak. I can say personally, I have seen him operate his boat too fast. They do not obey the no rake rule, and that's because they are incentivized to return to the dock, flip their boat over as fast as possible, and bring another 40 people back out. So this is not a marina, this is not a neighborhood service, and he can, put paint on whatever he likes. Actually, he shouldn't touch town property, but he can improve, aesthetically, whatever he likes, but it's actually destroying the environment. It is churning up the creek bed, it is making it unsafe. I did not let my children on their kayaks this year in the creek. I did not let them swim in the creek because there were oil slicks on it frequently. And actually, by the end of the summer, I wasn't letting them ride their bike 2 blocks away to their grandmother's house because it was really, really dangerous. So I don't know what to say. It's not appropriate for the neighborhood. And actually, Mykonos is appropriate metaphor because Mykonos is also a place that has been environmentally destroyed by over-tourism. So thank you for your time. I'm disturbed that this has been withdrawn. I believe that the sole issue is Southampton, not other charter camp captains. I'm a sailor myself. I have a family of sailors. I respect making a living from the water, but this is not the right venue for what Mr. Arlogy is attempting to do. And I'm disturbed that he brought lawyers to this meeting. Thank you.
All right, you said there was one more, Kevin, right? That's it? All right. All right, so, again, this is not going anywhere.
Could I just speak briefly?
Just hang on one second, so then I'll turn it over to Cindy, and I'm sure Councilman Scavone as well, but, I won't be here come January. 2 of the town board members will. They can wrestle with, and I understand there's some neighborhood, some issues that were brought to light today. There's also the commercial interests, and, I encourage those remaining on the board to work with the commercial fishing industry to see if there's some ways to address some of the community concerns without, impacting the businesses negatively. But Councilwoman McNamara?
Yeah, I just wanted to say briefly, I think too often we have public hearings that are open and people see the public hearing notice and they think there is a law behind it and it's going through and it's going to happen. I have called public hearings before where I have rescinded things. It's for me, it's a way to hear from you. And I'm happy that you have been able to come out in December, because I think if we'd called this public hearing in April or May, a lot of charter captains couldn't make it into a public meeting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday. So I'm glad we heard from you. I think we did hear that there is issues in a certain marina. I do know that there have been complaints in North Sea and another marina, which is why I think it's important to hear from you. And I think that, yes, we did definitely, I believe, need a task force and need a group of working people to get behind this. But that being said, my husband gave up his six-pack license because of the cost and the time involved in keeping that license current. I know what you go through. I have friends that have six-pack licenses, couldn't afford to have their boats if they did not go out for charters every now and again. So impacting our captains and our marinas is the last thing we want to do. We also would like to do this in a way that preserves our marinas in residential zones, because right now, with the underlining zoning being residential, there's nothing to stop them from shutting down these marinas and building a giant house on the water. So I think it's important from a protection standpoint as well as an enforcement standpoint, but I don't want to do anything that would, negatively impact, an industry that is the lifeblood of our town. So I thank you for coming, and I'm glad you were able to do it in December and not May, and I look forward to working with all of you in the coming year.
Councilman Scavone?
Sure. In addition to what I said, I want to thank everyone for coming out, the Noyak residents as well as the captains as well. And thank you for your engagement on this. From the people that I spoke to, most of you are in marinas that are perfectly fine with this. And I understand that, there's a spirit of camaraderie here, that the captains, like you come out for each other. I appreciate that and admire it. And we are going to be working with the community on this in the future for those 16 marinas, taking a look at, what they should be in the future and the amenities that they provide and the effects on the surrounding community. So we have heard you, and we appreciate your time, and thank you.
All right, So what we have to do just procedurally is we're gonna close the public hearing. There is no resolution to approve this. Councilman has said in good faith that he is withdrawing the initiative, and it sounds like there'll be some kind of committee in the future. Hopefully, we'll have substantial members of the industry as well as residents to see if there is something legislatively that can address the issue, or maybe not. So you're in good hands, and we'll take it from there. But I do appreciate you coming out. After we close this, as a lot of people are going to exit, so we have other business. Just if you could do so orderly and quietly. So, Councilman Scivone.
Motion to close.
Motion to close.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to move on to public hearing number 2. Madam Clerk, would you read the notice?
Public hearing number 2, to consider the acquisition of enhanced development rights at the property located at 181 and 305 Halsey Lane, Bridgehampton, from the prospective property owner, Peconic Land Trust, Inc., as contract vendee, and amend the CPF stewardship plan to include the properties.
Okay, thank you, Sunday. Okay, so this public hearing, this is pretty familiar farmland in the Bridgehampton area that we've been working with Peconic Land Trust and the property owners and neighbors to put together a way to keep it in farming, food farming, and not see it become giant subdivision of large homes. And I'll turn things over. I'll probably have more to say on this, but at the moment, I'll turn it over to Jackie Fenlon, our CPF program manager.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. It's a pleasure to be here today. Sorry to see the 3 members at one of the last meetings, but pleasure working with you all. So yes, today we are here with the prospective purchase of enhanced development rights. So enhanced development rights is a threshold beyond general development rights. It puts more restrictions on the property, and these properties are located at 181 Halsey Lane and 305 Halsey Lane. So this is actually 3 separate properties, which total 27.3 acres of prime farmland. So this is class 1 and class 2 soils. This is like some of the best soils that there is in the region. And this is in the hamlet of Bridgehampton. So I'll just call out the 3 tax map numbers, which are 900, 87.2, 1.1, 11.1, and 16. So the assemblage is here behind me on the aerial right here. And as you'll see that we already have an existing agricultural reserve, which is located directly to the east, which is highlighted in green. So the 3 parcels that we're considering today are highlighted in a yellow outline. And then you'll also see across the street on Halsey Lane on the east side, west side, sorry. On the west side, there's already preserved land, which would preserve this view shed as well. So this is very important farmland. I wanted to thank the family because we've been working with them diligently. I want to thank all of their representatives as well. We've been working with the realtors at Bespoke, as well as a partnership with the Peconic Land Trust and the representatives from Peconic Land Trust. I think this is a very important acquisition. We've been working a very long time on this, and just happy to be here and hear any public comments. We already did receive probably about 7 to 10 letters of support this morning. And this is a very valuable acquisition. This is one of the main reasons that CPF was created, an initiative to preserve farmland.
So just a couple of quick things. One, John Halsey, I don't think is here today, he couldn't be here today, but worked extremely hard on this, not wanting to let this fall the way of so many other agricultural pieces to, additional subdivisions, because too many of those, and you start to lose your whole sense of community character. That whole agrarian feel that, the Hamptons area and, North and South Fork is really world famous for. So I really appreciate John bringing this forward. But what's unusual here are 2 things. One is the price, right? So this is Bridgehampton, one of the priciest zip codes in the country. This is way south of the highway, in an area where homes sell for tens of millions of dollars sometimes. And we're fortunate to be in the position to compete, in this case, with private development interest, because we have the CPF fund. So the total price on this is not being borne by the town. The total price, I think, is $48 million.
Correct.
$48 million. The town is being asked to contribute $30 million, and the neighbors, through the Peconic Land Trust, the other $18 million, which is really extraordinary when you think of it, that residents of this area have stepped up through using their own funds that they could have used for anything to try to preserve farmland. And I think that's really remarkable. So I just sort of wanted to set the stage for this. You know, it probably is the single highest price transaction that certainly I have seen, so it's probably, and I've been here for a while, it's probably the highest in CPF history.
I believe so.
So that is my guess, but it is in a very, expensive area and a really treasured piece of property that losing it would fundamentally change the area. And I think that's why we're here, and that's why the town board is trying to do this. So with that, is there any questions or comments for Jenny? Yeah.
So I fully support this. I wanted to say that the Ag Advisory Committee did speak on this at their last meeting. They are in full support. They are thrilled that we are preserving this property. And they are very happy that we are doing so through an enhanced rights, so it will remain in food production forever, not just be a tree farm or art equestrian farm. It will be in food production. It will remain an active farm. And, that being said, it is a large purchase, and I believe that, there are a lot of times when we're up here and we're deciding, $1 million, $2 million for a smaller piece of property that we're knocking down a house on or letting it revert back to something that it once was. This is actually preserving something as it sits before it gets destroyed. And it's literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And, people say all the time, oh, there's $200 million in the CPF fund. Well, that's great, because pieces like this, when they come up, if you don't have the money, you have to let them slide. And what a shame it would be to not be able to preserve this as it sits and keep it farming. I mean, it's to me, it's what the CPF fund was designed to do, so.
All right. Tommy John?
Sure, Jackie. What we're talking about here with the enhanced agricultural easements, currently, ag and markets law allow farmers and to sustain their operations by doing a number of different activities on their, which is pretty extensive. Excuse me. The purchase, little Freudian slip there.
Expansive.
Yeah, but it's
Extensive.
extensive. They could have weddings, all kinds of venue, agri-entertainment, but all kinds of things, right? Upstate farmers down, but these are state laws that govern this. But enhanced ag easements, like Councilwoman McNamara said, this is strictly food production. That's what these.
80%.
80%.
80% of the parcel will be strictly food production, yes.
Okay, and this particular parcel, this has Bridgehampton loam. I mean, I know we talk about this, it's gone, by the wayside. I remember growing up in Sag Harbor, you drive down to Bridgehampton, there were farm fields, as far as the eye can see, a couple of houses dotted on the horizon. But this is one of the last large purchases of this Bridgehampton loam that exists, that's not been subdivided and developed, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I too fully support this. I think it's an incredible opportunity, and I'm happy that we're able to do it.
It is prime soils, it's valuable
It is.
soils, but unfortunately, they're not nearly as valuable as the real estate is out in the Hamptons, and that's what we're competing against.
Correct.
That's what we're competing against. So growing corn and potatoes compared to building a second home mansion with tennis courts and swimming pools.
Yeah, so I did want to
The harvest is much greater
Yeah.
from that financially, and but that's what the fund gives us, the ability to compete with that and be able to save some of these last pieces of farmland.
And I did want to add, with the enhanced development rights, it also significantly lowers the resale value. So this will ensure that farmers and local farmers who, can actually afford to purchase this land. So the Peconic Land Trust will be looking and evaluating that and putting that out to local farmers. And it just makes it much more affordable for real farmers who live here and in the area and live locally to be able to afford this farm and, make sure it's preserved and cultivated for generations.
And we're going to also, as part of that bundle of rights, we're going to protect the vista as well.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
that
this
it
is
can't
key.
be hedgerowed in, that we spent all this money and the public doesn't get to enjoy it, doesn't even know it's there. So
Correct.
we want to make sure that that vista is protected for future generations.
Correct, yeah, there's language in the easement already, but Dan and I have actually been working together and collaborating to make sure that the vista is preserved. It's very important in this location, and especially with the parcel across the street, it's kind of more rare now that you have an expansive view on both sides, which are in active cultivation, and like Cindy said, not a tree farm or a horse farm, or laying fallow. So this has been in active cultivation, and we want to keep it that way.
Okay.
But also, a point that needs to be made is that the enhanced easement, which has sort of had its ups and downs over time, really allows us to control the type of farming, what's farmed there, but also how it's farmed, relative to protection of the environment with intensive fertilization and other things like that. So it's a good thing all around. I'm fully supportive of this, and it's nice to be able to do this.
All right. Well,
It mandates that it be farmed too. That's part of the agreement. It has to be farmed. It can't be fallow. Sometimes we buy development rights on a property and
And
it
nothing
restricts the
happens.
development,
Right.
but the properties become fallow. In these cases, it has to be, food crop, and it has to be farmed. And it's the resale, as Jackie said. Right now, we're talking about $25,000 an acre, and that's the limit. So that's a great opportunity for young farmers to come.
Yeah,
But there is-
I'm just trying to make the point that the enhanced easement is a tool for future boards to be able, after we go, to be able to
Sure.
look after the land that we've acquired for this
Yeah.
purpose.
But there is no restriction on what they can use on the property.
I was just going to say,
No,
there is no,
yeah, no,
fertilizers
I'm
or
sorry,
anything.
not on this particular
Yes.
but it's on, the easement allows for that. And
Yes,
that's,
Well, and if it's
More
not-
sustainable environmental
Right.
practices.
There is a
yes.
provision, though, if it's not farmed and it remains fallow for a number of years, that we could
We can.
firmly
Yes, absolutely. That's what I
Yes.
mentioned. yeah.
put
Right.
somebody to farm it.
Yeah.
But, with the in this case, the Peconic Land Trust will own the farm.
The fee title, yes.
They'll own the farm, we will own the rights to build homes, and also restrictions on, that it has to be food farmed, and some other restrictions. And then the Peconic Land Trust ultimately will sell it at a certain price per acre that is part of this easement that locks in that to a local farmer.
But through an RFP process,
Doing
so
our
that fair and
process.
equitable.
Yeah.
That part we can't control, but that's what the intention is. So, all right, let's go to the public.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
did just want to say, Kim Cordy from the Land Trust is here.
Yeah, and I have
representing
Kim
Peconic Land Trust.
first.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, Councilman.
No, I was going to say, the glue between all this is the Peconic Land Trust. They'll write a little from here, pull us all together and get this done. Staggering amount of money. When I first saw it, I was like, oh boy, But in all honesty, thank you to the Peconic Land Trust. It's pretty much what, the whole CPF fund meant when it first started. I remember the days, I remember Fred Thiel talking about it, and it sits right in with what the intention was. So it's a great acquisition, and I'm really happy we were able to do it.
Absolutely. Particularly in the South Fork.
Haven't done it yet. All right, thank you. All right, so Kim, I'm going to bring you up first, followed by Greg Holbrook. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to make their comments known, and we're going to stay pretty strict. So.
Okay, well, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Kim Cordy. I'm the Director of Conservation Planning at Peconic Land Trust. And thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I'm speaking in support of the acquisition of the enhanced development rights on the Bridgehampton parcels identified as Suffolk County Tax Map numbers 987 to 1.1, 1.11, and 16, also known as the Topping Farm. This farm contains one of our most valuable resources. It contains the prime ag soils, as you mentioned, Bridgehampton silt loam and Haven loam, some of the best in the region. These soils have supported the agricultural production here for generations, providing our community with fresh local produce. and the bucolic farmland provides vast scenic views along Halsey Lane that are iconic to the hamlet's community character. The Peconic Land Trust has been fortunate to be able to structure a deal with the Toppings in which we would purchase the fee title and partner with the town to simultaneously sell the enhanced development rights. This would not only ensure that the land would be protected in perpetuity, but it would also ensure that the land remains in food production, keeping the industry of agriculture alive. There are not many of these farms left on the South Fork, as our community continues to feel the pressure of development, and this farm is among the last of the 8 large unprotected farm parcels on east of the canal in the town. Our community character and our productive farms are rapidly disappearing. We are fortunate to have the Community Preservation Fund to help protect these lands that are iconic to the East End. And the Trust is happy to partner with the town and protect this farmland to ensure it's not only protected in perpetuity, but to ensure it will be farmed for food production for generations to come. What really sets this apart from other acquisitions is that the Trust, along with several very generous members of the community, have raised over $18 million towards this acquisition. And that we can bring private money together with the CPF funds. It enables everyone's dollars to go farther to achieve what could have been an unattainable goal. The members of this community have really stepped up to make this preservation possible. So I ask you, with this tremendous support from the community, to once again partner with the Trust to acquire the enhanced development rights on this historic farmland and to ensure the beautiful scenic vistas and food production for our community. We need to do what we can when these opportunities arise to ensure agriculture stays alive on the East End. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
So there are 14 other cards plus a number of online speakers, I believe. So everybody's welcome to their 3 minutes. If you're, the board's already signaled its support, tentative support, pending the public hearing outcome. But if people want to say ditto, that's okay. You can say, I agree with everything the last speaker said, but, or you can speak, or if you're in opposition, you can certainly make that comment known. All right, thank you, Kim.
Also, I just wanted to mention that Greg Holbrook had to leave, but he's going to attend via Zoom.
Okay, all right, thank you, Kim. All right, so I have Greg Holbrook next, and we'll come to him later. Susan White. Followed by John Millard.
Thank you. Hello. Ditto. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for considering it, and thank you to my neighbors and to the Peconic Land Trust, because it's really an amazingly fantastic thing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your ditto.
And may all of our speakers be that short, and all of our Christmases be white.
My name's
Okay.
John Millard, ditto with an asterisk. Full disclosure, my wife's and my house abuts the Topping field. We have a very keen interest in the outcome of this discussion. If we lived in Quogue, however, I'd still be here, urging you in Spike Lee's famous term, words, to do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your brevity. All right, Kathleen McClelland, followed by Justin Spring. Is Kathleen here? I take it you're Justin?
Yes.
Justin Time, Justin Spring.
Hi there.
And
I'm-
then Justin, you're going to be followed by Constance Kassoff, if I'm saying that correctly.
Okay, I'm here to say ditto as well, and to say thank you both to you and to the Peconic Land Trust for getting this together. A bunch of other community members were here waiting in the auditorium and had to leave. So along with myself, my partner Tony Corner, who's over here, and my friend Andrea Heyer, who's over here, we're all residents of Toppingsfield Court. We have residents of Church Lane and Hildreth Lane in Bridgehampton, Jane Island, Alex Akavan, Eric Deaver, all very much in support of the acquisition of this land for preservation of farming and also for preservation of the beauty of this very special part of the country. Okay?
Thank
very,
you.
and very happy to hear you say the names of your neighbors and know who your neighbors
Yeah,
are. It's a rare thing these days.
We're all super excited about it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Justin. All right. So, I called some people before, I don't know if they came in. I guess, Constance? Is Constance Kassoff? How about Anthony Corner?
It's okay. He's okay.
Ditto. All right, perfect. How about Douglas Bartner?
Also ditto, and I just rise to thank you very much for the words of support. Really appreciate it. I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and happy holidays to you all.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your patience today. I know it's been a long meeting, and so gonna be a lot longer. All right, how about Alessandro?
Jay.
Oh, hey, Alessandro. How do we say your last name?
Sarah Leggy.
Sarah Leggy.
Yeah.
Is that
Basque.
Basque?
Yeah.
Sarah Leggy.
So here we go.
So
Hi, I'm Alejandro Saralegui, a Southampton town resident at 59 Hildreth Lane in the hamlet of Bridgehampton. I think it's wonderful that the town is considering purchasing this property for many of the same reasons that many here have mentioned, so ditto. A much younger, but just quickly, just two thoughts. A much younger me recalls farm fields rolling down to the ocean or pond's edge. Nowadays, when visitors come for the first time and we're driving down Halsey Lane, I have to explain that concept as we're driving by beautiful fields of corn or potatoes in bloom on Halsey. I'd hate to lose that teaching moment. And although I'm not a farmer, this purchase, along with the 40 acres from Ray Topping Sr. several years ago, a private piece of 22 acres of farmland, and a 10-acre reserve add up to 99 acres of essentially contiguous farmland. A pretty impressive farm in these parts, I think. To put it in perspective, that's a quarter of the size of the Principality of Monaco and an eighth the size of Central Park. I am saying that Monaco is smaller than Central Park. Just to be clear, I support the town's CPF purchase of enhanced development rights at 181 and 305 Halsey Lane from the prospective owner of the Peconic Land Trust. And although my mom might think I'm a pagan for saying this, happy winter solstice, everybody. Thank you.
It is. Thank you, Alejandro. You still have my due, right? I have to
Yes.
come over there and visit those
Now that
beautiful
you've got some
gardens.
time.
I will have some time. That is one of my favorite places. Beautiful there.
And happy
Right,
solstice to you. 10:37.
How about Ronald Wolfgang? Ronald Wolfgang going once, twice, 3 times? Or how about Anita Wolfgang? All right, the Wolfgangs maybe are in another
Maybe
room
gone.
here. Carlene, how do we say it? Porcella.
Hi there, Carlene Borsella from Hildreth Lane in Bridgehampton. We know all of our neighbors in the neighborhood, or most of them. We're very lucky to have them. And I just want to say thank you for supporting this very, very important purchase. And just as a reminder, during the pandemic, our farmers out here turned on a dime and provided an extraordinary amount of food and support in this community. So I'm just very delighted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. How about Jonathan Heffler?
I'm Carlene's husband.
Oh.
Ditto, and thank you for the chance to say ditto. I had remarks prepared, but I cannot improve upon anything that's been said by the board, so thank you so much. I will add that we lived out here during COVID, and it was astonishing the response of the farms that sustained all of us, that we can all gather behind this cause and preserve what they do for the community. It just touches me deeply. So thank you all so much, and of course, happy holidays.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of great farmers out there.
Okay. Sergio Canetti?
So Sergio Canetti, resident of Church Lane, Bridgehampton as well. Ditto, and I would like to actually congratulate all of you for this extraordinary feat. I came to this country 40 years ago I came from a country where the people who have money tend not to give the money back. So it's wonderful to see that happen. Then I started coming to Bridgehampton 20 years ago, and that's when I first heard about the Peconic Trust. And it's something that I tell everybody who doesn't know that that's possible, that, you know, farms to exist because there is an institution that makes that possible. So ditto and congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, was there anyone else in our town hall audience that wanted to be heard who didn't fill out a card? All right, ma'am. And then we're gonna go right to our online audience, because we do have, I believe, a number of speakers there as well.
I'm just going to be very brief. I just wanted to also say ditto. I'm Andrea Heyer. I live on Toppingsfield Court, like Justin and Tony, and a number of my other neighbors are here. I think this is a great thing. I mean, I've been to several weddings where the cause du jour was Peconic Land Trust, so I'm glad to see how the funds are actually applied. I also wanted to note that I walk past these fields quite often, and there's an abundance of wildlife there. I don't know what would have happened to all of that. You know, there are geese, there are deer, there are all sorts of critters there. I don't know where all of them would have gone other than the road. So for that reason, I'm also very happy that everybody seems to be on board with this today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and anyone else who's here at Town Hall? All right, let's go online. So if you're watching this from a remote location and want to be heard at this public hearing on the acquisition of this Bridgehampton farmland, preservation of the farmland, click the raise hand icon, we'll bring you on. I think Mr. Holbrook we're waiting for, and I think there may be some others.
Well,
How many? 12? They might all say ditto, right? Hang in there.
They could put them all on at once, and they can all say ditto.
It could be like the Brady Bunch up there. All right, we have Peter.
Peter Fetter.
Peter, we're not
Fetter.
seeing Peter Fetter at the
Okay,
moment.
sorry.
You might have.
Oh, there he is. How you doing, Peter?
I'm well, thank you, Jay.
All right.
Congratulations, thank you for your service.
No, my pleasure, my honor.
Oh, can I start?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just congratulating the board on this proposal. I think it's wonderful. I think it's imperative that we can do all we can to maintain our open spaces, specifically in Bridgehampton and all its various forms. I think this public-private partnership hopefully will serve as a funding model for other acquisitions in the future. And that's all I have. I think it's a great day for Bridgehampton. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity. We're gonna bring the next speaker on. Happy holidays to you, Peter. One down, 13 to go, is that? We got it?
11.
Was that?
11 more.
12 total.
Well, oh, okay, sorry. 11 to go. Oh, Pamela
Hello,
Harwood.
everyone.
Hi, Pam.
Hi, you can hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you. It's not very often I get to speak on this topic, so I don't think I'll just say ditto. But when we first purchased a home in Bridgehampton in 1991, 32 years ago, Bridgehampton was the unhampton, still full of farmland and other large pieces of undeveloped space, as well as historic farmhouses and many modest affordable homes. But because there was so much undeveloped land, it became a magnet for developers. And we have seen much of our farmland and open space become subdivisions with oversized homes, and Jay, you pointed that out. So we are so proud to have learned that when the Topping Farm was on the verge of being sold to a developer for subdivision, that a group of neighbors, including at least one Bridge Civic member and an Bridgehampton Civic Association, worked with the Peconic Land Trust to purchase 27.3 acres, contributing $18 million of their own funds to support the purchase. And it was also with great pleasure that we learned that the town is considering using $30 million from the CPF funds, all of which might be said to have come from real estate transactions in Bridgehampton over the years, to purchase the enhanced development rights to the Peconic Land Trust to prospective new owners and stewards. I absolutely support this purchase, and preservation of farmland and other open space is a strong component of the mission of the Bridgehampton Civic Association. Thank you to everyone involved in this effort. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Pam, and
Thank
happy
you.
holidays. Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, you too.
All right, we're gonna bring the next speaker on. I think we should have about 10 left. I hear you very faintly, so let's see if we can fix it.
I'm Justin, and I'm his neighbor on Toppingsfield Court, and again, ditto, and just our deep thanks to all of you. We're very appreciative for this initiative.
Can you tell me your name one more time?
Sarah Blight, and we abut the field, and we faced it for the past 10 years, and we are just deeply grateful. We really enjoy and appreciate it so far.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Happy holidays to you as well. We're gonna bring the next speaker on. These hybrid meetings were an outgrowth of COVID. We started doing this to just protect public safety so people could participate in government without putting themselves at risk. And we've kept it going because it's a big town, and there's, try to keep some of the cars off the road and make it easier for people to participate.
Am I next? It's Mary Behrens.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, town board, and thank you to the Land Trust. I'm Mary Behrens. I reside at 68 Summerfield Lane in Watermill. Although I'm in Watermill, I'm very, very close to the Halsey Farms in Bridgehampton, and I ride my bike there frequently, almost daily, up and down that street. So I want to say thank you so much. Ditto, ditto, ditto. And formally, I support the town's CPF purchase of the enhanced development rights at both 181 and 305 Halsey Lane in Bridgehampton from the prospective owner, the Peconic Land Trust. And thank you all for all you do, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to
Thank
you
you.
too, Mary. All right, we will bring on the next speaker. These hybrid meetings also let some of our seasonal residents or part-time residents who may be, faraway locations participate as well.
Hi, Julie Burmeister, 148 Ocean Road. I'm a neighbor in the neighboring neighborhood of Talking Farmland. And I can't express it better than what a fabulous coalition. Absolutely fabulous. And of course, I support the action.
All right, thank you,
Great,
Julie.
thanks,
Nice to
Julie.
see you, and happy holidays to you. Merry Christmas, be safe and well.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring the next speaker. Hello?
Hi, my name is Kitty McCoy. I'm a lifelong and full-time resident of Bridgehampton, and I too would like to say ditto and thank you to everyone involved with this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Kitty,
Thank
and
you.
happy holidays to you as well.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring the next one on. Are there about, what, 5 more, or roughly?
Counting down in your head.
I've lost count.
I think we're midway.
I've been trying to provide like some entertainment in between. I don't know what else to say, other than it sounds like preserving farmland's pretty popular. We can all thank Assemblyman Thiel for his work in helping get the CPF program up and running.
Jay, there's really nothing wrong with silence once in a while.
I don't know, I'll mention that to Fred.
Been waiting 8 years to say that, John?
You'll have plenty of it soon.
I know I will.
Don't you worry. All right, sir, we see you. Let's see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, happy holidays to all. My name is Ronald Wolfgang. I live at 137 Holy Lane, so I'm very close to the property. Ditto to everything that's been said. My wife and I are strong supporters, and we believe in this action and support the CPF purchase of the enhanced development rights at 181 and 305 Halsey Lane from the prospective owners of Conic Land Trust. Thank you to all of you, and happy holidays.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wolfgang. Happy holidays to you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along rapidly here. John, was there anything you wanted to say?
Not a thing. Well, there was a time when I was a young child.
Maybe we could sell advertising.
Only 6 more public hearings to go, and that's the ending.
I'm Ollinger, and I'm a resident of Bridgehampton. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for preservation. Congratulations and ditto. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet. Kevin, how many more do we have?
4 more after this one.
Okay.
After this one.
So I take it 5 total.
Doing some quick math.
John Halsey.
Oh.
He's not
There
going to
he
say
is.
ditto.
He wouldn't miss it.
So you must be far away to miss this. So I know you.
I'm not far away at all, but I am delayed in my departure. So I had this opportunity, and first of all, I want to say ditto. But I do want to wish everyone the very best during this holiday season, and a special thank you to Jay as our supervisor for 8 years, and board members, John Bouvier and Rick Martell, for your service. We have done a lot of great things together, so we've got lots to think about and lots to be inspired for the future. I also want to thank the Topping family for their willingness to consider conservation, and so it's great, and we're going to keep this moving. And of course, the community itself that has participated in coming up with 18 million plus towards this acquisition. It's just it's what we want to see, and it really shows that the Community Preservation Fund is something beyond even the public money, but the private investments that people are willing to make. So, needless to say, I'm in support. But it's great partnership and a great model, and it's great for agriculture. It's great for everyone. So, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
John, before you go, and I know you'd be here if you could, but this wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for your steadfast support. I don't even know how many times we spoke on the phone on this parcel, trying to get the town to increase its contribution so that you could put the pieces together. All the private fundraising that you did through the Peconic Land Trust to get us to this point. So I just want to personally thank you for making this happen. It wouldn't happen without you, and wish you also the very best. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Well,
Did-
thank you.
Ditto, John, ditto.
Well, thanks so much. I do want to shout out the Frankfurt family because they really have been, I think, the inspiration for a lot of the participation because they've come in big on this effort on the private side. So they weren't able to join us today, but I want to shout out thanking them for their leadership as well.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
All
Thanks for not letting this one slip away, so.
Yeah. Yep, that's what it's all about. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
All right, thanks, John. All right, we have a few more. We're losing our audience. No, it's okay.
Hi, I'm Lily Stahl. I'm Alejandro's sister, and I'm Mary's neighbor over on Summerfield Lane. And I just wanted to tune in to say ditto. And I really applaud the long-term thinking and the taking words and making them into action and the purchase of this land. Really, hats off to you all. Thank you very much for your service. We ride by it every day when we're out there. So thank you again, and happy holidays to you all.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Three more, right? I know there's people in the audience here on other hearings. Thank you for your patience today. Oh. No, speak of the Frankfurt. You are, we can hear you.
Hey, good afternoon. I no longer can see the town supervisors, and my name is Luke Frankfurt. And on behalf of the entire Frankfurt family, I want to first express my admiration for John Halsey and his team, some of whom we got to know, particularly Kim Qualley. And it's 40 years ago this year that John Halsey founded the Peconic Land Trust. And it's been an incredible journey working with John and his team. Their dedication, their passion has been an inspiration to all of us. Secondly, I also want to say it's been a remarkable journey getting to know many of our neighbors for many years. Again, I live on Ocean Road, and the rear of my property faces the Topping property, and we very much appreciate the farmland, of course. And we do think we as a community, those of us in the neighborhood that have been active, have developed lasting relationships and a much greater sense of community, and we're thankful for that. And lastly, and perhaps most significantly, we're thankful to you, Jay, and the rest of the town supervisors for your willingness to really partner with us, and the Topping family, of course, and their commitment to keeping this land, their land, which has been in their families for more than 300 years as farmland. So happy holidays, thank you very much, and we will look forward to enjoying the farmlands for generations to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Frankfurt, for your central role here, too. You played a real critical role, and personally, you know, putting up a significant amount of your own savings to make this happen. So thank you, sir. That's a great community benefit because of your actions.
Well, thank you. You're most welcome. It's a great win-win for everyone.
All right, Merry Christmas to you.
Same to all of you.
I guess everybody that's here today gets Christmas cards from the Frankfurt family.
Yeah. He sort of played Santa this year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hello, it's Steve Schiller.
All right, Steve, I don't hear you yet, so we're gonna.
Okay, let me try it.
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Okay, good. I just want to
Okay,
say,
we do hear you.
my wife and I own a property at the corner of Hildreth and Halsey, very close to that property. We're big supporters of this, not as much as many other folks on the call here today, but really, really, really appreciative of the Frankfurt family, the other donors, the Peconic Land Trust, you ladies and gentlemen of the board, and the Community Preservation Fund. Huge win, thank you, thank you. And frankly, it's just thrilling to see something like this come together. Just thrilling to see all these different elements come together for something important like this. Very appreciative of this. And best wishes to all of you. I know you've been sitting there a long time. I'm surprised there isn't beer or something harder next to you. But
Eggnog.
really, really appreciative of all you do. Thank you, best wishes, and happy holidays. And a shout out to John Halsey and his staff at the Peconic Land Trust.
All right, thank you, Steve. All right,
Yeah, only 6 more public hearings to go, I think.
it's all right. So-
That was all.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Boogie, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that hearing is closed. There will be, there is a resolution on for today to authorize the supervisor to, which is me, to sign the contract. And if that contract is completed, while, before I leave office, I would love to have it as one of my last acts as supervisor. So hopefully that will be able to come true. So, all right, we're gonna move on to the third public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 3, to consider the acquisition of property purportedly owned by Agawam Lake LLC located at 137 Pond Lane, Village of Southampton, New York, and to amend the CPF project plan and CPF management stewardship plan to include the property.
Okay, Jackie Fenlon, our CPO program manager, will introduce this. So this is another important acquisition. This is something the board's been working on for quite a while. These are familiar properties that Mr. John Paulson was able to acquire when they were for sale to prevent them from being developed as large estate properties. And we are looking at one of these properties, which is adjoining a property that we already own. In fact, we have a number of properties in this area around Lake Agawam, including the Dosha property, the Pierce Concert property, the one adjoining Pierce Concert, which is a woodland piece. And should this be added, this will add to the aggregation of properties we have along Lake Agawam. So this is a $13.25 million acquisition, and we've been working with the Lake Agawam Conservancy, with Mr. Paulson, with village officials, and others, Ms. Sajifra in particular from Lake Agawam Conservancy, to get to this point. And I know, Jackie, I probably took away some of your thunder here, but if you want to fill in the missing pieces, I appreciate it.
Sure, yeah, thank you, Mr. Supervisor and town council members. We are here today to consider the purchase of 137 Pond Lane. So this is a 4.8 acre parcel of land located on the west side of Pond Lane, very close to CPF Holdings to the north, which include the Pierce Concert House, as well as on the west side of Agawam Lake. So this is Suffolk County Tax Map number 904-14-3-52.10. And again, this is for the purchase price of $13.25 million. We have been working diligently with the village officials, with the representatives of Mr. Paulson, to ensure preservation of this. We have looked at larger park plans for the area, but at this moment in time, we are just looking at the single purchase of 137 Pond Lane, with no other contingencies. I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record. And this will add to the holdings of CPF as well as the village for the overall Agawam Park area.
Right, so there's no requirement that Pond Lane be changed in any way. There's, potentially this piece would be used in a swap that will enable Dozier to be used for the biofilters.
Yeah, there's
to help clean up
home rule
Lake
legislation.
Agawam. But other than that, I don't think there's any contingencies for the village to have to even operate it. We'll get to that at another point.
Correct.
The town will own it, and then we'll figure that out in the future. All right, any other questions for Jackie? All right, we have cards. So actually, I only have one card. Is Jesse Warren here? Former Mayor Jesse Warren? He may have had to leave, or maybe he'll be online. Okay, so we'll, does anybody here wish to be heard at this? Mackie, did you want to speak on the Pond Lane acquisition? We may have speakers online.
Hi, Mackie Finnerty, Southampton. I just want to thank all of you for considering this. I think, as all of you know, anybody who's read the paper over and over again, it says that Lake Agawam is the most polluted body of water in New York State. That's sort of shocking, as we know. It's just right down the street. So many things have been tried, and now there's this new thing with this machine that needs to go on this piece of property, which is already preserved. And so we need a swap, as you know, for somewhere to swap it. So this is the swap. It's critical. It's like a whole circle of things that have to happen to try and clean up Lake Agawam. And we're very hopeful about it. I know other issues have come in to it, but we really don't need to consider those today. We're still hoping we'll get that other piece. But this is so important that you have done this and worked this out with the village. And this sort of amazing machine, which I still can't believe, that's going to do millions of gallons of water a day. And all these things are experiments. The state and other people have put money into it in hopes that they're going to find a way to clean up these polluted ponds that are everywhere. So Southampton Village has sort of been a guinea pig for this. And actually, most things have not worked. A lot of things have been tried, and they have not worked. They worked a little bit, but not enough. So this is not just buying another piece of land in a swap, but it's a critical experiment in preserving the environment. So thank you for considering it, and I hope you will pass it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Jackie, I don't know, did you point it out? It's the last poster on the right there. It's that large cleared property. Just maybe real briefly. So yeah, this is the property. It's on a hill facing Lake Agawam, and then the piece above it, just to the north, we already own, and then the piece above that is the Pierce Concert property, and then Agawam Park, and then Dozier is not, is off the screen there, off the poster. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're gonna go to online. Our remote audience, if there's somebody watching this from their computer and wish to be heard, click the raise hand icon. We will bring you in.
One person. Probably Jesse.
Mayor Manger. All right, Bill.
afternoon, Supervisor and members of the board. Thank you for allowing the public to speak on this very important issue of preserving a large piece of land really in the heart of the village in a beautiful location overlooking Lake Agawam, almost adjacent to Agawam Park. And I would like to thank the town board. I'm hoping in advance of acquiring this property, with the Community Preservation Fund money. This will be an excellent parcel to preserve. Again, a beautiful site located within walking distance of the heart of the village. Not too many parcels like that left, especially one that has a view that this one has. So it really is an important parcel to save. Not to mention, again, what Mackie was just talking about, the fact that that legislation has been put forward in Albany and signed into law by Governor Hochul to allow this block to be swapped for Dozier Park on the east side of Lake Agawam, so that we can go forward, as she was saying, with the algae harvesters that are slated to be located at Dozier Park in close proximity of the lake shore, so that we can again begin to clean up the waters of Lake Agawam that are very polluted. The property at Dozier Park has been slated for this for some time now. I have signed an initial contract on behalf of the village to go through the permitting process for the algae harvesters, of which we must receive one from the EPA, NEPA. And then, once this property is swapped, I will be able to sign the rest of the contract to actually manufacture the harvesters, for which, again, I will thank the town board for their contribution to that, but also Senator Schumer for a $5 million contribution from the federal government. And if all goes according to plan, we will be able to have those algae harvesters up and running sometime next summer of 2024. So again, on behalf of the village, I want to thank the town board for the step they're taking today to acquire this parcel with Community Preservation Fund money for its perpetual preservation, but also then allowing us to be able to go forward with the algae harvester placement and the cleanup of Lake Agawam. So thank you all very much, and happy holidays to everybody.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Happy holidays to you. Just a technical point on that algae harvester, that Dozier property, which will, where it will be located, it's not gonna not be a park. It's going to, Dozier was going to stay a park. It's only being alienated for the purposes of the temporary placement of these algae harvesters. And after that's over, it will remain a parkland. So it's, we keep talking about it as a swap, but that's technical in nature. Dozier still will be a park when this is all over and done. It's not gonna be
That was
some
the
other
only
municipal
speaker.
property. All right, anyone else? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, excellent. All right, so I'll make a motion to close the public hearing on the Pond Lane acquisition.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will move on to the fourth public hearing notice. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 4, to amend various sections of Town Code, Chapter 254, entitled Peddling and Soliciting to administer existing fingerprinting process through the police department instead of the town clerk.
All right, thank you, Sunday, and Deputy Town Attorney Christine Scalera will introduce this.
Good afternoon, Supervisor, members of the board. Did you want to call the other one too?
We can, if that's a...
Just because they're
Okay.
together.
All right,
Supervisor?
sure, in the interest of time, let's call them both.
They're similar, but a little different. Public hearing number 5, to amend various sections of Town Code, Chapter 299, entitled Taxi Cabs and Vehicles for Hire, in connection with redirecting the current process of fingerprinting from the town clerk to the police department.
All right, Christine?
Good afternoon again. What you have before you for your consideration are several amendments to Town Code Chapter 254 entitled Peddling and Soliciting, and several amendments to Town Code Chapter 299 entitled Taxi Cabs and Vehicles for Hire, all for the purpose of transferring from the town clerk's office the current administration of fingerprinting over to the police department, and the amendments collectively achieve that goal. If you have any questions, either myself or Sunday, our town clerk, can elaborate, and if you are supportive of these amendments, we would ask you to move forward with the resolution of adoption that is later in the packet on today's agenda.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Christine? All right. I don't have any cards on this, but is there anyone who wanted to be heard at either of these two hearings, 4 or 5? Seeing none, we'll go to our online audience. Is there anyone online indicating they wish to be heard at public hearing number 4 or 5 on the changes to the fingerprinting requirements? All right, I'll make a motion to, I gotta do 2 separate motions, so I'm gonna make a motion to close public hearing number 4.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so number 4 is closed. I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 5.
Same second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we're gonna move on to public hearing number 6. Madam Clerk, would you please read the hearing notice?
Certainly. Public hearing number 6 to consider amending Town Code 330-84 height to allow additional height for new dwellings with gabled roofs located in flood zones.
Okay, Katie Garvin, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce us.
Good afternoon, Katie Garvin, Assistant Town Attorney. The proposed code amendment before you is to allow additional height for houses that are designed with gabled roofs in the flood zones. In 2014, the town board had amended the town code to allow houses that were existing in flood zones to be elevated, even if they didn't comply with, even if they exceeded the height or the pyramid encroachments, because they were elevated in order to comply with FEMA. But that did not address any new houses or any new additions to these existing houses. So what we have before you is to encourage people to use gabled roofs, to have a better design on the ocean fronts, to allow the gabled roofs to give a little attic space to these houses in the flood zones. And it gives you, if you're proposing one of these houses with a gabled roof, it gives you 3 additional feet of height.
Yeah, let me just add a little bit to it. So, if you're in these flood zones, you have, the first level has to be at a certain height, so that
Correct.
basically the rushing waters potentially go under. These are houses that are on stilts, moorings, whatever you call them.
Pilings, yep.
Pilings. And you can't put your utilities, in beneath it. So it creates a real problem. What we also see is because of the height, you're starting higher up and you have a maximum height and we've been counting that roof, the gabled roof, that people aren't putting in gabled roofs. They're putting in flat roofs.
Correct.
They're putting in just modern houses because they're punished for doing traditional houses. So this doesn't give much. East Hampton, I know they give 7 feet of relief for traditional roof lines, for gabled roofs. This is 3 feet of
Yep.
additional wiggle room to maybe get some people to do traditional houses rather than modern homes. Not that there's anything wrong with modern homes, but we don't want to have exclusively modern boxy types of homes. And I know
Correct.
Sean McDermott, our chief building inspector, is here, and I conferred with Katie and with Sean in putting this law together. What's been happening is that everybody goes to the zoning board routinely to, if they want to do a traditional house. And this may reduce some of that caseload, and the zoning board's been traditionally granting that extra height.
Correct, and actually, oftentimes, the zoning board will encourage people to comply with the height, but then they'll give variances for pyramid, and the pyramid encroachments typically have more of an impact on the neighbors than the height, because with this proposal, it'll have the gabled roof closer away from the property line, more in the middle of the houses than on the edges, because that would result in the pyramid encroachment.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Katie?
No?
Sean, did you want to say anything?
No, just if anybody had any questions.
Okay, all right, so I don't have any cards on this. Does anybody want to be heard on this minor height relief for these floodplain homes? Just have traditional roofs. All right, we'll go online. There's nobody in the audience indicating they want to be heard. Is there anyone from our home or office, remote location audience who wish to be heard? All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the 7th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 7, to consider the adoption of the Community Housing Fund Project Plan.
Okay, we have Kara Back, our Director of Housing and Community Development. Am I saying that wrong? It's close, right?
That's good enough.
Good enough, all right. Kara, do you want to introduce this?
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to present this plan to you. In 2022, the town board adopted a housing plan. It was prepared prior to the establishment of the Community Housing Fund tax, and it gives a broad list of categories of how the proceeds of the fund may be used. The Community Housing Fund project plan before you today will be used as an addendum to the town's housing plan. It details a variety of programs within those categories that can be funded under the CHF. First, there are 4 programs for first-time homebuyers. There's a down payment assistance program, a shared equity program, a remodel program, and an employer-assisted down payment program. Next, there's an affordable easement program, which will assist developers who want to build new affordable housing. There are 3 programs in the plan that will assist in creating affordable rentals. There's an accessory apartment program, a motel conversion program, and an adaptive reuse program. Fourth, there's a program where CHF funding can be used for direct mortgage assistance for the town's volunteer essential workers in order to make their home more affordable. Fifth, there is a CHF funding program to assist the town's workforce, seniors, and disabled, allowing them to be able to live in the town. Most of these programs do not create new density, but rather use existing home stock and just make it more affordable. These programs were prepared after researching housing programs that are working in other resort communities across the country. Also included in the addendum is the role of the CHF Advisory Board to assess potential projects and make recommendations to the town board. The addendum details the structure of the board, whose members represent a broad range of specialties and who are appointed by the town board for 1-year terms. It also includes the advisory board's operating procedures and mission statement. I thank you for your consideration of this addendum to the town's housing plan. We are still awaiting a response from the Suffolk County Planning Commission to our submission of the plan, so I do not have a resolution of adoption for you at this time. I'm able to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, and the sponsors, I think there's 2 co-sponsors, Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Scavone. The intention would be to adjourn this to another date.
Yeah, I want to adjourn this to January 9th and have a public hearing on that date as well with the new board and move forward from there.
Okay, well, we will take comment today as well, but there's no resolution to adopt on for today. As much as I'd love to be a part, I was a part of the initial plan, and the new board will have the opportunity to make changes if they wish and adopt this if they deem it
Yeah, we'd like
appropriate.
to get some of these programs up and running, so, that would be the motivation to adopt the plan. But I want to thank you, Jay, for all your support, on not just of this plan, but also of my department, and John, you as well. You will be truly missed. And Rick, I have to say the same for you, because another one of my departments is the Youth Bureau, and you were a tremendous asset for us, so you will be missed as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll miss you. I'll miss you, certainly. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure working with you, Kara, and it's such an important issue. All of the things that you are working on, the youth services, the senior services, nutrition programs, as well as these, housing initiatives. And, you stepped in and took over from Diana Weir, who was a friend of mine who did a really wonderful job at that department, and you're continuing to move things forward, and I wish you well in the future.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the cards. So, Philip Smythe, you're first. Phil, you will be followed by Joy Cianci.
All right. Before I start, I'd just like to say that I hope that these perhaps sometimes caustic comments will be taken in the spirit of the season, and thanking Councilman Bouvier and Martel for their service, and thanking Supervisor Schneiderman for his service. It's a joy to live in this town. All right. You can't manage what you don't measure. To know where you're going, you need to know where you are. Tell it early, tell it all, tell it yourself. These are some old saws from the world of planning and communicating those plans in government and business. The Community Housing Plan final draft leaked on social media indicates that the town and its planning bodies are in need of assistance in this regard. This document indicated a flawed understanding of the state of Remsenburg-Spionk, and there is still a lack of clarity and communication regarding the town's plans and goals. To begin with, there is evidence that the town is continuing to rely on consultants who produce cursory studies relying on census data, which is sometimes used in ways discouraged by the Census Department itself. While a step up from consultants seemingly hired to attack neighborhood associations as NIMBYs, the work product displayed in the draft still leaves something to be desired. Apparently gone are the days when towns like Southampton would make important public policy decisions based on their own unique insight into the makeup of their own population. Exhibit A. In census user guides and instructions, there are repeated warnings discouraging the use of American Community Survey or ACS data to generate population counts. ACS data is drawn from survey samples averaged over many years. As such, it generates characteristic data on a bell curve. Summing across that curve for totals generates large errors. Citing 2021 ACS data, the draft document states Remsenburg-Spionk has a small population of 1,891. At the very least, this number should be presented with its statistical margin of error, plus or minus 357. This would indicate a statistical upper bound of the hamlet's population of 2,248. In contrast, the Census Bureau's full count taken in 2020 showed a population of 3,110. The Remsenburg portion alone had a population of 1,991. The document goes on to state population has decreased 8.6% since 2011. In fact, census full count data indicates that the population increased 17.7% between 2010 and 2020. These numbers were presented at the Remsenburg Association annual meeting in October 21 for all and any interested parties. While some could consider this statistical minutia, it paints a picture of a board that is out of touch with the demographic reality of the western end of Southampton town. I'm here to tell you Remsenburg-Spionk is densely populated and growing, exactly the opposite of what is portrayed in the draft report. This report contains numerous other flaws, including references to targeting historic structures seemingly calculated to let imaginations run wild. But I'm out of time, so we'll have to leave that for further discussion. Thank you very much.
Happy holidays, dude. All right, so Joy, you are next, followed, is Aram here, Aram Tutrunian? I don't see him, so.
Aaron didn't give me he had to leave, but he gave me a submission, a written submission.
Okay, and Gail Lombardi will then follow Joy.
Okay, hi. I'm Joy Cianci, and I'm here on behalf of the Community Housing Funds Advisory Board. Thank you for the opportunity. So the work of the Housing Board since its inception in March has been focused greatly on the hamlets and reviewing publicly available data. I just want to address the gentleman before me that the project plan that's before the board has removed the hamlet assessment. That's just a study that we are looking at to inform ourselves and help us shape our recommendations ultimately to the town board. The project plan that we're seeking approval of is just the programs that Kara walked through. So I hope that's clear. We can help address that offline if not. So what we've been doing, like I said, for the last 9 months has really been greatly focused on the needs of the town's hamlets with what data is publicly available. And our needs inform the design of the programs that have been put forth in the project plan to support affordable housing needs of the town. The advisory board fully supports the project plan that Kara has put forward to the town board today. What we've also been doing over this time is reviewing just a number of proposals, but as listening sessions, because I think as people are aware, the fund has not been, had any money in it until recently. So until the project plan is approved, we won't be in a position to put forth our recommendations for ultimately the town board's decision. So I just wanted to express that the advisory board's been working very hard to support the creation of the project plan. We hope that it does pass so we can get busy on the work at hand and making our reviews of applications and proposals to make recommendations solely to this board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joy.
Thank you, Joy.
All right, Gail, you'll be next, followed by Michael McCullough.
Good afternoon, and thank you for all you have done, and thanks for the advisory board. It shouldn't be advisory board against everyone else, as it's been now with the Climate Action Plan. I submitted a letter to you all. The plan is woefully underprepared. And I do appreciate all the work, but coming from where we're looking at the comprehensive plan, if you looked at today's 27 East, they talked about Sag Harbor, talking about affordable housing, and it turned into a comprehensive plan conversation. And here we are in the town of Southampton with what I call a incomprehensible comprehensive plan. Like, we don't have one at this point. We have all this ad hoc, the housing plan, as that gentleman stated, is outdated. It had outdated information. It's being relied on. I agree 110%. Because I looked at it, I don't understand why that isn't being considered, because all the data is there. So the letter I submitted in detail, as I said, the proposed uses of tax monies seems very arbitrary. There is no real supporting data to support the uses. And I give you the example, I'm sorry, my notes. The first-time homeowners being considered. Why just first-time homeowners? Why is it 50%? What is the sweet spot? Why? We really don't know. There is no supporting documentation in that plan to support arbitrary decisions. And while Kara said there's no additional density, it's supporting new development. How could you say there's no additional density? The housing plan fails to provide for the equitable, here's a big word, equitable distribution of affordable housing. It fails to consider hamlet by hamlet. The plan fails to provide for specificity in the uses of the funds. It's very general, it's very, and we're talking about tax monies here, where the specificity, like in the Community Preservation Fund, it's very specific. It's not specific, it's very loosey-goosey. That's a tax technical term. It leaves the fund open for discretionary, you want to call it a slush fund, for special interests. CPF project plan fails to identify and consider any adverse impacts that it would have on the community. And I'll give you the example. You're going to decrease the tax base for subsidized housing. Well, who's going to pay for that? The rest of us. Where is the analysis of the adverse effects? Where is the analysis for community, the community character? Where's the analysis for how our schools are going to be funded? And lastly, regarding the CPF board, it's comprised of those, if you look at the listing, mostly of housing industry people having potential vested interest or a financial motivation. The CHF board lacks a diversity of interest and expertise, including the town assessor and other people in town, and representation from the 17 unincorporated hamlets, and specifically essential workers, because that's how you guys had advertised the plan. So, and then my last thing is, of course, you're kicking the can down the road about secret review. Again, you could look in a site-specific instead of overall plan. A town has limitations. You can't look at one development and say, oh, that doesn't have any secret review when you have 40 of them going on in our town. And so in closing, the CPF project plan needs to be tabled. The CHF project plan advisory committee needs to be expanded. And additional research, right in the plan, they talk about all these open tasks. Those tasks have to be done first before you start expending taxpayer monies. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Gail. All right, Michael McCullough, followed by Myron Holt.
Michael McCullough, I'm here today on behalf of Friends of Peconic Preservation. I'm here on behalf of the President of Peconic Preservation, Jason Davis. I have a letter for you on his behalf. The Friends of Peconic Preservation is an association of Hampton Bay's homeowners advocating for responsible land use and conservation around Peconic Bay. We have reviewed the community housing project plan that was revised on December 14th, and we're very concerned that there's not a designated slot on the advisory board for a representative of environmental concerns. There are slots for developers, there are slots for community housing advocates. There's not a slot for environmental concerns. We think it's a major problem. So we urge the town council to amend the plan to designate a slot on the advisory board for a representative of environmental concerns. We thank you for your attention to this point, and we look forward to working with the town on these issues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. All right, Myron, you are next, followed by Raymond D'Angelo.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this proposal. I also want to thank the board members who are departing based upon term limits, and for your service to the town and to its population. And it's been a great effort on your part, and I want to thank the town board for their courage to support the creation of the Community Housing Fund in the town and in passing the necessary referendum that enabled us to have the fund created. As a correction, or based upon what I heard from previous speakers, the consistency or the membership on the advisory board is set by the statute, not by the town. And therefore, if they required, if the legislation required that there be a member of environmental representative, that would have been something that would have been mandated upon the town. And I don't know how you could submit other names with other backgrounds if it was not included in the legislation, because it was strictly restricted in the number of members on the advisory board. And as far as the hamlets or villages within the town, villages are specifically permitted to add members to the advisory board. As far as the existing plan that we've come up with, I want to thank Karabach and her very limited staff for developing this plan and the effort that went into it, because I think it is comprehensive within the parameters of what we are trying to accomplish. We're trying to get the town to focus on the need for the different types of affordable housing, whether it's workforce housing, whether it's senior housing, whether it's additional dwelling units for seniors. This is what is important for the town, because we cannot continue to just have them build it and they will come, because they are certainly coming, and with them are coming their trucks and their cars, and it's impossible to travel within the town in the evenings and in the mornings. And we have to do something about it by trying to create affordable housing within the township so that we can more or less help the people who work within the town, not so much the people who are employed by the town, but who are employed by stores, commercial establishments within the town. And I think what we're trying to do is get the town to recognize, and the public within the town, members in the town, to recognize that this is a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you,
Thank
Myron.
you.
All right, Mr. D'Angelo.
Ray D'Angelo from Hampton Bays. The plan the issue I have with this plan is the equity part of it. And it says some nice, it's in the plan, and there's some nice wording. The housing plan states that the plan shall provide for equitable distribution of community housing opportunities among all the communities of the town. Well, the plan says, the name of the plan is the Town of Southampton Community Housing Fund Project Plan. It doesn't include any of the villages. There's 7 villages. So it's really, the plan is for the unincorporated areas of the town. Wouldn't you agree with that? I mean, the villages, I think the previous gentleman said that the villages can add people, only if they opt in. Unlike the Community Choice Aggregation Program,
they're not included, they have to opt in, and none of them will opt in, I guarantee you that, because they don't want this housing. And it's all gonna fall in communities like Hampton Bays, Flanders, East Quogue, all the unincorporated areas of the town. And I'm willing to bet anybody on that issue. And that's what my problem is. It says nicely that they're gonna take opportunities that would the town, among all the communities of the town, so that no community has an undue concentration of community housing opportunities that would substantially alter the character of that community. What do you think is gonna happen if you put 160 units in Hampton Bays? You know, 160 units, the original plan was that it was only gonna generate 11 more children in the school district, which I remember telling you, that's science fiction. And this is the problem with this plan. I mean, by the way, I am the president of the Hampton Bay Civic Association, and I cannot comment on this plan because I only have a draft of the plan, and we never got this. We couldn't vet it with the community, with the Civic Association, so I could come here and speak on the behalf of the community, the Civic Association. I can't do that. So this is, again, last minute thing, which I don't understand why we had to have this thing done at the last minute in a rush when a lot of people haven't even seen this plan. Again, it escapes me why this is being done like this. This is a recipe, the definition of poor government. I just want to make sure you're listening. This is a recipe for poor government. Especially, we're in a holiday season. We're in a season of Advent. And also, I know, I come from an Italian-American background. We already started the Feast of the Seven Fishes. We start preparing the fishes now.
30
and here I am,
seconds.
talking about this. All these people losing. Like, you gave the rest of the town off tomorrow. You should have postponed this hearing. I don't know why it was done last minute. Now, no one's even seen this plan, really. Again, I'm the president. I only got a draft copy, so this isn't the final plan, right, Mr. Bouvier? I mean, this is really, again, a definition of poor government. And this is consistently happens with us. Now I see that on the 27th, which is 4 days before you guys leave, we're gonna have a thing about the Liberty Gardens.
3 minutes.
Why is this done at the last minute? I know I'm not gonna get an answer to that, but this is the problem with this. And it has all the wording about how it's gonna be equitable and all that, which is all nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D'Angelo.
Just note, there is no notice of adoption.
And, yeah, no, this isn't being adopted today. This is gonna be adjourned into January, and there'll be plenty of time for the Civic to review it and others, as was already stated. Okay, that is the last card that I have. We're gonna go online now. We are on public hearing number 7, related to the community housing plan. If you are watching from home or other remote location and wish to weigh in, please click the raise hand icon, and we'll bring you on. 2? 3.
Oh, there's Aaron.
Oh, there's Aaron.
Oh, hey, Aaron.
Supervisor, members of the town board, I apologize for not being there in person. My name is Aaron Tertunian. I'm on the board of directors of the Southampton Business Alliance. And on behalf of our 300 members and the thousands of employees and families that we support, the Business Alliance rises in support of this plan. No other group is more keenly aware of the need for workforce and affordable housing than the Business Alliance. We have worked very, very closely with the town for decades on this subject, and I want to thank Back and the advisory committee for their outstanding work. Especially want to recognize Mr. Anthony Panza, who is a member of our board, who has served on the advisory board as well. And we understand that there will be an additional hearing, and we understand that this plan will move forward in some way, shape, or form is our desire. So we rise in support. Thank the town board for the opportunity to comment, and we wish everyone a wonderful holiday and prosperous new year.
All right, Thank you, Aram.
Thank you.
Aram, I also noticed that you're, well, it's not here, but you're planning on speaking at the 8th hearing as well, so we'll bring you back online, is that correct?
Unless I make it back to town hall before then.
Okay, you got it. All right, thank you, sir. All right. That's when he had the beard. All right, we have two more. All right, Michael Daly.
Hi, good afternoon. Michael Daly. I am a member of the Community Housing Advisory Board, although I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself. The plan that you have before you is been put together by the advisory board, Kara Back and Julie Fitzgerald. This advisory board was appointed earlier in the year and has spent approximately 1,000 hours cumulatively of our time on this plan, on going through the legislation, on going through the original Community Housing Fund legislation, and really delivers back to you much of the same verbiage that's in the Community Housing Fund legislation. We looked at all the different opportunities for how to apply these funds. There are very little funds that have come in as of yet. I think we heard yesterday. We met twice a month for the first 8 months, and then once a month for the last 2. And Kara and Julie have kind of put all of our thinking, and not all of our conversations have been easy either, as you can imagine. Housing is always something that will bring out, the normal cast of characters, as you've seen earlier today. So this plan is really a representation of much of the wording and that's in the original legislation, and our thoughts about how best to move forward. We wanted to give this board, who was involved from the beginning in putting the legislation in place and accepting the responsibility to hold the referendum, and then appointed this board, we wanted to give you an end-of-year report, since it's been presented at a work session, it's presented by the planning board, it's been online for over 30 days. I don't think it's our responsibility to knock on every door in the township and give them a copy to see it. It's been available to the public, and we know we'll have another public hearing as well. So we hope you appreciate all the work that's gone into this and see it as some real progress. Thank you very much, and happy holiday.
You too, Michael. Thank you. I think there's one more, right, Kevin?
Think I'm connected?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Louise. We can hear you.
Hi. I just wanted to put in my addition to this. I sit on the board of on the advisory board of the Community Housing Fund, and I just really wanted to thank all of you for everything that you've done to make this possible. I've worked for many years in human services, and to have an opportunity at this point to be on this committee of a lot of dedicated people, and just wanted to say how we're really just basically presenting this, what has been put in by the state, by this law, that majority of the people in the community want. And so we created programs here basically that will help to serve many different people throughout the town in need of this affordable housing. And years ago, I started the Mornings Haven to help the homeless. I grew up myself in a project, so I know the need for this affordable housing. There's no special interest here. I don't see any of that. It's a lot of dedicated people on the board. We work really hard. And Kara has done a great job, and Julie in support. And we just have a variety of people, as it's stated in the law, and they all have their own insight and bringing a lot to the table. So I just wanted to have a say and just to say in support of all of you, and thank you for those that are going and those that are staying. I'm grateful. So thank you.
Thank you, Louise, and thank you for all you do as well and have done through the years.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So I think that's the last one, Kevin, that we have online?
Yeah, that's all.
All right. So
So I'd like to hold the public hearing open, and while reminding the public that this Community Housing Fund Advisory Committee was set up via New York State Town Law 64E and a public referendum that was passed in the town of Southampton, and we now have a real funding stream to provide affordable housing in many different ways throughout the town. So we will continue this discussion and this public hearing 1 o'clock on January 9th, 2024.
Mr.
I want to make a
D'Angelo,
comment.
no, I'm sorry.
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
Mr. Daly referred to us as a cast of characters.
Mr.
Mr.
D'Angelo.
Daly sits on the Board of Zoning of
D'Angelo, you
Appeals,
can't just get up
which
and
gives
speak.
judicial decisions. This is the
I'm sorry,
second time I've
you
been
have to
here,
show some
and
respect.
this
Order,
man has
sir.
insulted us. And he's supposed to be
You can
non-biased.
speak that in
Where's
public
your-
portion, but right now we're in the middle of a public hearing.
Well, he attacked us, I'm gonna counter it.
Well,
Cast of characters. We're looking at a cast of characters.
Sir, you have the opportunity in public portion to speak. Please,
Okay,
we have a
so-
meeting. Thank you.
all right, I'm sorry, Councilman, for the interruption.
No, I was just like to make a motion, well, no motion. We'll leave the public hearing open.
Well, it is a motion. You'd like to make a motion to adjourn the public hearing to a date in January, correct?
Yes,
What's the-
January 9th, 1 o'clock.
January 9th at 1 o'clock. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, a second by Councilman Martell to adjourn to January 9th. On the motion, because I won't be here that day, unless I'm in the audience, which is possible. But, there already is a housing plan. We have a housing plan. We adopted a housing plan that provides significant guidance to how the CHF fund will be used, and that fund is beginning to generate money. I think it's up to $3 million now. So it is, generating $1 million a month in a good month, so. But this is more of an internal guidance document for the advisory board itself. I don't think it is promoting anything that is inconsistent with the underlying housing plan. It's just providing a little bit greater detail. I don't think there's anything shocking here. In fact, it's mostly geared toward existing housing stock, so. But I'm sorry, Councilman Bouvier, there is a motion to adjourn to January 9th and a second. So that's what we're discussing, and,
For the community housing.
yeah, so I know that you have worked on this. and,
No, I'm totally in support of that.
You won't be able to vote on
I
the
won't be able
final
to vote on
product,
it.
but we trust that the new board will act appropriately.
And Jay, Supervisor, before we take the vote, I just want to recognize the members of the Community Housing Advisory Committee. They are dedicated people, and they're doing a lot of work on this.
Absolutely. All right, so there's a motion and a second to adjourn to January 9th. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We will move on to public hearing number 8. Madam Clerk, would you please read the notes?
Public hearing number 8, to adopt a climate action plan as an element to the town comprehensive plan.
Okay, and Janice, are you going to be introducing this? All right, I know you're not feeling very well, I can hear that.
Apologize
Yeah.
for the coughing.
All right, so Janice Shearer, our Town Planning and Development Administrator. will
Sure, so
introduce
this is a continuation of our previous climate action plan hearing. The last hearing, there were some comments and the plan was briefly revised, there were small revisions made just, based on those comments. So,
Where-
I mean, not anything other than it was redated December 23rd and where you said mandate things, it said consider mandating, there was that
I would love to see the revision.
page.
I don't have a revised plan.
Secret.
Not a secret. I mean, we asked it to be revised by our consultant.
We're voting on it today. Why haven't we seen the revisions?
There's no real revisions other than 2 words that say consider mandating instead of mandate.
I would love to see it.
Okay.
Sure. That's the change.
That's the change, that's the
That's the
only
change.
change.
Yeah.
There was a lot of criticism that it said mandate, so we changed it
It
to
also
consider
says
mandate.
require, it also
Yeah,
says
so that language was
adopt
amended.
standards.
To, the change was just to consider, as you requested.
Nice to-
Where you had, mandate, it just says consider.
I have to take your word for it because I have not seen it.
Sure.
And I'm being
Well,
asked to
that's
vote
why
on
I'm
it today.
literally telling you right now what
I
was.
can't,
give us the
I want to
page
see
and-
things for myself.
Sure. As requested, my point is that we just made those revisions.
Yeah, at the last public hearing, those were comments that were made that are incorporated in this. It's a housekeeping revision, it's not a content revision.
Yeah, and it was always meant to be a sort of menu of options to consider in the future for, reducing our impact on climate change.
The idea was that
There's-
instead of saying as a definitive amend or do it, just to consider amending, which is what we were asked to do, so.
Yeah, the whole document is suggestions of ways, sort of a roadmap to how we can make a difference on a local level to what is a global issue.
And it's,
Everything would require further action by the town board in the future,
yeah,
Correct.
so.
This is a roadmap so that we can look at these implementation items and,
If there was any confusion, though, we're inserting the language once again, even though it's sort of prefaced by that language.
yes,
Uh,
that was the only real change that we were asked to make, was to not have a definitive mandate.
All right,
Thank,
and this is a continuation of the hearing, so, all right, thank you, Janice. All right, we have quite a number of cards. If people are still here, I don't know. It's been a long day. We started at 1. It's now 4, so I have, I'll call them in the order that I have them. William Muir, still here, staying power.
Hello,
Muir.
I'm Bill Muir. I'm with the Between the Bays Community Association, and I'm here to complete a presentation that was submitted in writing at the last meeting. Let me start by saying that our position is not adversarial. We appreciate the challenge of CAP is monumental, and the effort to date has been audacious. But CAP is not a plan. Not yet, anyway. It is an aspirational manifesto, and as such, it can't be the sole basis for making far-reaching decisions that the achievement of the plan will require. Planning is an iterative process. It begins with a vision, with brainstorming, with trial balloons. CAP may be beyond that, but not very much. At this point, CAP needs focus. Recognizing that our resources and mandate are not unlimited, CAP presents us with 400 goals without a framework for decision-making. And if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. Forgive the cliche, but as always, the devil is in the details. And in the euphoria we have with the vision of CAP, we must appreciate that in planning and executing it, the details will be myriad and the devils will be legion. Beyond focus, we must address the mechanics of decision-making. CAP needs to provide precise guidance, cost-benefit data, implementation timeframes, contingency provisions, all to avoid ad hoc judgments, which are likely to be random, unfocused, and contentious. In addition, CAP appears to be in need of positive feedback to challenge assumptions and to help sort out priorities early in the process. You don't need cranks or Cassandras, but you do need informed devil's advocates to keep asking what-if questions. A recurring obstacle the town will face is the problem of scale. Considering the economy, the enormity of the task, and the limited resources at our disposal, what resources are we prepared to direct, and frankly, how much pain are we willing to take for what projected positive impact? A word of caution: to accomplish an already ambitious CAP, keep it lean. Avoid the temptation to stick in the kitchen sink. CAP is not data-free, but it is very light on evaluating costs and consequences. Committing to CAP as currently proposed means future higher taxes, regulations, vagaries of subsidies, increased restrictions on personal freedom. Will we be willing to stay the course? On a more granular level, how much will we be willing to divert from education, security, nutrition, affordable housing, infrastructure, quality of life program, and our own local environmental issues? Beyond community input to this initial document, what are the plans to inform and secure ongoing support for CAP? This aspect cannot be overemphasized. In the spirit of Churchill's invocation of blood, sweat, and tears, CAP will be no picnic. It will require hard-nosed,
30 seconds.
informed decision-making, and most of all, it will require endurance. Anticipate years of sacrifice for marginal gain. Considering the challenge of CAP, I am reminded of President Kennedy's audacious vision to go to the moon. It was only a dream until a dedicated team at NASA unbundled the challenge, divided the tasks, set the milestones, and marshaled the human and material resources.
3 minutes.
As a very junior
3 minutes.
participant in that effort, I recall scales.
Bill, you have to finish up.
I'm finishing. I recall scores of proposals, countless hours of engineering, plans created and discarded, setbacks and tragedies. It too was an iterative effort.
All right, thank you, sir.
The point is, Kennedy's vision depended on identifying incremental priorities, making choices, and before operating from a single master plan. At this time, CAP is a vision, a good start, a grand dream, but only that. And if it remains only that, it will fail.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I actually have Rome Arnold second.
Would you like to submit your comments?
All right, Steve Crispinelli, you want, that's fine. All right, Steve, we'll take you next, and then Rome.
I'm not going to thank anybody. Enough thanks have gone around for the last 3 or 4 hours, so I think that's enough. Because of the scale of CAP, it's not an action plan, it's an aspirational plan. And the resources and support we will need for the plan, we suggest that a group of priorities be designated for the year 2024. Instead of 400 priorities for the year 2024, pick 5, pick 6, pick 10, whatever you think is appropriate. These goals should be ones we identify as giving back most to the community and helping the climate, minimizing individual and town costs, and most importantly, disruption of lives. Qualitative costs must be deemed as important as the dollars and cents of a project, and they should be measured. One cost we must take into consideration is that very little is certain except delay. How will that play in our communities, and what marginal delay costs must we consider when determining a budget? We can agree for these goals, funding, costs, cost-benefit analysis are specific issues that will occupy most of our limited resources and time in 2024. Risks and trade-off for identifying the first group of priorities must be identified. However, goals in such a massive undertaking may change. Money may become available. Projects may not be paying the dividend expected. What do we do? Should the goals be the easiest to attain or the quickest? Should they be the least expensive? Will they be the ones least disruptive to the community? Will they attract or be available for outside funding? We should identify funding for the development of each of these specific projects as well as for the long-term commitment and maintenance. We should identify potential development problems and plans development partners for each. We must identify both financial and logistical resources needed to be successful. Any plan begins to fail with reality. We must plan for potential failure and how we best overcome it. Next, it is suggested that an overall cost development plan and oversight for CAP be implemented not only for these initial plans, but in general. In a word, we must develop an overall view on how the cost of CAP will be managed and by whom. And when goals shift because of technology advancement, poor project outcome, found resources for other goals, we must be prepared to change and move to take advantage. Finally, will be costs paid through new taxes on individuals and on businesses? Will we request that bonds be issued by the state for long-term costs on specific projects and targets?
30 seconds.
What state and federal funding can be expected for each of the first goals on an ongoing basis? Will there be any reallocation of present funding? We should identify a committee or person as responsible for costs and project management, especially if it is found that immediate goals must change and little project time is lost. A board member should be in charge of monitoring progress, issuing reports publicly, including on costs to the public on a regular basis. We can all paraphrase John Maynard Keynes by saying, don't worry about the long term, just worry about the short term, because in the long term we're all dead. The proponents of this CAP aspirational plan believe we are worrying about the short term.
3 minutes.
In order to reach the long-term
Chris
goal
Spinelli, you'll
of
have to
carbon
finish up.
neutrality. One more sentence. But what Keynes really meant is we tend to proclaim what the future will be and believe it will somehow happen while we benignly neglect the dirty and difficult issues that get us to the future. I submit these are problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, Rome Arnold, who has promised me he'll stay within 3 minutes.
Are you all hearing something?
Me again, right.
Yeah. Is anybody?
You know, I sit on, I'm sorry, can you?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, do you
Excuse me.
hear like background noise?
Yeah, I'm hearing
that's
something
what
in the.
We're hearing something here.
Don't start that timer yet.
Ah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we'll.
Thank you.
All right.
Go.
No, actually, I sit on the board of a $5 billion public company, and we do grant ourselves bio breaks. So I'm very impressed you've sit here all this time.
Don't use that precious time now.
Also, to burn a little time, I actually have kind of a wonderful story about East End farmland. A friend of mine was purchasing, this is a true story, not a joke, was purchasing a vintage tractor. And as they were closing the deal, it was $15,000, the farmer said, well, you know, this is a $2 million tractor. And my friend said, you know, what do you mean? He said, well, in 1964, my father traded an acre of land for this tractor. So, and it still runs, by the way. Also, at the risk of more stand-up, it is kind of remarkable the number of fishermen that came today. I'm quite impressed. So, you know, my recommendation would be if you're going out to dinner tonight and hoping to have fish, you should go early. So what Steve touched on, we're kind of in sync, and I'll make it more simple. I think the way, you know, the fact that we just heard that there have been revisions to the plan creates an adversarial relationship. So, for example, I would love to know who wrote this thing. I can figure it out, but I can't figure it out from what's posted. I don't know who it wrote it. It's turgid. I don't know what their professional qualifications are. I don't know who they work for. I can figure it out. For the benefit of future generations looking at this plan, which may be a framework that we all operate under, those authors should be disclosed. I also think we really need to figure out how to make this cooperative, not confrontational. And what was proposed more simply is let's pick, you know, let the committee pick 5 things, five or six projects, very specific projects, not this 400 plus, who knows. and lay it out. What are the funding? What are the sources? What are the risks? What's the impact? When's it going to happen? You do that, and you're going to have a much better chance of convincing folks that this makes sense. Otherwise, the fear that I hear is it's just this giant plan that allows ad hoc decisions on any matter, and if you make a decision, hey, the plan says it's okay. That's not what you want. I think really the council, and in fact the committee and everybody involved with this wants a plan we can follow, that we can debate, we can talk about. And that's where I think we should go. Now listen, I have no interest in being labeled a denier. I have no interest in being told I'm blocking fight against climate change. I have no interest in being called a problem, as a member of the Sustainability Committee said to my face.
30
so
seconds.
I'm kind of stepping away from this. You've seen in the last meeting where I think it can be better. You can pick and choose what you think you like, but let's create something that's cooperative that we can all work on together. One last comment. The Rhineland mailing on BESS is just the most clueless document I have ever seen with respect to misinformation, saying that, it'll meet all the safety codes. Well, first of all, obviously the governor's got a task force going on. It's not going to meet the new codes. Every car, American car in the 1950s met every safety code.
3
had
minutes.
no seatbelts.
Rome, that's the 3. You promised.
Was
me
it 3? I thought I didn't hear the 30 seconds. Okay, great, thanks. You get the point.
Thank you. And by the way, the company is Rambo out of Massachusetts.
I know that,
Yeah.
because I can research it.
Right.
But it's not in the document unless it's been added. Has it been added? No, it's not in it.
It's in all the,
It,
But if somebody pulls that document.
well, I didn't mean to start a discussion, sir.
You understand my point? It's not in it.
No, not really, but
Not
we can
really
move
not.
on.
It's not, the authors are not listed.
I'm not, it's,
Okay. This- We know who the authors are. They've been on Zoom and et cetera, so, all right, so.
His point is people in the future won't know
Somebody
who
come
wrote
in
it.
reading
I understand your point. Okay, but
I-
it's not being done in secrecy is all I'm saying.
It's
It's
awful.
part of the public record, but, all right, so Tiff Brolin, you are next.
Change of pace. My name is Dick Brolin. I'm a resident of Watermill. Have been a member of the Sustainability Committee for 15 years. Since its inception, I have 2 engineering degrees and a PE license. I pointed out at the last public hearing that the majority of world scientists believe that climate change is real, it was caused by human activity, and has potentially disastrous long-term consequences for humanity. I want to elaborate on that a bit, give you an example of which you may not be aware. Paleontologists and geologists have concluded that global warming, or more accurately, I think, global heating, caused 4 of the 5 known extinctions of life on Earth. The 5th was a meteor or asteroid strike. This global heating was caused by an increase in the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. That increase was caused mainly by volcanic activity. All of these extinctions took place when the carbon dioxide concentration was higher than 900 parts per million. It's currently 422. Then along came humans. Geological records show that there was a striking increase in carbon dioxide concentration in our atmosphere, starting with the Industrial Revolution. Before the Industrial Revolution, the carbon dioxide level was around 200 parts per million. 200 years later, i.e. now, it has more than doubled to 422 parts per million. This rate of increase is higher than it was during the extinction periods. Calculations show that it is a direct result of human activity during the Industrial Revolution. Projecting our current rate of carbon dioxide emissions into the future leads to the conclusion that if we do nothing, we will exceed the 900 parts per million I mentioned earlier, in a little over 200 years. 200 years is half the life of Southampton Village. It's not way out there.
30 seconds.
New York State and the town have established long-term goals designed to limit the carbon emissions that are driving climate change. The Climate Action Plan is designed as a roadmap. There will be more detailed plans. To help us meet those goals, we need to pass it now and start to do our share to fight what one of the town board members has correctly described as an existential threat.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So happy holidays to you too. Adrian Woodlock?
Wood duck. Adrian Wood duck.
How do you say it?
Wood duck.
Wood duck.
Like the bird.
Wood duck.
Yes, it's the name I gave myself a couple of decades ago. I'd like to say thank you to all of you, especially those of you who are leaving. I thank you for having the cap. I've read it, and I think that it mentions hiring one person to monitor. Forgive me, my 76-year-old brain doesn't remember that explicitly, but I would like to suggest that the town hire someone to help people in the town, like me, who are working stiffs, to get all the money that's in the IRA. There's a lot of money to be had, and a lot of people that I mention it to say, really? So I think it would be a wonderful gesture to have someone to educate people and to help them get that money from the IRA. I also wanted to say thank you to the Sustainability Committee. It's wonderful when I shop like I did yesterday in East Hampton, and the grocer wanted to put my purchases in a plastic bag. I said, you should really get rid of those, get paper bags. And so I'm very grateful that that's been done. And I'd like to say that I started coming to the Hamptons when we used to cross the furthest western bridge to get to Dune Road in West Hampton. There were, I think, only 5 houses on a 5-mile stretch, and one of them was named Little Lido, and it's still there at the very, very end. And so needless to say, I started going there when I was maybe 4 or 5 on the Long Island Railroad, and there's been a lot of development and things have changed a lot. And the things I care about most are the things that when I drive around every day, I think, I am so blessed to live here. I live in Flanders. I walk 10 blocks to Reeves Bay, to the little beach, and when I cross the Shinnecock Canal, I just feel so blessed. And the oceans, the ponds, the farm stands, this is an incredible place to live. And it's so threatened by, we're the last guys to be speaking today, but this is the most important issue to all of us, is the climate. So thank you very much, and thanks again for the sustainability, and happy holidays, everyone.
All right, thank you. Happy holidays to you too. All right, Victoria Olenowitz, followed by Sheila Pfeiffer.
Hello, everybody. This is Mark 2 of the grants talk. So last time I mentioned to you that the Inflation Reduction Act has provisions related to local government action of billions, 522. $522 billion is available for local government-related projects. So the sources of the grants are the EPA, the Department of Transportation, the Treasury Department, the Department of Energy, HUD, the Forest Service, NOAA, and DOI. Now, how many people in the village have actually made grants or asked for grants from all of those institutions? So we have this rather different large framework which consists of a lot of money, And those grants that are for mitigating CO2 don't necessarily map completely onto current village, processes anywhere. I don't just mean in Southampton. So the overall goal is to reduce carbon pollution and our dependence on fossil fuel, but CO2 can be captured and environmental damage removed in all sorts of ways. So the Climate Action Plan offers an essential starting point for grants, and you can't actually apply for many of these grants unless you have a climate action plan. They're not always called the exact same thing, but almost always you need to do a pre-qualification to get those grants. But those grants can be very large. So now, under these grant opportunities, under IRA and BIL, etc., the things that are covered are not, you talk about greenhouse gas emissions, but what does that actually translate into? It includes coastal damage avoidance, wastewater treatment, methane, and other GHGs from dumps and groundwater pollution. It covers emergency preparation. It covers transportation provisions, for example, that reduce the number of cars needed for commuting and miles driven on fossil fuels. It has incentives to hasten installation of new energy efficient appliances and AC or heating systems in homes. And it even stretches to net zero workforce housing, for example.
30 seconds.
Now, all those things are current issues in Southampton. And so I'm just going to mention a couple of very specific grants right now. The New York State EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program for local governments. The grant proposals are due in March 2024, and the comprehensive plan is due in 25. And
3 minutes.
implementation grants will total 4.3 billion. This is New York.
You need to
New York
finish, I'm
State.
sorry, Victoria.
Okay, so I just want to mention one thing, if I may, one last thing,
Very quickly.
because the others did. Where we all worry about the commute, right, and people sitting in their cars wasting an hour on Route 27. Think about that now in GHG terms. By doing something about that problem, that is a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So you see, you can change things in ways you hadn't really thought of.
Terrific, thank you.
All right, Sheila Pfeiffer, followed by Stephen Pfeiffer.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheila Pfeiffer, and I, unlike some previous speakers, think we can never say thank you enough. So I thank you all for your service, and of course, especially those who are leaving. Sorry to see you go. I was here at the last hearing, and I'm not going to repeat what I said. I'm here to speak in favor of adopting this climate action plan. I'm very puzzled by the people who are opposing it on the grounds that it's quote-unquote aspirational. I think that is what we need to be. I've been here since 12:30, so I know I heard all the previous hearings, and there was a lot of applause and general goodwill towards the concept of long-term thinking when we were talking about the Community Preservation Fund and keeping our farmland. I think it's the same thing here. This is long-term thinking, and it is giving us, as people have said, a roadmap, blueprint, whatever you want to say. Anything that's specific that's going to be done will still have to be approved by the people sitting in the seats where you are now. So I don't understand the hesitation. I think that adopting this cap will provide an attainable pathway towards sustainability and resilience that will enhance our preservation of natural resources, provide solutions and strategies to reduce carbon emissions, and make readily available, and making that readily available, and also will demonstrate effective leadership, which when we came back to this town, as I mentioned before, we were so proud of Southampton. So I hope that you will be brave and adopt this act. Thank you.
All right, Stephen Pfeiffer, followed by Scott Horowitz.
Hello, my name is Steve Pfeiffer. I live in Southampton town, and I want to thank you all for the work you do and have done. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. As is only natural, for some years, the town of Southampton has been thinking about its current reality in light of the upcoming 400th anniversary of its founding. 10 years ago, the town adopted the Southampton 400+ sustainability element, which formally established a town-wide target to become carbon neutral by 2040. 5 years ago, Southampton Town was named a certified climate smart community by New York State. In recent years, the town has been working to receive all its electricity from sustainable sources by 2025. And today, Southampton Town stands on the threshold of adopting a revised climate action plan to further these goals. This progression over the years has come with studies, data collections, plans, suggestions, recommendations, proposals, ideas, warnings, celebrations, both positive and negative scenarios, and successes. Since 4 centuries are soon to be approaching from when radically different cultures first confronted each other on these shores, we ask, what aspects of common communal goodness will have survived to enrich each and every person and environment here, and how will these realities be preserved and sustained? Could it be that today, and for at least the last 10 years, we have been working on guidelines to do just that? And isn't now the time to recommit ourselves to the work that's already been done and the work that lies ahead by supporting our revised climate action plan? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Trustee President Scott Horowitz, followed by Gary Goldstein.
Hello again,
Hello.
members of the board.
Sorry for not getting you on sooner, Scott.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I appreciate the opportunity. I spent a lot of time reviewing this plan, and I applaud a lot of people that put a lot of effort into it. And the Board of Trustees, we work on these environmental aspects all the time, and we're greatly affected by climate change. Every application we're taking into consideration. I have some concerns as well that I've articulated to some people here that have been before us, quite often about some of our processes and their effects globally of whether or not we are, some of the processes that we're doing here now, if we're not creating a bigger problem when you're thinking long range. I bring this to your attention because when I review the document, there's a substantial amount of it, even indicated here, that does trust on the assets of the trust and the trustees. The coastal end of it, the estuaries, that whole part of it goes to the biggest stakeholder that we have in the town, which is the Board of Trustees. So I'm here to say, again, my board would love to collaborate more with the town board when you talk about future plans and a future blueprint. We're here, guys like myself are here for the generations. That's why I serve. So for now and for in the future, if you want our input as the biggest stakeholder, people that are greatly affected by all that we're discussing here today, please, all you have to do is reach out. I think it adds to the integrity of the process of what it is that we do. And I think that there's a certain degree that the public wants, more inclusive. When you read the report, it's all about being inclusive and being collaborative. And I really feel that the trustees would be appropriate to collaborate on something. I have some certain ideas of my own that I've expressed to certain people, which 3 minutes, I respect you guys have been here all day. I'm not going into that. But I'm here to say the trustees should be considered. I've got a bunch of new members coming on my board. Everybody is very enthusiastic to have input, and they all care about the community environment, and they all want to work towards doing something that's better. They just want it to have integrity, and they want it to be appropriate, and I've always been here to collaborate with you and try and help. So please, if you decide that you're going to hold off, and whatever it is you're going to do, but we're here to try and help and facilitate the representation that I think is important for the community. Okay?
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, Gary Goldstein, followed by Kristen Muhlenhausen.
Good afternoon, Gary Goldstein. I spoke last time in support of the Climate Change Action Plan.
I'll be very brief. I started hugging trees before it was cool. I just counted up the years 48 years ago. I started at Brookhaven Laboratory on climate change solutions. I've worked with governments around the world to take climate action plans and translate them into actionable measures that become laws in these countries, Vietnam, Costa Rica, many places. I'm in contact with the Sustainability Committee, and I'll be at their next meeting looking to help on several areas. One, to review methodology and improve 2 years from now the greenhouse gas inventory, 5 years from now an update to the plan. I also want to work with Victoria on this grant issue, and I think that that should be the highest priority for the board. We have opportunities to find funding, and that can then effectuate what we can accomplish. And the one other thing I want to say is that without aspiration, you can't effectuate change. So yeah, this is an aspirational document, but it sets out the intent, and it has in it steps from which you move from concept to measure to action to laws to execution and to a better planet. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kristen, you are next, followed by Philip Metzger.
I didn't get a thorough opportunity to review the revised climate action plan. I did take a peek at it. It was posted a bit ago. I've had some professional and familial stressors, so I really couldn't thoroughly review it. But I did notice that there were some steps that were changed, and I say yet again. So recall the prior observations of there being 8 steps. I wrote a letter to the editor on this. And then 6 steps. And my grievance about the lack of inclusion and process for some 70,000 people. By reviewing the now 7 steps, it is simply changing on demand to suit the agenda of the board to push through the cap with the appearance of including the public. Having public forums is an opportunity for some to opine, but it is not the civil discourse that this plan deserves. I am once again imploring the town board to please have community outreach, then a second public workshop, which was in the original 8 steps, for the community to have the opportunity to engage with the planner, the sustainability committee, and the board. The current process that portrays to be inclusive is not. I'm keenly interested in the cap and of course want to do my part. For a 6-month span, the draft was shared with the sustainability committee and then dropped to the public 6 months later. And during that 6-month time, it seems like there was inaction. That would have been a great time to engage the public. During the 6-month time, namely months June through August, my specific community was dedicating thousands of community man-hours in dealing with obtaining a best moratorium and reversing a very careless decision by the town board and planning board. That decision for the Canal Best site was also born out of poor process and lack of public inclusion. In addition, when the public did engage and disclose the rationales for moratorium on the Bests, at first we were treated with disdain and severe criticism by most and called Wikipedians and NIMBYs, not my backyarders. This could not be further from the truth. Rushing through this again sows more public malcontent with the board and planner. Many people today that wanted to be here could not. Most of my friends, like myself, work 2 jobs, preparing for holiday, and we're still in the dark about the plan. So 70,000 people deserve better.
30
and
seconds.
Please make this part of the public record.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
All right, we got Philip Metzger next, followed by Bridget Mayer.
Good afternoon, and I would like to thank you all for your service. I don't know why you want these jobs, but anyway. The Climate Action Plan has pluses and minuses. Among the pluses in the plan, to have government vehicles and government buildings run off green energy sources, the board deserves credit for setting an example. Other pluses include incentives to builders who utilize green energy sources in the materials they use and in the buildings that they construct, probably incentivized by financial rebates. Good idea. Nevertheless, there are parts of the plan that make one believe that it can be a Trojan horse full of surprises down the road. There is no mention of industrial-sized BESS in the plan. That is a great bone of contention currently on hold in a moratorium. The lack of any reference would cause a prudent person to believe that there are plans to put them in various places, but that the plans need to be hidden by verbiage seemingly innocent, but giving the town authority to proceed. For instance, the section on sustainable land use deals with, quote, sustainable planning, zoning codes, and policies to promote expansion of energy production within the town, close quote. One of the CAP's action items starts, quote, promote the transfer of development rights to shift new development from vacant lands and open spaces, and closes, consider prohibiting transfer of development rights to open spaces. What are the implications of that? Does it, for example, mean that it discounts the fact that most people want development involving BESS farms away from already developed areas? Another concern, more general development seems counterinductive to reducing carbon emissions. Certainly, more development will cause more emissions in terms of more cars, more heating emissions, more waste. How does that fit in with reducing emissions? In summation, the CAP is sufficiently vague in parts to allow a town board to claim that whatever they do has been authorized by the plan. That is something that should not happen. These issues should have been addressed with Southampton citizen groups, not
30 seconds.
just the Sustainability Committee and the small sample of citizens who were shown in the online March 15th CAP discussion. There needs to be general agreement on how far the town will go. The agreement of the Sustainability Committee alone is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Bridget, followed by Joyce Metzger.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for your service. This is a long, an upbeat but very long meeting, and I'm sorry if I'm going to be a little humbuggy, but my comments are really primarily about the process. I'm not opposed to the CAP, I'm opposed to the process of not being included or heard. A seat at the table is an opportunity to be heard, to listen, share, define, and make a difference. The comprehensive plan describes its community involvement on page 6. Citizen input was sought throughout the planning process through a variety of different public participation techniques. The plan committee was inclusive of all hamlets and villages. The population of Southampton at that time was about 46,000, and there were 4 town-wide surveys. A written survey of all hamlet citizen advisory committees, and almost 1,000 residents were involved in surveys, written, visual, and by phone. Numerous public meetings were held to refine the contents of the plan and to produce a clear vision for the community. In 2013, the Southampton 400 Plus sustainability element states on page 12, strategies were developed based on information drawn from workshops, focus groups, and stakeholder interviews. Public review and outreach is recommended to generate buy-in and commitment to the plan. On page 23, transparency is an essential factor in developing, communicating, and tracking the progress of the sustainability plan. A plan that fails to disclose its process, progress, and outcomes effectively jeopardizes its credibility. So now to the CAP. With the town population of about 70,000, 400 residents, it seems, took part in a survey. The stakeholder engagement component of the CAP, pages 17 through 19 specifically, the CAP development timeline, has been tweaked to conform to what has actually occurred. So the first copy made available to the public on November 13th says the CAP was informed by stakeholder input through community engagement tactics, including public workshops and hearings held throughout the course of its development. To ensure an equitable process, surveys were also conducted.
30 seconds.
Okay, the latest version of the CAP posted, I guess, about 10 days ago, says it has been revised to say a public workshop and 2 public hearings, one of which I think is this one, and a survey. So our CAP's community involvement, the CAP community involvement amounts to being able to question the community involvement. And I think that's really where we're coming from, is we were left out of the discussion with Bess. You've heard from several people, and once bitten, twice shy, so we're nervous, and we don't want anything else to land on our laps that we didn't know about. So that's my piece. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you.
All right, Joyce, you're next, followed by Gail Lombardi.
You'll appreciate this. Ditto. Bridget and Chrissy, they covered everything I was planning on covering, so we'll get to dinner soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Joyce. All right, Gail is next, followed by Ray D'Angelo.
I'm not gonna be so kind, because you made me sit here for 4 hours last time and 4 hours this time.
Take your
So I'm
time.
opposed to adopting the plan today. I think it's premature for lots of the reasons that both Chrissy and Bridget mentioned. I sent an 8-page letter to you all detailing why I think it's premature to adopt it. First of all, it's disingenuous and misleading for any town official to say that the comprehensive plan is not zoning. I think there's a disconnect. I think there's a disconnect between this study that people have invested a lot of time and interest in, and the sustainability committee, whether you could argue they're an echo chamber of their own ideas, as opposed to the common folks' ideas who are working 2 jobs and understanding what our individual community is. That's a different discussion. But they worked very hard on a study. It's not consistent with Town Law 263. It's not consistent with Town Law 272. If you look at NYSERDA, put out a very detailed description of what a town should do in adopting an addendum to their comprehensive plan involving not quite climate action plan, but energy plans. It's basically a roadmap to avoid litigation. You really should look at it because you didn't follow it. Okay, so it's very important that the comprehensive plan was first put into place in 1999. You elected, the town board elected, to look at that annually. It's part of the law. You have to pick a year, a periodic year when you looked at it. You haven't looked at it annually, and you have this ad hoc kind of addendums. The courts call it ad hocery, like you're just making stuff up. And so you bastardize the comprehensive plan that now it's an uncomprehensive plan. So will it hold up if somebody challenges the zoning? I have to tell you, I wish I had found some of this research when I did the HPDOD lawsuit. It would have saved me a lot of time. By all standards, the climate action plan lacks community participation. If you look at what NYSERDA put out, they list a layout of what it should be and what it should look like, and specifically they identify the underrepresented. And if Hampton Bays hasn't been the underrepresented in all of these committees, including the housing plan, you really should take a hard look at what you think about our community and the have and the have-nots. Because this board has divided the have and the have-nots more and more at these meetings, just in life, at our whole life in Hampton Bays. You've divided it. In 8 years, you've made it worse instead of better. The climate action plan, as I said, is more akin to a report. It's supposed to have, per the law, something around 13, I think it's 13 elements, 13 components, reaching out the different the components of the plan, which then would integrate into a comprehensive plan. It doesn't. It doesn't have the 13 components of a plan. I laid that out in my letter to you, and the town is potentially violating, again, SECRA. You filed a negative there's a town board resolution for a negative declaration. I tried to foil it because you haven't approved it. I haven't seen it, but if it's consistent with the other negative declarations, which is one of the most litigated Article 78 as opposed to the one that I did because you had a EIS, I suspect it's deficient.
30 seconds.
First of all, the NYSERDA considers it a type 1 action, an amendment to the comprehensive plan. You've considered it an unlisted. I would have to look at it. There's not a lot of guidance on that, I admit. I know you just looked over to the attorney. I can actually see that out of the corner of my good eye. And I think overall, from a personal perspective, as the woman said, there's a lot of money out there. It sounds like it's becoming a very capitalist-driven idea. And, it stings a little for like Hampton Bays because based on the plan, it looks like the siting and it provides like a siting in Hampton Bays in our residential communities.
4 minutes.
And it continues to, the feeling that we've had for probably 50 years is that people outside of Hampton Bays continue to dump on Hampton Bays. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. All right. Ray D'Angelo? Ray will be followed by Dorothy Riley.
Ray D'Angelo, Hampton Bays. I'm gonna miss you, Mr. Bouvier. Okay, the problem I have with this plan is the equity of the plan for all communities. It states that it wants equitable evolution of the plan. The plan states that Southampton knows that the transition to a carbon neutral community must be from a place of inclusion, compassion, and equity. Okay. So, if you read the plan, one of the things that's lacking in the plan is mention of BESS units, which are critical to sustainability, because these sources of energy are variable. There's not constant wind. Wind is not. The sun doesn't shine at night. So you need these battery storage facilities to store the energy that is generated and be put back into the grid when these sources of energy are not occurring. So the first 3 BESS applications were located in Hampton Bays. That doesn't sound very equitable to me. I wanted to ask the people that are here, who here would want to live next to one of these facilities? 200 million watts or 300 million watts. Does anybody want to live next to one of these things?
Just direct your questions at us.
All right. Okay, well, do any of you guys want to live next to one of these facilities? I don't think so. This is the thing. But it's okay, we dumped 3 of them in Hampton Bays. And the other thing is, like, she got up there talking that the board will change it and everything. Well, the board voted to include in zoning, acceptable use in residential zoning, the best facilities, which have been well documented between the Bays people and everything, all the problems associated with it. So, I mean, it's like, I'm not a climate change denier. I think it is getting warmer, but it seems like we're all devoid of common sense. I go on a website called Seaborn Volumes. It's a website that goes about world shipping. And here, this is an article from Seaborn Coal Volumes hit record amounts in 2023, going to India and to China. So they can power by the way, for every power plant that we decommission, coal-fired, they're building 2 that are coal-fired. So they can power their industries to make the batteries so we can tie ourselves into pretzels doing all this nonsense.
30
Really.
seconds.
What we had were peaker units that were gas-fired, natural gas-fired, that were used when extra energy was needed in our grid. Of course, that's not desirable anymore, so now we came up with these batteries, which now everybody endangers everybody and are all over the place. We probably need, I would see, about facilities that maybe to up to 1,000 megawatts just for this town. I don't know where they're going to be put. Nobody wants these things. And this is the problem with this plan. Like I said, the first 3 of them were all slated for Hampton Bays. It's not going to succeed if it's not equitable or fair. And so far, I don't think the plan is very fair.
Thank you, Mr. D'Angelo.
Thank you.
All right, Dorothy Riley.
Dorothy Riley from Southampton, and I want to say, guys, thank you so much for all of your service. It's incredible, and I will miss you too for not being here.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Hey, some folks have been working on this a long time, and I really want to call out Janice Sharer, who has been working toward this for 15 years. And Mike Lieberman, who put so much time, also directed at it. And Tip Brolin, who chaired the Sustainability Committee for a long time and kept at it, and was a very good communicator with the town boards to see what the next steps. And Dieter, who used to sit on our sustainability meetings, even he wasn't a member, he sat in for 2 years and then became a member. So those of you who are thinking, how come I'm not a member? Come on down to those sustainability meetings. You're definitely invited. Thank you. This is fabulous. This is what we've been waiting for. And yes, it's not done. It's a start. This is where everything has to happen. We've got the 400 plan, we've got the climate smart community plan, and we've got this, and this is where we're going to take it. If you notice, for example, on page, the page with the best comments, it says explore. It doesn't say do this. It says explore all over the place. And it's beautiful that you took out the mandate. That was brilliant that was suggested. So yes, we're going to look into all of these different things. And my concern is not years of sacrifice for marginal gain, which we heard earlier. My concern is that we've got all this life, and all this life is going down the tubes unless we do something now. So this is a great starting place in our organization, which is Carbon Crew Project. Everybody makes something called PCAPs, which are exactly like this, but they're personal climate action plans for 5 years. Personal climate action plan for 5 years to reduce your carbon footprint by 50%, so that by 2030, we're on target where we want to be. You all are in exactly the same boat as we are. When we make our personal climate action plans, we make a plan. We lay it out there, and then we see what's feasible, what's not. By interacting with one another, we come up with even better plans.
30 seconds.
This is a great place to start, and thank you very, very much for voting today to approve this plan now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Aram Tertunian is next, followed by Michael Lieberman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Aram Tertunian. I live in West Hampton Beach.
In person this time.
Thank you. I come before you on behalf of the Southampton Business Alliance Board of Directors. First of all, let me thank the supervisor and the two council men for your service for these years. It's greatly appreciated. I want to thank the Sustainability Committee for doing some really hard work. But we have a letter that is submitted or we will submit. But I will say that the Business Alliance is firmly in support of climate action. This plan still needs a little work. And I'll tell you, you heard it, and I'll put the lines together for you. The beginning of this plan does a really impressive analysis of the energy needs that are taking place in the town, both municipally and in the general public. But the woman before, Victoria, talked about all those different programs. What this plan lacks is the linkage between the programs that will fund it and the aspirations that are being put forth in the plan, which are good. But without that linkage, it's not a plan. It's not ready yet. And it can be ready, and it can be ready with, I don't think, a ton more effort. And I think, no other community, the business community is keenly interested in this subject. It affects us, it affects our employees, it affects their families. There are thousands of families in the town of Southampton that rely upon a sustainable community. We're there, we're behind it. This plan has some great elements to it. It doesn't have the linkage, and I think with a little more work, you get there. And so I want to say thanks to the board, thanks to the Sustainability Committee. Let's just do a little more and make this thing something that's actually going to work. Because once it's part of the comprehensive plan, it's not coming out. And when you look at the way the comprehensive plan has been written in the past, You know, when you say, you don't say, well, we're gonna develop zoning, you say, this is what the zoning's gonna be. And that's all I'm talking about here. Let's get some specificity, let's make the linkage between these great ideas and how they get accomplished. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
I didn't expect to be back here so soon. It's good to see you guys. You know, I've kind of struggled on how best to approach the board about this, but I wanted to thank you really for taking this on. This isn't easy. I think when you're an elected official in a small town, the plan wasn't that you needed to, or your personal ambitions didn't include adopting a plan to save the world. You know, like that wasn't really on your agenda, I'm sure. But I think what you're doing today is a big deal. I think it's one of the first climate action plans in the state that actually has some merit to it and some data associated with it. And I think when you look in the mirror, when you're long done with your public service, to be really proud of yourself for considering this and adopting it. It's not perfect. Obviously, there are some things that can be improved. But similar to the sustainability plan, that somewhat shaped our culture. And that plan was heavily debated. It was discussed intently. And at the time, I think a lot of people probably opposed it. And today, it's just the plan that we all reference and then build on and pursue a lot of different recommendations from. And so I've really heard about like two negative themes that have come, or not necessarily negative, but voices of concern. One is that the plan isn't detailed enough. Well, that costs money, and it wasn't easy to get $150,000 to do this. So $500,000 would be probably a lot more difficult. And the other is that there wasn't enough public conversation. And the only thing I guess I'll read, because of course I wrote something here just to remind myself what to say to you, but there's been public hearings for the sustainability plan. When the town board decided to participate in the Climate Smart Community Program, in NYSERDA's Clean Energy Community Program, when we adopted New York Stretch Code, when we pursued a bunch of other recommendations within the sustainability plan, and when you decided to put $150,000 into this plan, there was a public hearing. When we decided to go for a NYSERDA grant to partially fund that plan, there was a public hearing. So we've talked about this for a while. In fact, maybe since I was here in 2016, that plan landed on my desk, and we were trying to get it off the ground. But when I was reading in the initial draft, it said something like, hey, there's some great ideas here. To figure out how to do this, go to the sustainability plan. I go over the sustainability plan, and I start reading it, and it says, hey, there's some great ideas here. To figure out how to do it, go to the climate action plan that hasn't been written yet. And that's when I identified a problem I brought to you and Janice years ago.
30 seconds.
And we hired an international firm with people with degrees from MIT to help us figure it out. And it's a good first step, or at this point, maybe a fifth step. So I'll end with, I'm proud of you all. And if you adopt this, I'll be really proud of you. You've come a long way. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, so before we go to our online participants, I don't have any other cards. I just want to make sure that anyone who wanted to be heard got to be heard. All right, Dieter, you didn't fill out a card, but you're welcome to be heard. Dieter Von, this is my last try, I think, on this. Leaston.
Got it.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
Not quite?
No. There's no H. No H.
Von Leaston. I can't hear the difference. I'll never get it. Dieter Von Leaston.
Dieter von Leesten.
That was good.
I'm co-chair of the Southampton Sustainability Committee. I've listened now for the last 2 meetings on what has been said. And very interestingly is, for me, on the bottom line is, nobody is against climate change. Everybody said the plan is good, needs work, etc. I would have loved to answer to everyone individually and say, it's a plan. And a plan contains certain things, recommendations, and every one of these items in the plan will come up, goes to the town board, there's voting on it, it's being vetted back and forth. Eventually, if it's agreed, it's going to be a law, and it's there as a new item. Like what we did when we, in 2013, started this sustainability plan, the 400+ plan. So that in those days, believe it or not, there were 8 public hearings on this initial plan, and we got it through. Opposition. There's not really opposition to this. It's a plan. There's opposition to individual points in the plan, like BESS. Why we're talking so much about BESS, I don't know. It is something which is there. It was brought forward, and now people are working on it. What can we do with BESS? It's in the plan that BESS is there. It has something has to be done with it, but it's nothing there which says in the plan you have to do it this way and that's it, no other way. No doubt,
Energy storage.
we've talked a lot, or heard a lot about formalities and procedures that seem to be the main difference, but not the disagreement about the plan, basically. Yes, and Mike just mentioned that there's been a lack of public awareness, etc., etc. But I urge everyone to look at their emails from the town, read the press, and attend meetings. We have a sustainability committee which meets once or twice a month. It's open to everyone. And you can read our minutes, which are all on the town website, and talks about this, has been talking about it for a long time. So it's all available. Now, I urge you to adopt this road plan for sustainability. That is the key in this whole thing. We are all in it together, and it's been mentioned by many before. All those who seem to be against it, but not against it, but had questions with it, all seem to be in agreement. We got to do this. This is important. The details we work out later when we come point by point to these individual issues. So thank you very much for considering that, and please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter.
Thank you, Peter. All right, anyone else who has not spoken, who wanted to be heard? Last chance. If you had not spoken and you're in our
Right.
audience and want to be heard, okay, at which point we will go then to our remote audience. If you are watching this from a computer and wish to be heard, you need to click the raise hand icon. This is public hearing number 8 on the climate action plan. Only comments on that public hearing will be entertained at this moment. One, okay.
Thank you.
All right, sir, I can't hear you yet, so let's make sure that you are unmuted. Usually it looks like a little microphone with a slash through it.
Can't hear
Still
you.
not hearing you. Still can't hear you.
Excruciating.
Look for the unmute button. Still don't hear you yet. Kevin, is there something on our end?
Thank you.
So it's just mute is clicked?
He doesn't have his mic connected.
Do you have does anybody know this gentleman?
Yes.
Can somebody call him and put it on speakerphone up here?
Yeah, I
Tell him to
So we're
unmute
gonna
himself.
have somebody call you, and we're gonna take that phone and we'll bring it forward and we'll put it on speakerphone. Is that okay?
Just needs to unmute
Somebody's
himself.
doing that?
Doris.
Doris, okay, Dorothy Riley is calling you.
Who is this?
David Barr.
You tell him to unmute himself?
He can't seem to unmute himself.
You have your phone with you, just nod and, you okay? It's ready, go ahead, pick up that call.
You can put it right on the microphone up there if you want.
Yeah, just-
Try using it.
Yep.
Can you hear this now?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's okay, just a little closer. Good.
My computer is not muted, so I'm not sure why you're not hearing it.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, I wanted to add my voice to those that want to suggest that you pass the plan tonight. It is an aspirational plan, that's what it's meant to be, and to be bogged down in nitpicking about what's not meant to be in there seems like it's not climate denying, but climate delaying. It seems like it's an attempt to stop the progress rather than to go ahead and get started and to then work on it from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Kevin, do we have anyone else
Thanks,
online?
Dar.
Thank you, David, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Okay. All right, so John, are you the lead sponsor?
Yeah, so I'll move to close, and it's available in the packet.
All right, so
Second.
Councilman Clavier is moving to close the public hearing.
And then just seconded?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone.
On the motion,
On the motion,
I have a prepared statement I'd like to read.
okay.
On the process, from the Sustainable Southampton Green Advisory Committee website. Our biggest news is Southampton 400+, a visionary plan for a sustainable future. In December 2013, after 4 years of thoughtful work with experts, our committee, and our community members, Southampton Town adopted Southampton 400+ into the town's comprehensive plan to responsibly guide our growth. The Southampton 400+ process to add that plan to the town's comprehensive plan once a contract was executed on August 23, 2011, was as follows. After 17 months of work with the community and the Green Committee, a work session was held on January 17, 2013, to present the draft plan to the town board. 2 months later, on March 12, 2013, a notice of public hearing was issued for April 23rd at 6 p.m. Over a month's notice was given for an evening meeting. At the April 23rd hearing, with the community having had 3 months to review the draft plan, Scott Carlin, the chair of the Green Committee, stated that there were flyers regarding the proposed legislation placed in the libraries, newspapers, and chambers of commerce, and also on the town's website. Councilwoman Fleming stated that she had been a part of the process for 3 years, including extensive outreach to the community. After 30 comments were entered into the record, the public hearing was adjourned for a month to the May 28th evening meeting. At this public hearing, the second on this matter, Town Planning and Development Administrator Kyle Collins stated that this was the second phase of the public participation process. He stated that the first phase was during the drafting of the plan. He stated that those meetings were well attended east and west of the canal. Gloria and Burke discussed community involvement, including 3 meetings in Hampton Bays, the Tuckahoe School, and the Bridgehampton Community House. She stated that they broke down into small groups to discuss specific aspects of the plan. After 41 comments were entered into the record, the public hearing was adjourned once again for a month to the June 25th evening meeting. Prior to the continuation of the public hearing, there was another town board work session on June 20th to address all of the questions and answers as a result of the first 2 public hearings. This info was also posted on the town website. On June 25th, the 3rd public hearing on this matter was held. At this public hearing, Kyle Collins stated that he recommended another month to address amendments. In response to why the plan had not been referred to the Suffolk County Planning Commission, he stated that it would be not appropriate for the plan to be referred until after all of the amendments were made. In response to the question of where the town trustees stood on the plan, Councilwoman Fleming stated that the trustees participated in community meetings. Green Committee Chair Scott Carlin stated that he had met with all of the CAC leaders in the town. Prior to adjourning the hearing for another month, Supervisor Throneholst stated that a final draft of the plan would be circulated prior to a vote. After 57 comments were entered into the record, the public hearing was adjourned once again for a month to the July 23rd evening meeting. At this public hearing, the fourth on this matter, Town Planning and Development Administrator Kyle Collins stated that planning staff had diligently made revisions received from the town board members' comments, as well as other comments from committees and the public. Those revisions were posted on the town website. He then had Principal Planner Janice Scherer review those revisions page by page and line by line with the town board. The town board made further revisions during this process at the public hearing. It was also stated that Janice Scherer met with the Ag Advisory Committee to get input from the farming community. After 41 comments were entered into the record, the public hearing was adjourned once again for a month and a half to the September 10th afternoon meeting. At the September 10th public hearing, the fifth on this matter, Principal Planner Janice Scherer gave reports from the town trustees and the Landmarks Board. Councilwoman Fleming further stated that there was input from the Ag Advisory Committee and Peconic Land Trust. After 6 comments were entered into the record, the public hearing was adjourned for 1 month to the October 8th afternoon meeting. At the October 8th public hearing, the sixth on this matter, Kyle Collins stated that there had been spirited discourse with a lot of give and take. After 14 comments were entered into the record, the hearing was closed with an additional 30-day written comment period. 2 months later, on December 19th, 2013, 11 months after the draft plan was released, after 2 work sessions, 6 public hearings, and many revisions, the town board voted to adopt the plan. In comparison, the Climate Action Plan draft was released to the public on November 13th, 2023. On November 14th, a majority of the town board voted to send a plan they had barely read, let alone receive public comment on, to the Suffolk County Planning Commission and scheduled a public hearing for December 12th at 1 p.m. A work session was held on November 30th to review the draft plan for the first time. Supervisor Schneiderman maintained that this plan made no mandates. I pointed out that there were in fact mandates listed in the plan and asked that words such as mandate and require be removed from the plan. To my knowledge, they have not. I also pointed out that public input was severely lacking and steps that were supposed to have allowed for community involvement were simply removed from the plan because they had not occurred. At the public hearing on December 12th, we heard from individuals who asked us to adopt the plan. Many said we could figure out the details later. We also heard from community members who asked us to provide them with adequate time to review the plan with others and provide meaningful input. We held a second public hearing today with a resolution of adoption on the agenda. The plan was not circulated to committees and the plan was circulated to committees and CACs less than a month ago at my request. Many of these groups are not meeting because of the holidays. To adopt this plan today, after hearing how the Southampton 400+ plan was adopted, would be a dereliction of duty. This document that people are saying contains only suggestions or is a toolbox we can reach into at will contains the word mandate 7 times. Require is used 13 times. Adopt standards is used 21 times, and regulation is used 4 times. As was specifically noted in the most recent judgment against the town of Southampton by the New York State Supreme Court in the case of the Hills PDD, in accordance with New York State Town Law 272A, all town land use regulations must be in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Therefore, if this document gets added to the comp plan as written, our codes will be out of compliance with the comprehensive plan until such time as they are amended to mandate, require, and regulate as stated in this document. To say that there has been adequate community input on this plan is untrue. I saw this plan for the first time 48 hours before I was asked to vote to set a public hearing. The first work session was held after that public hearing had already been set. Committees and groups that now have this plan have asked for adequate time to review it and provide comment. No one is saying that there shouldn't be a plan. They are saying that we need a plan that has been properly vetted, and they are asking for a reasonable amount of time to do that. Why should the public get a few weeks during the holidays when the Sustainability Committee had 6 months? Yes, there is a crisis, but there was a crisis in 2013. It didn't stop the town board from properly adopting the Southampton 400+ plan with input from the community. There was a crisis in June when this draft was withheld from the town board and the community. There was a crisis in September when the Sustainability Committee had to ask Janice Scherer why nothing had been done with the draft they received in June. The front cover of the Climate Action Plan states that it is a community plan to increase sustainability, improve quality of life, and become carbon neutral by 2040. You can't call it a community plan without first involving the community. The plan states that it was created through an equitable process. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Sustainability Committee, that has been the only committee to weigh in on the plan to date, doesn't have a single active member from the western, most densely populated portion of the town. In fact, when Hampton Bays residents asked about joining, they were instructed to submit their resumes for the committee's review. At the last meeting the committee held, the ability to attend via Zoom was only given to members of the committee. I would like to read you a statement from a Sustainability Committee member that is a part of the hearing record. I was unable to attend last week's session, but listened to it all via Zoom. Among a handful of naysayers, I didn't hear a single cogent argument, but merely knee-jerk negative reaction to something they hadn't read, don't understand, and are suspicious of. We should not allow ignorance to stand in the way at a time when every second counts in terms of saving our world from disaster. The public is suspicious because the actions of this board has made them so. As for ignorance standing in the way, I don't think questioning things like cost, legal implications, and risks is ignorant. I don't think getting input from the individuals who will be tasked with the implementation of this plan is ignorant. To the contrary, I believe these are very intelligent things to do. I would like to thank Mike Anthony for pointing out all of the things the town is already doing without this plan to combat climate change. As for grant money, we are currently receiving grant money for the Riverside Sewer District and grants for EVs. We even received a $50,000 grant to offset the cost of preparing this plan. I would like to know which grants the town is currently ready to apply for that require this plan specifically be adopted today. The Suffolk County Planning Commission has weighed in on every amendment to the comprehensive plan, including the Southampton 400+ plan. But by some Christmas miracle, they suddenly decided that they didn't need to weigh in on this one, and instead delivered a simple local determination letter today. We haven't received comments from our very own planning board, but I'm sure their comments don't matter. After all, mine didn't. I would like to thank the people, both for and against, who took time away from their families and jobs to be here to speak today. To the naysayers, you aren't ignorant. This is not how good government operates. The adoption of the Southampton 400+ plan is how good government operates. This plan should be something that all town residents feel good about and want to support. It should be celebrated as something we all did together, not something that got railroaded through at the end of the year. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have there's a motion to close the hearing and a second. Anyone else? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so there's, Councilman Martell is opposed to closing the hearing, and Councilwoman McNamara is opposed to closing the hearing, and the other three are in support, and the hearing is closed. Okay, we're gonna move on then to public portion. I have a number of cards for public portion. Again, the same 3 minutes apply to each speaker. After public portion, we'll take a quick, what was that expression? Bio pause?
Biopause.
Biopause, before we get to the regular agenda. So Kristen Millenhausen is the first speaker. Gail Lombardi is the second.
Okay, so the details of that blew me away to some degree, and I think we should, I saw some annoyance from some people, but when you share process like that, that to me speaks volumes. This process, I'm speaking obviously about the cap, because I was gonna speak about something else, but this just, after hearing that, I'm more compelled. When I heard to Mr., was that Michelangelo? When he said that there were a lot of things going on to include the public, that was we're gonna adopt this to the comprehensive plan. That was like, as it was happening, and different things building up to making this comprehensive plan. So I feel like there is completely lack of community involvement. You know, really like a month for the community to get involved. A lot of people don't even know what it means when I ask them, do you know about the climate action plan? It's really not fair to the public to push this to a vote. The incoming board has talent, they have ears, they have concern for climate just as I do, and I think some of these arguments are very valid. I just am really imploring you for a workshop, because a workshop would allow for engagement, not just us opining and you guys can't answer questions, and it being so, like, duplicity in a way, like we're not on the same page, when I think we all are on the same page, but we gotta get there together. So I think meeting with the planner, the sustainability people, having some sort of group would be really beneficial before you adopt this to the comprehensive plan. I reiterate.
All right, thank you, Kristen. All right, Bill Lombardi, followed by Ray D'Angelo.
So my comments are in the Christmas spirit. I don't have any notes. When I go off script, I get a little snarky. So there's a lawful process, as Councilman McNamara has outlined, and then there's the process that the Sustainability Committee wants. They worked hard at it. I get it. But I feel like, and this is the snarky part, this is the same thing with the community fund. This was the HBDOD with Janice and Kyle. People invest a lot of time in something, and instead of, when we are able to now speak to it, and we think it's constructive criticism, I feel like I'm in the Seinfeld episode, you know, the ugly baby episode, where like someone thinks their baby's beautiful and everybody else thinks it's really ugly. But constructive criticism, it wasn't Janice's and Kyle's HBDOD, it wasn't their baby, it wasn't theirs, and it wasn't a baby. We've paid for this study. It's ours. We're stakeholders. And I don't understand how over and over and over again in this administration, and I agree, Kyle took a much more pragmatic approach, and maybe it was under, Anna's leadership, I don't know. But it was organized and pragmatic. And, we started with 80 comments, we got to 40 comments, we got to 20 comments, we dwindled down. This administration wants to shove everything through that they can and enable and encourage the committees to do it. So we have now committees that feel empowered to turn on the underrepresented, which is Hampton Bays. So for years, we're working on the Bel Air. We're working on the overdevelopment in downtown. We're working on getting parking for the seniors so they don't have to walk with their walkers. Well, the sustainability people are worried about climate change. We first saw that. Like, how could you do that to the underrepresented in the community? We're the minority community. We're the working stiffs. We're not the elite. It is just so unconscionable. And you've done this to us for years now. And I don't want to be this person anymore. I am so looking forward to a new administration. I hope we don't have the ghost of this administration. Personally, I respect all of you. I don't know you, but I'm assuming you're wonderful people. John, I do know you, and I do know you and your family, you're wonderful people. But professionally, as government leaders, you've failed Hampton Bays. Thank you.
Okay, Ray D'Angelo, you're next. Peter, I don't know if Peter's still here. Galetto? Oh, I don't think he's here. All right. And is Catherine Zoka? No, Zoka, she's not here either. All right, Ray?
Ray D'Angelo, Hampton Bays. I just want to go say that there's a perception, and it's more than a perception, For example, we had people that I know that wanted to go to the Sustainability Committee and were discouraged, were told, she enumerated about it. So how is this fair? They violated New York State's open meeting law. They should have been allowed to attend the meeting. They were not. They were told they had to submit resumes. But that's if you wanted to be maybe on the committee, but if you just wanted to go there and witness what they were discussing, you didn't need to to submit a resume. And this goes on and on. I just want to ask the board, I mean, as commissioners of the water department, the Hampton Bays Water District, not how many times have you met there? When's the last time that you had a meeting in Hampton Bays concerning, as commissioners of the water district? When's the last time? I know I'm not going to get an answer because it's probably years and years ago. So Hampton Bays, we're used to being a stepchild to the town. That's why we were saying there was most of these people are from the east of the canal, maybe one or two aren't. We have no input in this. And Hampton Bays, again, is the working and middle class part of the town. And we're underrepresented and we're disregarded. And again, as I stated before, when they came out with the best locations, 3 of them were in Hampton Bays, and these best locations, contrary to what the associate chairman of the Sustainability Committee said, are an integral part of this. They are needed. It does not function. Sustainable sources of energy like wind and solar do not work without them. So where are they going to be? That's what I want to know. Are they going to be all over the place in Hampton Bays? I mean, plan says equity, and I want to see equity. We haven't seen equity. You know, I go by actions, and so far we have not seen equity in this plan. We've seen a lot of talk about equity, but we haven't seen equity. Again, we're dealing with 3 locations, all of them in Hampton Bays. One of them is really a terrible location, and we enumerated all the different difficulties with these batteries. And the other thing is, who's going to have these windmills to spoil their vista out in the ocean? Is it going to be the people in Southampton Village or West Hampton Village, or is it going to be the people in Hampton Bays?
30 seconds.
That's my question. And so far hasn't answered. And then again, I'm going to go, but what is the rush, so Mr. Bouvier can vote for this, to put this through when it wasn't well vetted, wasn't distributed, we haven't really been able to get our hands around it. And back to something Mr. Daly said about the housing plan being on, well, I downloaded that housing plan from the town website, and it says draft on it. So it's not available. So he misstated quite a few things. And I want to remind you, Mr. Daly is a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. He's an official of the town, and he makes comments like, well, the cast of characters. I was here when we had the meeting over Liberty Gardens, and again, he was very derogatory of people that were speaking against it. And he's on a board that makes judicial decisions. He should be non-biased, and he certainly isn't.
All right, thank you, Mr. D'Angelo.
Thank you.
So Ray,
Thank
in
you.
all fairness, the Sustainability Committee is open to the public. They meet at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, in all fairness, they weren't allowed to go. People came
Yeah,
up to me.
I don't
They
know.
couldn't
I don't know what
go.
happened.
Not by,
I'm telling you what happened. This is
Yeah.
you can go in public downstairs in the lower level.
Well,
I would suggest,
we're gonna have a big delegation go to the next meeting.
and I think
so I
they'd
hope we're
appreciate
welcomed.
that. But Kristen, I think you, or maybe Bill Muir, or somebody should talk to Dieter about, becoming part of the
Well, Mr.
sustainability.
Dieter already talked to me already today.
This
He
Mr.
told me what
Von
he thought of
Leisten.
me.
Okay, hold on, we're still in public portion. Anyone who has not been heard can be heard in public portion. Let me take Lynn first. Lynn?
Before Lynn speaks, I'd just like to let the community know that our last water district meeting was October 12th. And those are held here because of the audio-visual.
But we are
They're
planning-
public meetings.
But we are planning an update to the
10-year.
10-year plan to be done in Hampton Bays.
Yeah.
Yes, and I have asked for either the management over there to hold these town hall-style meetings in Hampton Bays to be accessible. Of course, the office is there, and they answer questions on a daily basis, so.
Well, when was the last time you were there?
So,
I'm in
we were
Hampton
there,
Bays
so-
all the time.
No, but when's the last time you had
Miss
a
Arthur?
Board of Commissioners meeting there?
I just wanted to say, so people don't think that we don't
Thank
meet
you,
with,
Council.
we're the
I can
commissioners
start
of
my
the
3
district.
minutes.
Yes. You may start.
First, I'd like to thank the board and the town staff for putting the video equipment back into the lower level conference room. That happened in the fourth quarter of this year, actually about maybe 2 months ago. And once we saw that that projector and screen was there, we started having hybrid meetings. I have a not-for-profit business called Peak Power Long Island. I'm using my Zoom license
You shouldn't have to do that.
do the meetings. It's okay for now.
No, but you
We'll
should,
change.
it should go through the town so that
Happy to do
they
that.
can have access to
Happy
everyone.
to do that. But in the interest of speed, what I did, I'm not really like the secretary, although I'm kind of the acting secretary for the committee because I'm the one who's now recording the minutes. But the distribution list goes out to more than 40. You guys are all copied on it. Cheryl Heather, as an example, who's I think she's the executive director for the Southampton Business Alliance.
Mhm.
Siobhan Smith represents Shinnecock. The distribution list is pretty extensive, so it's broadcast with the tools that we've been given by the town to publicize the meetings, and now we're doing hybrid meetings. Everybody is welcome to come. As far as I know, no one, not to my knowledge, has anyone ever been, in fact, we encourage people to come. Over the course of the last year, I have not been on contract to the town or to any other company. All the work that I've done to talk about programs has been not paid for. You know, I've been doing it as a volunteer. I've been, for example, to Riverwoods twice. I've been to every senior center once. I've talked at the Baptist church, a couple Baptist churches. I've reached out to the Unitarian Church. Every time I've done a presentation to talk about climate-smart communities and about the community solar project, I always invite people to the sustainability. I reference the committee and I reference, that we meet and where we meet and how people can get involved. I'm really happy to see the level of engagement and feedback for the CAP. The CAP was not that's not something I'm helping, but it's not something that I'm expert on. But I think it's great that people want to be more engaged, and hopefully that will happen. And hopefully with the next administration, there'll be funding and a renewed focus to engage the public. All of those things that you read in the letter that you just read, Cindy, that's an extensive amount of resource that it takes to do all of those meetings. I know the staff has been challenged in the last year. People have left, new people have come on board. But I think it's a lesson for all of us. We can do better.
3 minutes.
So thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
Tip?
I just wanted to clarify something. As Rick says, the public is totally invited to the meetings. Where you have to submit a resume, as we did, is if you want to be a member of the committee.
It shouldn't be. It deters people from
That's
joining.
that's up to you to decide. The board appoints the people of the committee. We don't. So what Dieter said was perhaps misunderstood, but if someone wants to join, as we all did, we like to have interested and qualified people. So you submit a resume. There's no great standard. I'm not aware of anyone who's ever been turned down who wants to do this. And then once a year, I guess the new board will do it in January, the board appoints the member. So it's not a mystery. We're certainly not trying to keep anyone
Yeah,
out.
but we should have somebody
We're-
reach out to you, though, because you should be using the town's Zoom, and it should be posted on your meeting
Well,
date on the town
we'd love to
website.
use it if it's made available.
Yeah.
Yeah, one additional comment too, and it has nothing to do with you, strictly about the Zoom, is that I asked Glorian about the Zoom link and pretty much could I share it, or where did it get sent out? She told me it was sent out to all the members. So if it could be sent out to all the members, maybe it should also be sent out to the CACs and the civics.
Sure.
That way you at least have more people involved.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Tip. Aram?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Aram Tertunian, speaking now as a coastal geologist from West Hampton Beach, with about 4 decades of experience and some smattering of education. I want to offer for you the First Amendment to your climate action plan. And that is, olivine is not mentioned in the climate action plan as a carbon sequestration on coastal carbon capture. Yet the town of Southampton is at the forefront of it. In fact, having built the first carbon sequestering beach in the world, right here, a few miles away on North Sea. So that's the kind of connections that I'm talking about making. So let that be your
But
first
there is
amendment.
though olivine isn't specifically
Now,
mentioned.
kelp is mentioned specifically.
And pursuing, carbon sequestration is mentioned in the plan, carbon capture and
Well,
sequestration.
we're the first in the world. That should have been at the top of the page.
Yeah, but the point was that olivine as a carbon sequesterer is mentioned as part of the topic of, yes, we have to find many ways to sequester carbon. And this is the roadmap for that.
Certainly not
Well,
project.
everybody's talked a lot. Let me talk now. Right, when you do that, in the plan, in the roadmap, says these things. That's the roadmap. When you come with a project like an Olivine Beach, that's a different project. It has to undergo all the same stuff from DEC on down to the municipalities' project requirements. And every project that's brought forward on that basis is covered under the Climate Action Plan. And that's a toolbox to take the tools to be able to do those things that we all want to do and know need to be done. And we also know that we're 50 years, 100 years behind the ball on this, and we have to play catch-up, and we have to move fairly quickly. So it is captured in some way, but, and I appreciate that. That's sort of
But I
part
look
of.
at-
I
look
agree
at
with
that
what you're saying.
specific issue.
My point is, kelp is mentioned and olivine isn't, and we did it, the town of Southampton did it as a first in the world. Let's take some credit. Thank you.
All credit due, Aram.
Point taken. But certainly it does say explore projects that will sequester carbon, so future projects like that one will be in conformance with the plan, which is good. All right, anyone else in public portion? Jesse, did you want to speak?
I'd like to speak, but I can speak after everyone's done with the.
Because we're going to go.
We're in public portion.
We're in public
We're going
portion.
online next, so do you want to speak before we go online? Okay.
This is your time.
Thank you to everyone on the town board. I know it's been a very long meeting, starting this afternoon, now this evening. I tried to come earlier about public hearing number 3, the acquisition of 137 Pond Lane, which obviously can be seen right here in the backdrop.
Though I know who you are, just for our record, just to identify yourself.
And Jesse Warren, Potato Field Court, Southampton, New York, former mayor of Southampton Village. This project goes back to 2019, when I helped form and found the Lake Agawam Conservancy, with obviously the goal of helping clean up Lake Agawam, reduce nitrogen and other nutrient inputs to the lake, and obviously create a plan that was not only done by the village, but we helped create the first DEC-sponsored harmful algae bloom plan on Long Island with the help of this board, the town trustees, other concerned residents, and other elected officials throughout Long Island. Also part of that vision was the acquisition of this parcel, 137 Pond Lane, and the south parcel as well. And this work and this land was so strategic to the cleanup of Lake Agawam because of its proximity to the lake. So I went ahead and I asked John Paulson and the Paulson Foundation to acquire this land. He was extraordinarily generous to do so, and in my opinion, probably hasn't been thanked enough by the village board and some of the residents. And tonight, there's a proposal to acquire the land, which I think is an excellent idea. But what I also think is important is that this land be used for its original purpose, which was to help clean and remediate Lake Agawam, to help reduce inputs into the lake, as well as bioextraction, reducing nitrogen, phosphorus, and other nutrients from Lake Agawam. So I would like for this board, who has generously agreed to purchase it with CPF funds, to be absolutely sure that it's being categorized correctly with not only the right categorization, which it stated is parks and preservation and open space, but also with the right pool of money. In addition to the CPF funds that's going to be used tonight, there's also obviously the WQIP, the Water Quality Improvement Project funds. And obviously, if you look at the resolution that this board is planning on adopting tonight, it clearly states that the categorization is preservation, parks, and open space at a total cost not to exceed $13.250 million.
30 seconds.
Now, I think it's important that the resolution also state that water quality improvement projects can also be done. There's plans that are in place dating back from Pio Lombardo 10 years ago about an engineered constructed wetlands to help address the phosphorus. And then Rue Engineers also began plans to help create an engineered constructed wetlands that will reduce thousands of pounds of nitrogen and hundreds of pounds of phosphorus from Lake Agawam.
3 minutes.
And so it's critical that this land be used for water quality in addition to parks, open space, and recreation. Otherwise, the CPF will be acquiring a piece of land that will not be used for the best possible purpose. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jesse.
Jay, we can do water quality projects on a park, we just can't
Yeah,
use it for.
Exactly, and I think this is I thought we said Hamlet Green on this.
On which part?
On
Pond Lane.
that Pond Lane
Yeah.
process.
I know we've done bioswales and other things on other.
Yeah, Jesse was
parks.
involved with one. We did
yeah,
on
but it
that
wasn't acquired
triangular
with-
piece on
wasn't
Windmill
acquired
Lane.
with
We
water
did
I think it's just
bioswale.
it's just a point of we're putting equipment on the Dozier Park piece is the reason. Like, not that type of water quality project. You can't alienate it and use it for another purpose. But if you could certainly take a park piece and use it in your water quality plan and put in, right, constructed wetlands and bioswales, all that's permissible on parkland.
And it's also reviewed by the Water Quality Board as part of the SWIP, so it, you
Yeah,
know.
it is designated under the Village and Hamlet Greens, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Target. So you could, let's say you wanted to do a fountain feature, and that fountain could be aerating Lake Agawam, or purifying the water and then returning it. Yeah, you could do those types of things, just like on the piece on Windmill Lane that you were involved with. We did some sort of bioswale there, rain garden. That was a CPF piece, I believe, too, that it didn't preclude it. Buying it under this Hamlet Greens designation should allow those types of uses. Rather than using the limited water quality funds to purchase it, it's an expensive purchase. But this category should allow those types of projects. There's also the potential that the other piece may one day be donated. And, that would have no restrictions on it.
We have ZBA at 7.
Well, nothing I can do about that.
Just let
All right.
6 or 7?
So,
I know you have this other meeting coming up. The town CPF is about to expend over $13 million for this parcel, so I want to make sure we get this one right. You had mentioned that you could put a fountain or a bioswale, but an engineered constructed wetlands, for example, would have obviously some piping and other work done to the soil underneath the ground. So that's why I was just suggesting this board, again, be absolutely sure that certain water quality projects could be done on this property, potentially even include that language in the resolution, if that might so help.
Are you asking us to withdraw the resolution? And not-
Potentially amend it to include water quality projects in the language.
Well, the problem is that you have to be.
Different
if it's
funding source.
Bought with water quality monies, that's different.
have
and
that money.
That's fine, and all that kind of stuff can be done. I don't think we've ever tested trying to do the other, the way you're suggesting, but I don't really see a problem with doing what you're suggesting. You know, I understand the purpose of it, it's just to find the right mechanism to get there. It's easier if things are purchased as with water quality funds, but then they remain only usable for water quality projects, long-term, long-term restoration, wetlands restoration, bioswales, things like that.
what you couldn't do, let's just be clear, because I don't want there to be confusion. Under this category, you could not put a sewage treatment plant on this property.
Yeah.
You could not do that. You should be able to do some of those other types of, rain gardens, bioswales, those types of things. Some sort of water feature that had an environmental component, those should all be fine. A sewage treatment facility, I would say you'd have to do it as a water quality purchase, and that is not what's being proposed here. It's something we can talk about as a board later on. That would require a whole new hearing. All right, but, and I do, appreciate all the work you did to help get to this point, with this parcel and with the algae filtration systems. I think, you paved the road, that led to this point. I think it's very important, so it's a continuation of some of your own work, so. But I would hate to, have to not move forward on it at this point.
Trust me, I mean, I spent over 4 years working on this to get it to this point, to be in front of you today, to be able to acquire this land. I would also hate to be in a situation where we're trying to reduce, all the nitrogen and phosphorus in the lake, and long from now we say, well, Supervisor Schneiderman said in December that we can do it, and then we can't do it.
A wetland I think would be fine. Remember too that you have a road right away to the east of this parcel. It's pretty wide. And, if you wanted to do a PRB, a permanent reactive barrier, if you wanted to do some marsh restoration, all that stuff is very possible. And it doesn't preclude us spending water quality money on this parcel in the future if it's appropriate to the park use. If it's not appropriate to the park use,
We
then.
were looking at injection wells on Dozier.
That's right, that's exactly my next point, because we actually had to alienate the Dozier property.
But we were looking at doing that before we started to alienate it for the algae harvesters, and I don't think the injection wells would have required us to alienate it.
There is a process too, if you, like we did on Dozier, which didn't require a townwide referendum, but did require action by the state legislature. Anyway, Jesse, thank you. We have to move on here, so.
All right, I just ask, please be absolutely sure that water quality projects, such as the constructed wetlands, PRB, injection well, for example, could be used on this parcel. Otherwise, we've taken 4.5 years to get here, and we've defeated the whole purpose of acquiring this land.
I can't tell you that we can do an injection well, but PRB and the road right away, that certainly you could do. Probably a PRB on this property. All right.
I sincerely hope this board is not making an error that will be hard to reverse.
Okay, thank you.
What about dredge spoils?
No.
No.
Definitely not, right?
No, not on CPF properties. Okay, anyone else? All right, we're gonna go to our home audience. So we're still in public portion. Kevin, do you have anybody? 2 people, okay. I guess that puts us about 6 minutes away from that bio pause. If we don't debate it.
We can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, great, okay, because I can't see anyone now. But hi, everybody, thanks for everything you do. And I just wanted to vocalise my support for the climate action plan, and just to say that, vote yes for it. We are a coastal town. Southampton is at the forefront of climate change. If we don't act and be a model for resilience, in one of the most vulnerable locations in New York State, like, who will? And I just want to also say that, and this isn't mentioned very much, that in fact heart disease is the #1 biggest killer, and recent studies, only from the past 5 years, studies directly link it to emissions from pollution from cars and fossil fuel emissions, basically. So it's killing us in sort of many ways. And I fully support Southampton's town leadership on environmental, sustainable and renewable energy goals. let's show New York we won't sell out our children's future. And please go ahead with this renewable energy project and all of these fantastic projects.
Excuse me, could you identify yourself, please, for the record?
Helen Roussel.
Yes, my name's Helen Roussel. My name's
Roussel.
Helen Roussel. I'm from Sag Harbor. I'm from 11 Denison Road in Sag Harbor.
Okay, we don't need
Thank
your
you.
address,
Yeah,
but thank
that's
you.
Yeah.
All right, thank
Oh,
you.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Drive carefully.
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you.
All right, we have one more.
I think she's a passenger.
I hope so.
One day. Somebody's me in trouble. Not in the village. Village gets everybody.
Hi, Catherine.
There's Catherine.
Can you hear me, Catherine? All right, let's see.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
great. I'm going to start out by saying on the shortest day of the year, you have one of the longest meetings probably.
That was our plan.
It's not over yet.
Not over yet.
Still going.
Listen, I just wanted to come before the board at the end of the year, as there's going to be a change in the membership of the board, to thank you all from really the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the Steinbeck House, New York, for your unanimous vote to preserve John and Elaine Steinbeck's home in Sag Harbor. And my name is Catherine Zoka for the record. It's been a big success. We've had many people there. I'm not here to give a full report, but I wanted to say, especially on today, which is the day after the 55th anniversary of John Steinbeck's death, that you have made a national and an international treasure. And what I'd like to offer is that we've had many visitors over the course of this time, since we started on Memorial Day. We have had a public seminar by the writer-in-residence in the fall that was a huge success. And I'm actively planning right now the student seminar in the spring, which I think is going to be really fantastic. So I'd like to, there's many stories that I could tell you. Every tour brings somebody who has a connection to Steinbeck. Well, not everyone, but many of the tours bring somebody who's had a connection to Steinbeck. But in particular, the last tour that I gave, which was really the last tour of the year, on December 9, 3 individuals stood out. The first was a 15-year-old sophomore at Pearson who came with her mom, and she had just completed reading Mice and Men, but she was really eager to see the author. And she is an aspiring writer herself. On another tour, a woman, mature woman, told the story of how when she was a little girl of 4, she's from Southampton, she went to watch the airplanes at the East Hampton Airport with her parents, and her mom said to her, as someone got off the plane, "That's John Steinbeck." So she was able to see John Steinbeck as a 4-year-old and get an opportunity to have that brush with his fame, so to speak. Finally, at the end of the day, there was a woman from Poland, and she's a journalist, who was there on the tour with friends. She was visiting friends. Apologies for the beeps on my computer. But this woman from Poland had to take a phone call while I was giving the tour, and she came back and she said, "That was my dad in Poland, and when I told him that I was visiting John Steinbeck's home, he told me that when he was a young professional, he was a translator for John Steinbeck when John Steinbeck visited Poland." So I just really wanted to thank you all so very much. You guys worked so hard. You worked really hard on the Steinbeck property. It's already bearing very much fruit. And so I wish everyone who's going off the board, the supervisor, John and Rick, well in your next endeavors. And just really wanted to thank you and let you know things are really going great. So.
All right, thank you,
Thank you,
Catherine.
Catherine.
Happy
Thank you.
holidays. And if you see us smiling, it's because your cat
Your
is
cat back there is
entertaining
just
us
doing
in
a
the
number.
back. She's got to go viral, I think.
At least they're not fighting, there's 2 up there. So anyway,
All right.
But anyway, happy holidays, blessed holidays to all.
Thank you.
And Catherine, thank you for your continued work on the John Steinbeck House. You are one of the pillars over there, and you're making it work, so thank you.
Happy for
All
them.
right, thank you.
And for you, okay, be well.
All right. Kevin, do we have anyone else online?
No one else with their hands up.
All right, and here, everybody is talked out, yes?
I just want to say one.
Really? There's nobody else besides Grania, right?
Grania, Brolin, and Watermill. I think there are 9 of you from the town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Kevin. It's extraordinary. You are being extraordinary. You're being patient and dealing with long-winded people. I won't be one of them. It's extraordinary. Rick, I
Thank
think
you.
it's extraordinary that you
Mike.
You gotta stay by the
You gotta
mic,
be
we
at the
can't.
microphone
Yeah,
You
sorry.
kept your enthusiasm and kind
And we
approach.
appreciate
You
your.
weren't reelected, but you kept your enthusiasm, and here you are until, until the next
Thank you.
year. I think it's fabulous.
He's a
And Cindy, I
professional.
think you spoke very well with that long list. Anyway.
Thank you, Grania.
Thank you,
I'm
Grania,
gonna make a
appreciate it.
motion to close, public portion.
make you not Second.
like me.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor of
Aye.
closing
Aye.
public portion? Aye. Okay, let's take a 5-minute, what do we call it, bio pause?
ZBA's at 7.
Sorry.
6, right?
No, we're not, we're gonna take
No,
a
they are
5-minute, but
taking a break.
we've been sitting for 5.5 hours. We're gonna take a 5-minute stretch.
It's called a bio pause.
Bio pause, and we will be back in 5 minutes, and we'll continue with the agenda. All right. biochar, biopause. Here, Sunday, you can take these.
Wow.
Wow.
Did it beat last time?
What's that?
Did it beat last time?
I think it
I'm
did,
not quite
actually.
sure, honestly.
What?
We're about the same, we're going on,
Yeah.
gonna hit 6 hours in a little bit. Last meeting
That's
was
what we
6
did
hours.
last time.
Yeah, we did.
So we're
You're
close.
rivaling a past supervisor, I just wanna let you know.
The immediate past supervisor?
No.
He has, yeah.
The ghost of supervisors past?
Yes. No, ones we really want to remember. It's like Beetlejuice, you don't say their
They're
names.
not gonna mention names, no names. All right, so we are back in session. We're going to town board resolutions. We're gonna start with 1464. Councilman Scivone.
Town Board Resolution 1464 of 2023, a resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 298, taxation to amend Article 11, partial exemption for disabled persons with limited income, to add a definition for income for purposes of exemption. You might remember earlier this year, we changed the qualifications for tax abatement in the town of Southampton, and this clarifies our law a bit more, as well as giving seniors and, well, the next one,
So I know you had delayed.
disability. Right.
But this is ready now?
It is ready.
All right, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Any debate? All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution.
second?
Yes.
John?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's not,
All right.
Okay, so
Oh,
it
okay.
should be, this meeting date of today's date. We'll change that.
Notice of adoption should be today, not November 28th.
Correct.
is that,
Not the 12th.
okay, well, we just
Do-
voted
do we
on it
need-
and passed it, so.
Do we need to do that by amendment?
Christine?
What?
Is
Just
that
for-
just
let's
a
take-
change
take
there?
three
The date of
seconds.
adoption's wrong.
Take 3 seconds, okay? We're gonna just,
I make a motion to
Motion
amend
to
November
recon-
22nd in the notice of
Motion to
adoption to today's date.
reconsider
Same
14,
second.
motion to reconsider
Okay.
1464, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to amend 1464 to change the notice of adoption date to today.
Same second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to approve as amended.
I made that.
Same
motion.
Same
second.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
So
Town-
do the same on the next one, please.
Yeah, Town Board Resolution, well, I'm going to read it.
Yes.
Town Board Resolution 1465 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 298, taxation to amend Article 5, exemption for senior citizens, to add a definition for income for purposes of exemption. I'd like to make a motion to change the notice of adoption date to today's date.
Second.
All right, so the motion to amend, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to-
All right, motion to now approve as amended.
Motion to
Same
approve.
second.
Okay.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, approved. Now, we move on to the next one. All right, this is 1500 of 23, co-sponsored by all of you. Authorized funding to Parks and Recreation for water quality improvement project associated with the Lobster Inn Marina located at 1 Inlet Road, Shinnecock Hills.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
One time only.
One time.
1501 of 23, authorized purchase of automotive Ford vehicle parts and service from Suffolk County contract with Newlands Bay Shore Ford, Inc.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scivone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1502 of 23, authorized supervisor to sign contract extension for printing of envelopes with Dan Printing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1503 of 23, authorized the purchase of radios from the New York State OGS contract for Motorola Solutions, Inc.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1504 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, authorize the purchase of 2 zero-turn lawnmowers from Milpers Equipment Corp. using Sourcewell contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1505 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2024 Park District Grant Agreement with Hampton Bays Historical and Preservation Society.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scivone. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1506 of 2023, Authorize the supervisor to execute a 2024 Park District grant with Hampton Bays Beautification Association for the maintenance and upkeep of the Main Street Business District.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1507 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2024 Park District grant with the Watermill Village Improvement Association for the beautification and cultural development of Watermill Hamlet Center.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Again, I'd like to co-sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1508 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2024 Park District grant with Watermill Community Club for the beautification and cultural development of the Watermill Community Club.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. Again, on all of these, I'd like to be co-sponsored.
Okay, you're gonna have to just take a
I'll
second.
just say each one. All right, all in favor?
Cindy was the
Aye.
second. Was Cindy the second?
Correct.
Yes, Cindy
Yes.
seconded.
Town Board Resolution 1509 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2024 Park District grant with Watermill Museum for the maintenance and upkeep of the Watermill Museum.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. I'd like to co-sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1510 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara,
I'd like to.
authorize the supervisor to execute, and I'm sorry,
Myra.
Supervisor Schneiderman, authorize the
Call me
supervisor
John.
to execute a 2024 Park District grant with Hampton Bays Beautification Association for the maintenance and upkeep of the Main Street Business District and public parking areas. Got to put these
Second.
all in a row.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. I'd like to be added. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1511 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara and Supervisor Schneiderman.
No.
No, not this
Not
one.
this one.
He doesn't care about the floor briquettes.
Okay. Authorize the supervisor to execute a contract extension with Eagle Control Corp. as sole source provider for the
Wait. Oh, no, sorry.
Keep
Nothing.
going.
for the supply of constant chlor briquettes to perform services and routine maintenance and SCADA upgrades to the constant chlorinator at the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
You sure you don't want to do that?
Seconded by
wanna be
Councilwoman
added?
McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
John, you want the next one too?
15.
License with the college?
Oh,
Town
to
Board
be added to
Resolution
that? Sure.
1512, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorize the supervisor to execute a license agreement with the Suffolk County Community College for use of the Eastern Campus Pool for 2024 winter lifeguard training.
Second.
Second by Councilman
Thank you,
Bouvier. I would
Councilman.
like to be on this one too, Cindy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1513 of 23, authorize the supervisor to execute a no-cost extension of term of contract for the traffic engineering review services of the traffic analysis for the site plan application of Hampton Business District Phase 5, 245 Rogers Way.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1514 of 23, authorize the supervisor to extend a professional services agreement with Leonard J. Marchese, MBA CPA.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1515 of 2023 to authorize the supervisor to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Village of North Haven to develop a multi-phase passive park system on properties located at 19 Sunset Beach Road, 257 Ferry Road, and 235 Ferry Road in the Village of North Haven.
And your co-sponsor is me, and I'll sponsor that.
And it's co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier. My apologies.
No worries.
All right, so that was,
He meant second.
You get a
so it
second.
was seconded by Councilman Bouvier?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1516 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to sign an amendment to the Youth Bureau Services contract for basketball clinics.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1517 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorize the supervisor to sign any and all documents with Houndtown, Inc. for software services to manage the Animal Control Division daily operations.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1518 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, award and authorize supervisor to sign contracts for furnish and deliver meter pits with Ferguson Waterworks and T. Mina Supply LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 2023-1519, award and authorize the supervisor to execute a contract for hardware and various items for pickup.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board
Councilwoman
Resolution 1520 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara's award, and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for heavy haul tractor with Trucks Incorporated.
Second. I
Seconded
feel
by
like we've
Councilwoman
done this like
McNamara.
12
Every week.
times.
Yeah.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1521 to 23, award and authorize supervisor to sign a contract for vehicle graphics with Fisher Signs and Shirts LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1522 of 2023, declare item surplus and authorize disposal of computer equipment.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1523 of 23, 2024 notice to bidders for printing of decals, posters, tickets, and pads.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye, approved. 1524 of 2023, amended 2023 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. That brings us to page 39 with resolution 2023-1525, amend the 2023 through 2027 capital budget and CPF stewardship program, and add CPF capital project Blue Barn Restoration.
Second, and I'd like to co-sponsor Cindy.
All right, seconded by Councilman Schiavone, who'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1526 of 2023, amend the 2023 through 2027 capital budget and CPF stewardship program, and add CPF capital project Methodist Point Buildings Repair and Restoration.
Second, and I'd like to co-sponsor as well.
Be added as a sponsor?
Yeah, I would too. Sunday, please.
John, you want to go on too?
Go the whole
All right,
town
so
board.
it's seconded by Councilman Schiavone, and we're adding everybody as co-sponsors. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1527 to 2023, amend the 23 through 27 capital budget for CPF stewardship program to add CPF capital project Pierce Concert House reconstruction.
Second, and I'd like to be added as co-sponsor.
Me too.
Me too.
So would I.
All right, so we're all gonna co-sponsor this. I just want to point out that, you know, this is now 2.8 million that we are awarding toward the reconstruction of that house. It's significantly more than we originally thought.
Everything is more than we thought.
Well,
Tomorrow will be more expensive.
But
than we thought.
originally, it was just gonna be that one little section. Now it's the 1920s house that got torn down that is getting reconstructed. So,
Mhm.
we had already, I think, authorized $1 million, so now we're just changing it to 2.8 million. All right, so we had a motion and a second, and everybody is co-sponsoring. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, 1528 of 2023 amends the 2023 to 2027 capital budget and CPF stewardship program, and add CPF capital project, the Rayner Fish House Restoration.
Second?
Second, who wants to be added on this one?
Me?
I would like to. That's a really cool little project.
Anyone else?
I would, yeah.
John or?
Sure, the whole town.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Is
Everyone.
everyone?
It's the whole
Everybody's
board.
on as co-sponsors. It's a co-sponsorship type of day. So, all right,
me, yes, yeah.
But my second was, I think, Councilman Scavone, was it? Who was the second?
I think it
Oh,
was
Councilman McNamara.
Cindy.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, 1529 of 2023, recall and amend resolution number 2023-1406 as it relates to retaining the law offices of Carter, Leyard, and Milborn LLP for the Fishers Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point FIM project.
Second, and like to be added also.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, who'd like to be a co-sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Who-
approved.
Is it just John?
Just John.
Just John.
Just John.
Just John.
Sure.
And Tommy John.
It'll be
It'll
a
be
Oh, John, I'm sorry, John and Tommy John.
Tommy John, okay.
I love that. Okay, got it.
Okay, 1530 of 2023, authorize the town attorney to accept settlement from a class action lawsuit from the PCB settlement fund involving Roundup.
Second,
So we're getting about 17,000.
we're getting, yeah,
All
not
right,
enough.
second by Councilman Bouvier, this was a federal suit, federal action, all right. So we had a motion, I made the motion, second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1531 of 2023, co-sponsored by the entire board. Resolution of adoption of designing historic district and amending Article 28, landmarks in historic districts and heritage resource area of the Town Code, Chapter 330, zoning, to establish the Bridgehampton Bull's Head Main Street Historic Overlay District.
I'd like to second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you, go ahead.
No, I'd like to second this. This is something I've also been working on for 8 years. But I, on the motion, I just, because they're here, would like to particularly thank Ed Wozowski, Chair of our Landmarks Committee, for all his work, and of course Julie Green, our town historian, and of course Tommy John Schivoni, and the many others who put the pieces together. You know, we're doing a lot of what I believe is historic things today's meeting. This is one of them, not only because it's a historic district, but it's the first.
It is an historic district
It's
for
the
Southampton.
first historic district that the town has enacted. The villages have them, but the town and the unincorporated areas, this is the very first. It's long overdue, in my opinion. It needs to be put in place to put some basic protections to make sure downtown Bridgehampton retains its historic character. It's a really important piece of legislation. And I'll let Councilman Schivoni, if he wants to say a word on this too, and then we'll call the vote.
No, we can go ahead and call the vote. Congratulations to
If I could
Bridgehampton.
just say, this was one of the first projects that Julie took on when she was first hired here. I
Mhm.
remember I introduced her to the town board, and then gave.
And then we went to town.
Yeah,
This
and
was
then-
my-
and then
my
she
number
got
one priority.
Working with Ed, and they were off to, and now you have came to fruition, so
And
congratulations.
Sonny, also
to
thank
both of
you as well.
Yeah, absolutely,
I neglected to
Sonny.
mention you and that
Well,
group
no,
of
that's
people.
okay.
No, no,
to
it's
help
a
and-
lot.
But the
There's-
two of them
This is a
worked
good
very well
team.
together and came up with this, and it's amazing, because they did it in-house, which
Yep.
saved also the taxpayers quite a bit of money, and they
It's
did a great
well
job.
done.
So bravo.
And we appreciate the cooperation of the businesses in that area, as well as the residents.
And in historic districts improve communities, so, you know, well done, everyone, and thank you for your work, especially, you know, the committee, Landmarks Board, really yeoman's work on this. And big night for Bridgehampton tonight.
Yeah, cool.
This is about preserving our past, and we have other things about protecting our future, so.
Yes.
But this one we'll stick to as the historic district. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thanks for your help. Okay, we're going to,
Page 52.
Page what?
so I was the
52.
second.
52.
Okay, we're on page 52, 1532 of 2023, resolution of adoption, amending various sections of the Town Code, Chapter 254, peddling and solicitation in connection with redirecting the existing fingerprinting process to the town police department instead of the town clerk's office. We had a public hearing earlier.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Sunday, thank you for that. 1533 of 2023, resolution of adoption, amending various sections of Town Code Chapter 299, taxi cabs and vehicles for hire, redirecting the processing of fingerprinting from the town clerk's office to the police department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schivoni. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, because the state required us to get this done by the end of the year.
Yeah, we're-
And we just squeaked it in.
We got it through.
What's with the rush?
Yeah, really.
We've got a week.
Just another work day.
Sorry.
It's a
I
non-controversial
had
rush.
to. All right, 1534 of 23, resolution to adopt amendment to Town Code 330-84 height to allow additional height for new dwellings with gabled roofs located in flood zones. We held a
Second.
Hearing today, seconded by Councilman Schivoni. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1535 of 2023 is a resolution adopting a negative declaration for purposes of SECRA in connection with adopting a climate action plan as an addendum to the comprehensive plan.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schivoni. This is on the secret piece, the neg deck. Any discussion on this?
No.
All right, I'll call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, abstentions? Okay, so,
Ta-
that piece is done.
Town
That was
Board-
approved, and we'll move on to the next, go ahead.
Town Board Resolution 1536 of 2023 is a notice of adoption of climate action plan as an element to the town comprehensive plan.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone.
Wanna add sponsor?
On the motion, we've had a lot of comments on this. And mostly saying, you know, we need to do things about climate change. They've been largely supportive.
About
Ma-
5 to 1.
Maybe, you know, things that could be added on in the future or specific things, but the general feeling was, yeah, these are, it's a good set of recommendations for future consideration, and that's what it is. And anyone else want to comment on this?
I actually would like to comment on it because I would love to vote on this and I would love for this to be unanimous. And I know, John, you put a lot of time into this. But for what I read into the hearing record and for the fact that I have yet to even read the amended plan and we have no planning board comments, I can't vote on this tonight. So for that action, I will be saying no on this.
And John, my apologies, and my apologies to the Sustainability Board and to Janice, because I know everybody works extremely hard with a task at hand. But had we been presented this in September and had vetted it through the last few months, it would have been an easy yes for me, because I believe in 98% of what's in there. I haven't seen the revisions either, but I still think it needs a little more time. And I do think the new board, who will be following through on these goals for the next 8 years, possibly 12, could, needs to, be able to weigh into. So for that, I'm going to vote no tonight.
Well, I just want to say, if not now, when? This is critical. We do face an existential threat to our community. We are a coastal community. We are a barometer of what's happening. We have saltwater intrusion already along our coastlines. We have sea level rise. The PEP could show you maps and maps and maps of the effects of sea level rise already that we're feeling that we're kind of ignoring. We've lost civilizations in the Pacific. This is all really happening. And if you don't do something now, at least start with a fairly good plan. It's up to you guys to reach into that toolbox going forward and do the right thing. And so I thank those who support it. I thank my colleagues. I
I
understand
agree
all
with,
of your...
John, thank you. I agree with all that. I just think, I'm not asking for 5 more years. I'm asking for 30 days, just so another new board can weigh in and,
Well, and I understand
Yeah.
that, but from my perspective, I've been working on this 8 years, and it's taken that long to get to this point. And that's 8 years that we've lost, so I already feel we're behind the curve.
The new board has the ability to amend and change, we're not taking that away from them. I've spent the last couple days continually going back and forth to Dune Road, where, the county is engaged in trying to shore up that remaining dune there, which, they just had dredged the inlet very recently, putting 60,000 yards of material there, and it's all gone. It's all gone. The climate is changing, and the storms are getting worse, and I just don't feel we have the luxury of time. We just don't. This is a serious crisis, the most serious crisis I think that the planet has faced in terms of human civilization. And, I have 2 kids who are worried that, they're inheriting an unlivable planet. And we have to take serious actions. And this doesn't actually, it's a roadmap. It's not actually enacting any specific recommendation, but it is saying that the town is serious about climate change, and it gives some ideas for future boards to consider. Hopefully, some of these things will get enacted, but I just feel it's not responsible, and I understand where you guys are coming from. You want more time. There's a new board coming in, but we have been working on this for years, and if everybody around the world all say, this can wait a little while longer. Let's go wait a while longer. We're losing a species every single day right now.
We're being asked to vote on a plan. We haven't seen a revised version.
Oh, you know what the revisions are, Cindy?
No, we haven't seen them.
That's really,
They're so
that's
minor,
in
and they
Congress
were
to do
ones that
that.
you requested
We know
to-
what the revisions
say
are.
they
No, we
were
don't. We have not
told.
seen them.
Yeah, I understand, but at some point you have to trust in your planning administrator to tell you that these are the revisions
I'm
that
sorry,
have
it
been
just
made.
feels like a
It's
delay
not-
tactic,
yeah,
and
it
I
It's
just-
not a delay
they-
tactic. Every person that came and spoke against didn't speak against climate action plan. They didn't
Good.
speak against doing something. They spoke against not being part of the process.
Even
I
though
read
they
you
were
the
here as
process.
part of the
I read you
process.
the
Okay.
process for
Yeah,
the
it's-
Southampton
you
400
did.
plan.
We all have our
And
You
votes.
can't tell me that this
And
came
you said how many
anywhere near to that
comments, and we
kind
had
of
a
involvement.
similar number of comments in this plan, though in a
Okay,
shorter
Jay.
period of time.
We voted. we're-
Jay,
Listen, we
for
have a
me-
difference of opinion. I spoke earlier when I spoke. It's about how we disagree, not that we disagree. We can respect each other's opinions. We can hear and keep an open mind, but, you know, I feel strongly that the board should be moving forward, that we don't have the luxury of time to just wait and then hope that someone else takes action. You know, I was elected, we all were elected to make decisions on behalf of this community. And,
We haven't heard from the
that's what I'm
planning
doing.
board. We haven't
So,
heard from the.
Jay,
planning
for
Well,
me,
the people who voted
if
for
I
me
could-
knew where I stood on the climate issue. I'm sorry, Tom.
Well, no, for me, it's our local contribution to national and world commitment to combat climate change. I mean, it is a crisis worldwide. You know, right now, we are in nearly a 700-day snow drought in the Northeast. You know, the Peconic Bay scallops are all but gone. We are seeing invasive species. I mean, the signs are really around us. And as an elected official who, frankly, has been talking about this, I was okay with this the first time I read it, and I was ready to vote then. I'm ready to vote now. I absolutely support this, and this board should move forward with the recommendations and the guide under this plan. So I support it.
We voted on it already.
No, we haven't voted.
No, we have not.
We have not voted. We're-
I already voted in my head.
Kind of an on the
We're
motion.
debating, so we, yeah, we're on the motion, okay?
So-
Has everybody talked out? We can call the vote? All right, we had a motion by Councilman Bouvier, seconded by Councilman Schiavone.
In fact, I'd like to co-sponsor it too.
I'd like to be added as co-sponsor too. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, that's what
Not
we
at
have.
this time.
We have 2 noes. Any
I
abstentions?
wish it could have
Invite me
been.
back in 30 days.
I really wish it could have been unanimous.
Good try,
Well,
Rick, good try.
They can hold new hearings, they can change the plan in the future, you know, and I hope they do. I hope that they continue this conversation, because this, you know, as comprehensive as it is, there are more ideas out there that should be considered.
I think you need to get serious here, you know, and the whole point of this roadmap is that technologies will be changing along with the accomplishments that hopefully are realized in reducing CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions.
As it is a living document.
Yeah, so that's the whole
So-
point, is to be able to be adjustable as you go
We voted.
forward with the change in technologies.
So, the vote was
Remediation.
3-2.
Correct.
And the resolution is approved,
Yes.
okay?
Okay. I wish it could have been unanimous.
All right,
Thank you,
so
Dieter.
We're moving on.
Page 66.
We are on page 66, Resolution 1537 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, authorized funding for rebates for IA septic systems from 2023 Community Preservation Fund water quality monies and amend the 2023 capital budget.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1538 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilman Schiavone, resolution of continued support for the Southampton Town Aquatic Recreation Center STAR project at parcels Suffolk County Tax Map 900-158-3-19.2 and 900-158-3-20. The old IGHL
IGHL.
properties on McGee Street.
I'd like to be added to that.
So this gives them another 3 years. They're moving along, and the county, as I understand it, is signing things related to the access agreement. They've raised in excess of 10 million in commitments, and they do need more time. I'm not surprised. And, but I do believe they will get there if we give them enough time. So this gives them 3 more years before this comes up for reconsideration.
There was also a subdivision issue with the county that is being rectified, has been rectified.
Yeah, that's true.
It has been.
It has taken a
With that
while.
easement section.
Right.
All right, so
The access easement.
who was the second? Councilman
John.
Scavone.
Tommy John was, and I want to be added to it.
And you were added.
And
Thank you.
Councilman Bouvier would like to be added as a co-sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1539 of 2023 accepts retirement of Martin Nab, Network and Systems Administrator in Information Technology.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And
Congratulations,
we
Martin.
wish
Yes.
Martin the
The
very
very
best in his
best, yeah.
retirement. 1540 of 2023 appoints Jude Pizzo to Network and Systems Technician in Information Technology.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved, congratulations, Jude. 1541 of 23 approves vacation carryover from 23 to 24 for CSEA members.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1542 of 23 acceptance of a deed of dedication in connection with the map of Riverhead Estates, map number 574, section D.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1543 of 23, co-sponsored with the entire town board. Consider the acquisition of enhanced development rights at properties located at 181 and 305 Halsey Lane, Bridgehampton, from the prospective property owner of Peconic Land Trust as contract vendee, and amend the CPF stewardship plan to include the properties. This is basically authorizing the supervisor to enter into the contract with Peconic Land Trust as contract vendee to purchase the enhanced development rights for $30 million. We had a public hearing on this. Who was the second? I'm sorry?
Second.
Don't have a second. Now you
Tommy John.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. I would love to talk about this, but I won't. But I love that we're doing this today. I think it's so critically important to the future of our community to preserve this large block of farmland.
I agree.
There's a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved unanimously. I know, I still got more.
1544.
One more?
1544 of 2023. I do have to amend this. There's it says 1.74 development rights in the resolve. It really should be one development right, because you can only build one house on it unless the village would grant some relief, but,
So you need to amend it to 10?
yeah, 1-0. So let me do that first. I'll make a motion to amend 1544 to change the 1.74 development rights to one development
Second.
right. There's a letter from Dave Wilcox about this, second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Excuse me.
Now, let me read it, and so this is to consider the acquisition of property purportedly owned by Agawam Lake LLC located at 137 Pond Lane, Village of Southampton, New York, and amend the CPF project plan and CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property. Who is the second?
You don't
Tommy
have-
John.
Tommy John is seconding.
Second.
I imagine there's probably more who want to go on as co-sponsors. Do we want to say anything about the issue that the former mayor raised?
There is a path, right? That's what.
There's
a path.
this is as a hamlet.
That's what I understood.
A hamlet park. There's certainly a path, like we did with Dozier, if you wanted to do something more substantial. But, yeah, in terms of constructed wetlands, those types of things, ponds, it should be all fine. To my understanding, water features and things like that. You're developing a park. And you certainly could have a pond within a park, or a rain garden, things like that. Does anybody want to go on as co-sponsor?
Yes, I do.
I would like to be added.
Yeah, the whole
So the
board.
whole board would like to go on as co-sponsors. This is also going to enable the algae harvester to be able to happen on the Dozier property through that alienation process. So, anybody else want to say anything on this? There's no, what did we say, no contingencies on this, other than clean title, those types of standard contingencies, surveying, environmental, that kind of thing. All right, so there's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, we're going to the walk-on packet. So 45008 appoints Charlotte Dickinson to office assistant position in trustee's office.
Second?
Liaison.
Who's the liaison?
Trustee.
Second.
Cindy, seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Congratulations to Charlotte. 45179 appoints Brendan Morris to environmental technician position in land management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved, and congratulations to Brendan. 45185 appoints Martin Pretorius to senior office assistant position in municipal works.
Second.
Excellent. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 45187 is our 24th warrant, Capital 24, CPF 24, payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. And Rick, you have the last one?
Town Board Resolution ID 45184, award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for tilting roller trailers with All Island Equipment Corp.
Second?
I was tempted to read that really slow.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, so that's it for the agenda. Just a couple quick items. We do have a special meeting that I've called for next Wednesday, 1 PM. That is on the FEIS for the Liberty Gardens proposal in terms of deeming it complete. So that will happen, and other than that, it's been a long meeting.
It's been as long as the last one.
I'm not sure all of you are able to make Wednesday's meeting. If you are not able, it's been a pleasure serving with you. And I just want to wish everybody in our community the happiest and safest holiday season. Merry Christmas to all. Happy New Year. Spend time with your loved ones. And it's been an absolute pleasure and honor for me to have served as a town supervisor for the past 8 years. And I will miss all the staff and all the department heads, all of you, and so many of our residents who have participated in the process. All right, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.